theory has to have a priority.
Capitalism and artificial intelligence are the same thing.
The dimension of the future has disappeared.
There is actually no representation anymore.
There is no final resolution to contradiction.
Militant proletarian snake handling over abysses never gets much wilder than this.
What's up, everybody? Okay. We don't usually do these intro videos, but we thought this one requires a bit of a little brief statement before we get into the actual reading. Nance, what the hell is about to follow?
I'm not sure how many hours, but there are several hours that are about to ensue of us reading Xenofeminism, A Politics for Alienation by Laboria, Cuboniks. And I mean, we took a long ass time. We took our time with this. It's an excellent little text. It's an excellent little manifesto. And there's so much in this. What is this? 10, 12 pages? There's so much in these 12 little pages that we just had to riff and unpack and connect it to so much other stuff. Drawing a lot of lines between Žižek, Lacan, McGowan, and this accelerationist
Traversing
politics.
the fault line.
Yeah. But yeah, like really, really focus, because alienation, like this is all about alienation.
And as we said, so A Politics for Alienation. I mean, you read these two together.
Yeah, really, honestly, like that's an excellent double feature.
Absolutely.
So we had a lot of fun.
For the fault line, we mean, look, in the online theory space, there's two great tendencies that have, kind of had have held sway for 20 years or so, and that's the Ljubljana School and the CCRU, and the CCRU influenced thinkers, right? And which is to say, Land and Žižek, if we want to simplify and attach this to two thinkers in particular. But there's so much on both sides of this that you just cannot begin to reduce to Žižek or Land. But that is this is an example, though, of two texts, Ljubljana School, CCRU. We use Ljubljana School and CCRU loosely here, just to emphasize these two dominant tendencies online in the theory world. But we took our time with this. We made many connections that kind of were free associative, but that's what we do because we want to read something and then connect it to what's on our mind, what's important in our perspectives and in our worlds. But I think we did a lot of justice to the text. I mean, spoiler alert, we really love this text. There's very little about it. I don't know if we have hard disagreements with it at all. We will say that maybe some of the language could frighten certain normies, but we try to think that through. And for us, we really love this text, and we hope this long exegesis does some justice to it. Now, we know that there's going to be people who click on this video wanting a standard 5-minute, 10-minute introduction to the text. Well, you're in luck, because that does exist, but it's at the very end of this video.
You shouldn't tell them where. It exists somewhere in this long ass video. There's a 10-minute summary, and you have to find it. We're not going to tell you where it is. No, it's at the end. So the final end of the video.
So
That's where
I mean,
we do.
look, we could have hit it. We were toying with the idea, but we won't be that uh, sadistic. uh, we'll let you go skip ahead if you want, but
Yeah.
that's cheating.
It is, and I think like I think one of the reasons I had so much fun with this, I enjoyed this so much, was because like feminism, like we spent, I don't know, over the last few days we spent hours on hours reading and discussing and really like trying to show the best side of feminism.
A
And
core
it's
feminist text.
yeah, and I think some people might be like, why the hell are you guys talking about feminism? Well, watch the video, listen to the discussion, and you will see why. Because it's based as fuck. That's why.
Because this is about the future. It's about capital. It's about technology. It's about universalism. It is about social media.
Yeah.
And you need to, if you want to be fair, you have to have a more robust definition of feminism, because this is not your annoying college campus feminist type that you
Yeah.
are so easy to dismiss. That's if you're just doing like a kind of knee-jerk dismissal of this, uh, you're cheating yourself.
Yeah. This ain't your grandma's feminism. Although maybe you have a cool ass grandma, but
Maybe.
yeah. But like this, yeah, this is fucking excellent. Get ready, guys. Strap in, buckle up. This is fucking excellent.
And if nature is unjust, change nature. All right, everybody. Welcome back to The Dangerous Maybe. And today, Nance and I are going to be reading the Xenofeminist Manifesto. This is going to be a fun discussion. This is certainly, on the side of the fault line that is the accelerationist side, while also certainly not just being, a Landian text at all. So, Nance, how's it going? What do you think about this reading we're going to do today?
Oh, it goes well. I have you seen the new what the hell is it? Game of Thrones TV show, A Night of Seven Kingdoms?
I didn't even know there was a new one.
I didn't either, dude. I just was looking and I was like, oh shit, HBO made a new Game of Thrones show. And I think there's a handful of episodes, but the first couple episodes are really good. Got started on that last night.
Sweet.
So that's yeah. But yeah, we talked a little bit about this book beforehand. This is a text from a while ago. I thought it was a lot shorter, and it is short.
It's really
but
about
in
like
my
10
memory
pages
it was
long.
Yeah, in my memory it was like, I don't know, like 12 paragraphs long. So it is a bit longer than I remember. But no, I mean, as we were talking a little bit before we started recording, there's a lot in here. I think this short piece, the short book, lends itself to a lot of conversation and a lot of important conversation. A lot of, like you said, accelerationist thought, but also not your grandfather's accelerationist thought, or not your drunk
not old
uncle's.
Nick's acceleration.
Yeah, not old Saint Nick's accelerationist thought, and not even the Gooner accelerationist thought. But no, it's very much an accelerationist thought that's in a lot of it is in line with stuff that we agree with.
It's an
And then
offshoot
there's-
of left accelerationism. Let's be honest.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But then yeah, I mean, I think it bears discussion, and I think it's screaming for discussion as well.
Yeah. Can I
What
just
is
say,
it? If
like,
nature
honestly,
is unjust, change nature.
the book itself is just awesome, and
Yeah.
uh, you look in like the artwork and everything in it is just great. I mean, look, I would say if somebody was to ask me, hey, I want to get into theory, what's a good intro? This like really might be a good starting spot for certain people, just
Yeah.
as an introduction to theory. Not saying they'll agree with everything or whatever, but first off, it's short, and because it is a manifesto, it is straight to the point. There's bold claims being made, and they're philosophical claims, and because of that, like it really can serve as an introduction to this world of concepts and ideas that we live in.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there's just so much to like about this. Um, I think you and we were talking a little bit before we started. I think where we run into certain antagonisms within ourselves when it comes to this text is thinking at it in terms of pure theory, and then thinking about it in terms of how you might use this to try to mobilize a universalist movement, and there
Yep.
might be some friction in there, right, with
Yeah.
how they word certain things and all of
Yeah.
that. And so that's something we'll discuss as we go along. But so much of this, what's the subtitle? A Politics for Alienation. That right
Yep.
there, uh, you know, it's a book after my own heart, because it's funny, they're not Lacanians, but if you come at things from a Lacanian perspective, you can end up writing a book like Todd McGowan's Embracing Alienation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Precisely because Lacan explains in Seminar 11 that alienation is part of our being. You could say it's part of our ontology. And this is an interesting position to hold, especially if you're coming at things from a Marxist perspective, because alienation is typically thought of as a bad thing within the Marxist tradition. Uh, Lacan, he doesn't so much think alienation's good or bad. He's not really coming at it from that mindset. He just thinks it's a given ontological truth of
It's a
our
bare fact.
existence. Now,
Yeah.
Todd and Laboria Cuboniks, the authors, it's a collective.
Mm-hmm.
Very, like, you can see the CCRU influence here. But Laboria Cuboniks is a collective of authors, which includes Helen Hester, Amy Ireland, and many other important feminist thinkers. And thinkers of technology, thinkers of acceleration. So, yes, it's interesting that Todd McGowan and Laboria Cuboniks both end up giving a thumbs up to alienation, but this is something we see in the CCRU, because there's an essay that Nick Land and Sadie Plant wrote, in which I believe it's this essay with they co-authored, where they say alienated and loving it. And so, if you're interested in this whole thing that Nance and I have been working on for years now, fault line theory, which is thinking through the connections and incompatibilities between the Ljubljana school, which is Žižek, Milan Delar, Alenka Zupancic, Todd McGowan, Joan Kopchek, Matthew Flisfetter. Like, there's that whole side, right? And then the CCRU side, um, Land, Mark Fisher, Anna Greenspan, and then in their own ways, Laboria Cuboniks is part of this, even though they
Yeah.
they're not CCRU. I don't want to do that, but there's a trajectory of influence from the CCRU.
I almost want to say, anyway, in various, I think, meaningful ways, I think I draw that back to Heidegger, like that tendency, Heidegger, Bataille, D&G, and then into the Landian whatever, like the CCRU type of accelerationism. But like
Yeah, but Lacan
I
was
think
also
for me,
inspired by Heidegger too,
he was,
and Bataille.
which
So-
which is it's interesting, but like I see more of a direct lineage. I think for Bataille, or excuse me, for Lacan, the subject kind of goes on and becomes something more Hegelian, which is then developed by Žižek and McGowan and all these others, the Ljubljana school. Whereas this maybe more Deleuzian, Heideggerian school of thought or whatever, I think, and with alienation, like the reason alienation is still there is because it's like breakdowns and kind of deworlding things, and things are things are sticking out, and it's only natural to see how we do that to things in the world, but that also happens to us. But yeah, like the fault line, it's this weird kind of thing that does have, you know, a lot of tendrils going back in time, and I think maybe even forward through time.
I mean, look, both sides are deeply influenced by Marx and Kant. I honestly think the fundamental philosophical antagonism in these two is Hegel and Spinoza,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? And
Which
that's
I mean,
where,
you can draw a line, Lacan to Hegel, and D and G, you know, back to Spinoza. Like you can do that.
And do you find Spinoza having much influence at all on Lacan and Žižek?
Yeah.
Like no. And so yeah, I mean that's kind of how we frame things, because at least online, these are the two big sides of theory. And so it's interesting that like two of the main representatives of either side come together and both affirm alienation. So it's like, okay, you come from two different philosophical traditions. And with Laboria Cuboniks, we're talking about 6 or 7 thinkers who, you know, obviously have a whole range of influences. It's not just, oh, they're influenced by D&G and CCRU. No. But they're approaching things from a perspective that isn't Hegelian or Lacanian.
Yeah.
And yet there's an affirmation of alienation. So I think this will be a lot of fun. And again, we've already said they're trying to do a universalist politics. Well, so is Todd McGowan, so is Žižek, so is Badiou. And so and which Land would hate. He's vehemently against universalism.
Even though what's more universal than capital? What's more universal than capital itself?
Yeah. But
it is the universalizing machine.
Yeah. So no, this will be fun. Anything you think needs to be said before we get into the text?
Speaking of embracing alienation, if you haven't read the book, go purchase the book. But if you prefer audiobooks and you use Amazon's Audible, go to Audible, purchase Embracing Alienation on Audible. You might like the guy who read that.
Yeah, it's Nance. So definitely check it out. But no, that was super cool that you got to do that.
It was super cool. Also, yeah, if you're sick of my voice, then don't listen to the audio version. Buy the physical copy and read it for yourself.
Okay, so before we get to the text itself, I love what the inside of the book right here. And I'm not sure if Laboria Cuboniks wrote this. I think they had to have. But it's like the little introduction to the book. And it says biology is not destiny. Okay, well I already agree.
Yeah.
Right, because I mean in my book Capital versus Subjectivity, I think it's in chapter 8, or I should say zone 8, where I lay out my issue with Nick's, if you want to call it his biologism or whatever, but basically even though I'm coming at things from a pretty much a Lacanian Žižekian perspective, I've also been really influenced by Heidegger, and like Heidegger would always privilege ontology over any of the natural sciences, and biology included, of course. And so, no, like I privilege ontology over biology. And so when they say biology is not destiny, what I like about that is it's saying, look, there's an openness we have. We're not reducible to our biology. And that is certainly a position that Lacanians hold, Žižekians hold,
Yep.
and that Heideggerians would hold. And so this is something that, even though, it's interesting to ask, like, is there any kind of theory of the subject operative here? Or is this like a weird thing where they're not doing subjectivity, but they also refuse to reduce us to biological mechanisms?
Yeah, I think I don't know, because for me, biology is not destiny. That's where you discover the subject. Like,
Yeah.
that's precisely where you discover the subject. We just had a great conversation with Cadell, and the way he characterizes it, I think, is brilliant. Biological and cultural. Now, we can also talk about symbolic, imaginary, real, uh, whatever. We could talk about Andy Clark, natural born cyborgs, whatever. But like, it's undeniable that there is a discontinuity between the human, what we think of as the human, and then the meat machine that we ride around on and in. Like, I am not my body.
Mhm.
I am my interiority. Like, I am my thoughts and dreams and hopes and fears. Like, I am, like, when you talk about you, or when I talk about me, the I about which I'm talking is not my body necessarily. While sometimes it is. I can talk about my body's breaking down. Oh, I'm getting older. I'm sick, this and that. More times than not, when I talk about the I, it's this thing that isn't reducible to the body. It's this thing that has hopes and has plans for the future. And oh, I'm gonna go eat tacos. And while I'm eating tacos, I'm gonna enjoy them because they're so tasty and yummy. And I'm gonna put hot sauce on them because it gives me joy. You can't reduce joy down to just a material process. When I talk about where do I want to be 10 years in the future, do I mean literally? Do I mean where does my biological body want to be 10 years in the future? Well, that's part of it, because yes, I want to be healthy and housed and all that. But more than that, I want to have a symbolic life. I want to have a meaningful life. And that's not in biology. Like, that's a clear discontinuity. So it is strange. I think they don't have a subject, but they're also kind of demanding that you recognize the subject by saying biology is not destiny. Like,
Right.
yeah.
I agree. So, okay. Then it says, injustice should not simply be accepted as the way things are. This is the starting point for the Xenofeminist Manifesto, a radical attempt to articulate a feminism fit for the 21st century. Unafraid of exploring the potentials of technology, both its tyrannical and emancipatory possibilities, the manifesto seeks to uproot forces of repression that have come to seem inevitable, from the family to the body to the idea of gender itself. If nature is unjust, change nature.
Change
It's- I
nature.
mean,
That shit goes
just
hard,
a
dude.
classic line.
Yeah.
And look, I know that there's certain people, they would want to double down and defend nature and all of that, but I guess, like, cards on the table, I'm much more sympathetic, to this viewpoint. So,
Hell yeah.
uh, I don't have, I don't think there's, modern capitalism and technology have so taken us away from the human. We had an essence, and all of this has taken us to. No, I don't believe in a human essence in that sense. I
Yeah.
mean, like I say, I like the essence that Negarestani and Wolfendale talk about, where it's like this ongoing process of revision, becoming.
Yeah. Recursive revision, if you will, or an ongoing process of becoming, or an unfolding process.
Which is a process of non-identity, where
Right.
you are what you are not, and it's this
You are
whole process of
precisely what
exploring
you are
that,
not.
opposed to
Yeah.
like, there's just some pure essence or identity of the human, and it's been lost. And yeah, I say no. Let's use technology to revise ourselves, to become, to tap into potentials like that aren't even there. Like literally make virtual potentials potential.
Right. Like we are the creatures that can do that and also do that. Because if we were just locked into our biology, we would just be, I'm sorry, we would just be apes. We'd like, that's just another type of anti-humanism. The people who want to like take up nature and say we need to return to our essence and this and that. That's an anti-humanism. Like the human is precisely this thing that sticks out like a sore thumb.
We're the point at which nature glitched out, and I just
Right.
affirm that.
Yeah.
So,
So let's do it. Let's build skate parks on Mars, everybody. Or you know, let's create a wormhole and discover and explore a new plane of being altogether, or whatever. Like if I don't want to be just another fucking clade of ape, or another another family of mammal or whatever. Like I think we are the beings that are not identical with our material identity. And that's a good thing.
so okay, the book is divided into what, 7 sections? Zero, interrupt, trap, party, adjust, carry, overflow.
Overflow. Okay.
Right here, there's a quote. I don't think it belongs to any of the sections. It says, "Reason, like information, wants to be free."
Yeah, my PDF doesn't have any of the extra stuff.
So yeah, you know what? The thing I was looking at is actually from one of the paragraphs, so it's all there. I think now.
Okay.
I think we've got all the stuff that's not in the PDF.
Nice. Let's do it. Xenofeminism, a politics for alienation. Ours is a world in vertigo. It is a world that swarms with technological mediation, interlacing our daily lives with abstraction, virtuality, and complexity. Xenofeminism constructs a feminism adapted to these realities, a feminism of unprecedented cunning, scale, and vision. A future in which the realization of gender justice and feminist emancipation contribute to a universalist politics assembled from the needs of every human, cutting across race, ability, economic standing, and geographical position. No more futureless repetition on the treadmill of capital, no more submission to the drudgery of labor, productive and reproductive alike, no more reification of the given masked as critique. Our future requires depetrification. Xenofeminism is not a bid for revolution, but a wager on the long game of history, demanding imagination, dexterity, and persistence.
Okay, so obviously lots to discuss here. I mean, look, the description of the world is great. Ours is a world of vertigo. It is a world that swarms with technological mediation, interlacing our daily lives with abstraction, virtuality, and complexity. That's we cannot, and that's why there's all of these growing desires and fantasies about traditional life. Is things are so virtual, things are so complex, structured around computer code, computer technologies that none of us can actually understand the way that technicians do. This leads to this desire for something simpler. And yet, the problem is this retroactive thing. If anybody was to be dropped into these old worlds right now, the first thing they'd be like, wait, no air conditioning?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody, I mean, maybe a couple, but I don't think most people who are entertaining these fantasies actually want them. What the fantasy is an answer to a deadlock, but the problem is the fantasy itself is a bogus answer. It's deceiving you, in ways that you're not aware of.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna go fucking kill a deer with a bow and arrow and then skin it and gut it and carry that motherfucker home and then prepare it? Like, are you really going to do that? It might be fun to do once because you got stoned and you listened to Joe Rogan and you were like, I need to get in touch with my testosterone. I need to fucking go out and get a suntan on my butthole and go kill an elk. Sure, it might be fun once. But if that's what you had to do every time you wanted a snack, I'm sorry, homie. I have a box of goldfish in my pantry right now. And all I got to do is open it, grab it, and I have a scrumptious fucking snack that always smiles back. I don't have to go kill an elk it's like, yeah, the fantasy, there is no world. There's no future. Everything sucks. And so people retreat into these fantasies and they're like, what's causing the most strife in my life? Oh, well, it's work. And oh, it's having emails and it's always being connected. And it's all these demands of a virtual other that you can't really interpret. And you always feel interpolated in some way. And you just feel like the world is so heavy and it's weighing you down. So you have this fantasy of, if I return to the world of Conan the Barbarian or Robert Baratheon or whatever, like things will be better. But surprise, bitch, once you got there, it would suck, dude. Like the world we live in sucks ass, but it's also probably the best world we've ever had. I like couches. I like beds with comforters and duvet covers. I like television.
Why do guys like
and the
you and I
internet.
know what a duvet is? But no,
But
like, I'm sorry, you want heating and cooling. Like,
yeah. At the end of the day, it comes to, and
so people
look,
with these
I
fantasies,
know-
they'll start adding stuff. Well, yeah, like, I want that life, but I want the heating and cooling. Well, yeah, I want
just
the
let-
running water. Well, yeah, I want the
yeah,
indoor
let me
plumbing.
bring this back. Let me bring this back. Let me bring this back. It's like, no, you can't, dude. Like,
Oh, you don't
have
want
to deal with the
You're
world.
fine without your 77-inch OLED 4K
Yeah.
TV. Mm,
Dude, yeah, running water, soap, deodorant, shoes, like all underwear, like all these things.
So what they want is a complete synthesis. They want this, but with the coziness of, a family hearth. And it's just like,
Yeah.
you're not going to get both. And I just think that trying to operate on that basis, it's like, no, this is where I'm accelerationist. We just got to go through the process. And
No way out but through.
no way out but through. And it's not going to look like Little House on the Prairie when we're done with it. So
Yeah. And if it did, it would be because there's a massive machine supporting that,
right,
running behind the scenes that you don't even see.
right.
But it's gone. We would have to build it anew.
Because it's what the real fantasy is. It's diet caffeine free.
Yep.
Little House on the Prairie.
Yep.
Or it's disavowal. It's I
Yep.
want Little House on the Prairie, but I don't want actual like starvation to be a possibility. I don't want
Yeah, I don't want dysentery. Or consumption.
I don't want to like I want to be able to get medical attention if I need it. All of this kind of shit. So
There's
it's
a
like you
brilliant
want
scene.
it, but in Ready Player One, you want it in the Oasis.
Yeah. There's a brilliant scene in that new Pluribus show that I did finish, and I do think it's good. I think it's probably worth watching. I just also there's a lot of hype about it, and I was a bit let down. But I think I'm just let down by everything because I'm just like, yeah, everything sucks. But anyway, there's a brilliant scene in the show in Pluribus where the lady, the protagonist, is in the house and it's the whatever, blah, blah, blah. But there's a scene where wolves come and attack her. And like this demonstrates like you think you want this, but then when the wolves come up and you realize, oh no, like
they're
it
standing in
was
for
the
the real.
modern world. Yeah, like the modern world and all the stuff that's going on was protecting you from the wolves. But now that you're on your own and you're totally isolated and there's no one there to save you, you have to deal with this threat on your own. And like I thought that was a great scene. And yeah, if you went back to Little House on the Prairie right now, chances are the wolves would just eat you, dude.
So what you want is little hyper real Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah.
Little House on the Prairie minus the dysentery and the wolves, which is reality minus the real.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, look, they go on like I love the emphasis on a universalist politics.
Yep.
Both of us are for that. Let's see. Future in which the realization of gender justice and feminist emancipation contribute to a universalist politics assembled from the needs of every human, cutting across race, ability, economic standing, and geographical position. Great. I want it universalist because, yeah, I don't. This whole thing of, I don't know, a certain type of social Darwinism, survival of the fittest. You know, if you don't make it, it's your fault, or you're just weak. Yeah,
Bootstraps.
mhm.
Fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah. So, no more futureless repetition on the treadmill of capital. Obviously, this is a kind of accelerationism, but it's on the technological side,
Yep.
not on the capital side. And so, this division between economics and technology. Remember, Nick Land, Techonomics, they're intertwined. The reason we have this level of technology we have is because of capital. Laboria Cubonics does the Wolfendalian,
Yeah.
Cernachekian, tear them apart. They're separate, and we can have technological acceleration without capital. And obviously, Nick is going to mock that and say, prove it. You've got no reason to say you can have that. But someone like Wolfendale will say, actually, I do have reasons why I think they're separate and why we can have a, institute virtual mechanisms to spur on technological development without having capital do it. So I think obviously they're not pro-capitalist here.
Yeah.
Even though they're a kind of accelerationist, but we got to realize this is solely on the side of technology.
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree that there are, like, I think the human is a much better engine for discovery and for exploration and for I don't know, an expert application of curiosity, which would, technology kind of is this in a way, but I think we have to figure out a way to disconnect it from economics, from capital, because I think right now it is like capital and technology is just functionally one thing at this point, and I think we must separate it. But I do think the human would be a far more effective motor for that. I think like curiosity, when you're free to fail. You don't have to have a material return on your investment. Like I think that's a better attunement or a better comportment towards discovery and exploration, uh, and instrumentalization even than this utilitarian return on investment that capital demands.
Well, and look, the famous criticism of Nick is that he ignores reterritorialization. Like
Yes.
D&G understood that capitalism is this process of deterritorialization and reterritorialization. He modifies it and really just identifies capital with deterritorialization. And so people are like, sorry, you're forgetting something. And one could apply that to say, okay, capitalism does deterritorialize technology, which is to say it unleashes it, it lets it expand, it doesn't keep it locked into some fixed, stable relation. But the counter argument, and I would love to, I don't think we've ever asked Nick this about this famous example, but I think we should, which is what about how it hinders technology, though? Which is to say, there's light bulbs that can last decades. Why don't we have them? Well, capital is sitting there going, well, if you're a producer of light bulbs, that is not economically viable. That, oh, I'm going to sell light bulbs, but people will only buy one once every 80 years or whatever. So you have to, you know, make the thing to fail technologically.
I think Nick would just say, well, yes, of course. Like, because remember, this is a global thing. Like, it's not local. So even one example of planned obsolescence, or even many examples of designed obsolescence, I think most commodities are now designed to be obsoleted and even be replaced, even, before the time of purchase. But I think he would just say, yeah, but you're not looking at the teleoplexic nature of the problem. Like, ultimately, these feedback loops and these systems are additive in some way because they allow for more reinvestment back into capital for this optimization machine. So I honestly could see it from both sides. Like, I think I understand what Nick is saying, where there's this long tail of this thing
The
that
planned
we only see
obsolescence
part of.
actually fuels further technological development.
Right. And ultimately, I think it's true that it does, because it pushes the market forward, because there's always this demand for reinvestment.
And we could say, well,
So
that doesn't serve us. And he would say, yeah, no shit. I never said it
absolutely.
did.
And that's it. And that's, I think, the prime difference is that these, people who just think Nick is defeated there don't understand what Nick is saying. Like, Nick is saying, no, this is a teleoplexic kind of thing, that it is self-serving. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it is this mechanism, and it may look like an idiot to us now. But you have to see the object in time, not just in like the immediate interface with it. And I agree with him I think he's right about that.
Yeah, good point. No more submission to the drudgery of labor. Rock the fuck on.
Yeah.
And even there, like, when we've had our talks with Nick, sorry, he's sympathetic to this too. He doesn't,
Oh yeah.
he's not cheerleading people being in wage labor. This is something, I think if he had it his way, he'd just be like, oh God, capital, just fucking free them already. Just get
Yeah.
rid of this fucking wage labor shit.
Yeah.
Because
oh, yeah.
honestly, if you want capital to have a resurgence where people affirm it as the best system, actually freeing people from work more or less would be the moment in capitalism where it's like, no, we have capitalism minus wage labor, which of course many people would say you can't have that. Capitalism is fueled by the extraction of human surplus value. Got it.
Yep.
If it was modified in such a way to not have wage labor, okay, fine. Maybe it's not even called capitalism anymore. But the system that started off as capitalism got
Yep.
rid of this thing that was the greatest slight against it.
But that sounds like caffeine free Coke. That sounds like, Coke without the caffeine.
Diet caffeine free capital.
Yeah.
And so, but you wonder, look, Marx understood, Land is just following Marx on this one. Capitalism is geared towards automation.
Yes.
So if it's geared towards if this is something capitalism itself is doing, it's not coming from some outside of capital. It's not coming from the Soviet Union. It's not coming from communism. Capitalism is geared towards the automation of the means of production. Then it means that it's geared towards the dissipation of wage labor.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But no more submission to the drudgery of labor, productive and reproductive alike. No more reification of the given masked as critique. Now, that was an interesting. That one really kind of stood out to me. The other ones, I know, yeah, I get it. I'm like, wait, okay, so critique masks, or it can mask, or function to serve in the reification of the given.
Yeah.
So you think critique is what's undermining the given, like the ideological default setting, but somehow critique is playing into it. Critique is ideological.
I mean, I think we
Question
see
is,
this with
what kind of critique are we? Because we're. I mean, it's not. I don't think they'd say that's true of what they're doing.
yeah, or maybe they would say they hope it remains untrue about what they're doing. And, I think that's probably a better way to say that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, we hope we're not doing the thing, but we very well could be, but we hope we're not.
I mean, the Žižekian point is you're most steeped in ideology precisely at the point at which you think you're freed from it.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
I think maybe an example of this would be, and it's not a one for one, but something like modern art, like Jackson Pollock and Andy Warhol. Like
okay.
they were kind of deconstructing art in a way, or at least ostensibly and avowedly that's what they were doing. Shout out Duchamp, the Fountain. I love modern art, but I hate Andy Warhol. I hate Jackson Pollock.
I love Duchamp. People could
I
laugh
do
at the
too.
urinal thing.
I think that's dope.
It's dope when he's the first time he did it, right? Somebody
Yeah.
tried to do this same thing and repeat it. Of course, the effect isn't there. It's you can do this once, but if you do it once,
Apparently, yeah. Apparently, even the Fountain was problematic though, because apparently, he ripped off.
did he?
If I remember it correctly, he ripped off one of his homegirls. So now I don't remember. It's been a long time since I read about this, but allegedly he ripped off someone, and I think that person might have been a woman, or it might have just been another guy. But yeah, apparently he was a dickhead. But I don't know. Maybe that was propaganda. Maybe that was a psyop to get me to hate Dadaism. I don't fucking know.
Look, I'll just say, like, this whole thing of it is one of the greatest examples of deterritorialization and decoding, right? You take the same goddamn object, but you place it in a different position, in a different space, in a different semiotic context, and it's completely changed. And so, I mean, from the Lacanian perspective, this just goes to show the power of the symbolic,
Yeah.
where, the material thing is not changed. Look, here's a funny example of this power of the signifier or of the symbolic totally transfiguring you while you just remain materially exactly the same. I experience this every day. So when I'm doing deliveries, when I'm a delivery driver, I have a certain symbolic status. I'll just walk in back doors and dock doors and all this stuff just without even thinking about it. Why? Because the symbolic has granted me access. Now,
Yep.
if I'm not clocked in and I'm just walking around as a citizen or a consumer or whatever, I wouldn't think of walking
Yep.
through these doors.
Yep.
But when I put on, and it's similar to the phallus, right? The judge, has the insignia, so the judge is officially a judge. The police officer's badge, whatever, is embodying the phallus. But that signifier, if you put it on, you have this symbolic status that otherwise you don't. In none of these examples do our material bodies change at
Yep.
all, but the symbolic has this effect. And I think Duchamp kind of has this great example of this, like, where everybody can get, like, somehow this fucking urinal is transfigured. It's completely changed, but nothing about it materially has changed.
Yeah. I think the art heist at the Louvre near the end of last year, I think those guys just put on vests, high vis vests,
Mhm.
and walked into the restricted area. I think that's how it went down.
It's so simple. How,
Yeah.
you put one sign on that indicates
Yep.
you're a worker or you're there, somehow you get access to the back, the behind the scenes
Dude,
part of the building.
like I've spent so much time in restricted areas because I'm crew here. Like I work here. I'm just, and no one even questions it. Like 99 times out of 100, no one ever questions it because you symbolically that is your role, so you can go wherever the fuck you want to go.
Dude, and Nance, what's crazy is how instantaneous. Or no, so keep going. I'll
I
finish.
just to finish off the Andy Warhol thing. Like what, what was he doing? Oh, I'm critiquing modern art and I'm deconstructing art and blah blah blah, this and that. But what it really did was it just kind of reified the existing art snob world where like, oh, I'm gonna paint this, painting of a Campbell soup can, which maybe it was a good idea in its germ form, but the way it kind of became just the same ossified art bullshit world, like it just went to reify the bullshit fucking, oh, it's so avant-garde sign value bullshit. uh but yeah, like I think modern art was an attempt to critique art, and
Hmm.
it became just reification of the given, like, oh, this is the art world, we have to pay 10 million for this painting because it's a painting.
Yeah. Look, I just think that if anybody who's like, oh, I don't even know if I believe that this symbolic order is even really a thing. Oh yeah, you do. And all you have to do, all right, it's almost like a test. Like anybody who rejects, oh, the symbolic, what blah blah blah, you guys go on and on about this. It's bullshit. What's really real is bodies. Okay, let's test that hypothesis. Okay, we're gonna have you get a job where you're a delivery driver. You're
Yep.
clocked in on the job and you have an order to deliver. We're gonna take it. We'll go to the dock, unload it, put it on the dolly, take it in, and deliver it and leave. Now, come back out to the dock. Say, okay, now clock out on your phone.
Yep.
Clock out. Now go back in.
Yep.
And but I can't go back in now.
Yep.
What's changed? I thought there's
Yep.
no symbolic. I thought it's just material bodies. You would
Yep.
feel like, oh, I can't walk in now.
Yep. Or yeah,
Just because you've hit a
the
button on your,
the phenomenon of a high vis vest and a clipboard will get you access to virtually anywhere.
Yep.
Like that right there is a perfect example of how the symbolic changes the world you're living in.
Well,
And
look, even if
the
you're not really a cop, even if you're going to break the rules, if you put on the cop outfit and walk around, oh, you're going to be treated
Yep.
differently.
Yep. Dude, I accidentally pulled somebody over one time.
What?
I had a Crown Vic. I had a Crown Victoria, which is the standard cop car here in America. And I, when you're on the freeway and you're racing people, you'll like flash your headlights to get someone's attention, like, hey, you want to race? And I used to do race cars and shit when I was younger because it was cool. I was behind somebody and I was trying to get someone else's attention on the freeway, and the person that was in front of me thought I was a cop because I had a cop car and I was flashing my headlights at them, and they like started slowing down and like pulled over onto the shoulder, and I just kept driving, but I was like, did I just pull somebody over, dude? But it's that, like, because it looked like a cop car. It had the cop car headlights, very distinct, and I was flashing them, and this person thought, oh, this guy's arresting me. I said, no, bitch, I'm trying to get myself arrested.
The car behind me has phallic authority, and then they see you drive
Yeah.
by and they're like, I'm gonna kick that motherfucker's ass.
Yeah, dude, I got a
Because
bucket.
it's just a switch. And it all is happening at the level of the symbolic, not at the level of bodies. Nothing changes.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
and this is why the symbolic is our reality. That's why Lacan says if you're not duped by the symbolic fiction, you're more duped than those who operate as if the symbolic is really real. Because it is real. It's the most real of our reality, in a sense. It's not the real, but it's what
But it's
counts.
reality. It's reality. Like that's making this distinction between the real and then reality. Like, yeah, we do live in this world of symbolic fictions. We do live in this world of games. It's a game that we're playing. It's a giant language game.
Yep. But if you're not tapped into it, if you're not duped by it, you're the one who's actually truly duped. And the term for that is psychotic. Okay. I love this line. Our future requires depetrification. Now, obviously, that echoes Mark Fisher. Future's been canceled. All right, well, let's uncancel it. XF, Xenofeminism, is not a bid for revolution, but a wager on the long game of history, demanding imagination, dexterity, and persistence. So they're not trying to be revolutionaries, right? This is a kind of accelerating incrementalism,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, or maybe, even saying like, I don't know, because what does revolution better than anything else? Capitalism does revolution
Right,
better and
but
harder than
it's a
anybody else.
never-ending process. But I think they're saying they're not going for the punctuated revolution of the Marxist
Y-
variety.
Yeah, yeah, like I think they're saying like, yeah, we're trying to recast the world. Like we're not just trying to do the same old, and we're not trying to do something that's again, reification of the given disguised as critique. Like I think a lot of radical politics is doing that. It presents itself as radical or revolutionary, and it turns out it's just more the same with a new paint job.
Yep. What do you think? Should we go to the next one?
Do it. Xenofeminism seizes alienation as an impetus to generate new worlds. We are all alienated, but have we ever been otherwise? It is through, and not despite, our alienated condition that we can free ourselves from the muck of immediacy. Freedom is not a given, and it's certainly not given by anything natural. The construction of freedom involves not less, but more alienation. Alienation is the labor of freedom's construction. Nothing should be accepted as fixed, permanent, or given, neither material conditions nor social forms. Xenofeminism mutates, navigates, and probes every horizon. Anyone who's been deemed unnatural in the face of reigning biological norms, anyone who's experienced injustices wrought in the name of natural order, will realize that the glorification of nature has nothing to offer us. The queer and trans among us, the differently abled, as well as those who have suffered discrimination due to pregnancy or duties connected to child rearing. Xenofeminism is vehemently anti naturalist. Essentialist naturalism reeks of theology. The sooner it is exercised, the better. I love that line.
There's some just classic lines in this thing. Okay, I just want to take the opportunity. So, first page of Todd McGowan's Embracing Alienation: Why We Shouldn't Try to Find Ourselves. This is the first page of the introduction. So here Todd says, alienation sounds unappealing. The term itself creates the impression of a disruptive process that we should find a way to avoid. No one has ever said to their friends, let's all go get alienated. Alienation seems to have nothing in common with pleasant activities like forming a community, embarking on a romance, hanging out with friends, eating pizza, playing tennis, or getting drunk. These are things that people take up eagerly in contrast to alienation. Even in everyday parlance, we treat alienation as a lamentable condition that we should try to avoid. We want to help the teenager escape it or lead the alienated outsider toward feeling more integrated. Theoretically, following the thinking of Karl Marx, leftists imagine political activity as a fight against alienation. From almost every perspective, people view alienation as a problem to be surmounted. But this verdict on alienation misses its emancipatory quality. Alienation has historically gotten a bad rap. We should think of alienation much more positively than we do. We should think of it as the basis for our capacity for transcending whatever our given situation might be. Revising it. We should sit around extolling the virtues of alienation and trying to find ways to heighten our experience of it. So, it's just I read just to make this point that you know this is why when the two sides are in an agreement, obviously we take notice of that, and
Yeah.
you know, uh, this is just something I think they're both right on. That here's the thing. There's a way to play with the word alienation where, so we can say actually Marx was right about alienation, because what capitalist alienation does is alienate us from our alienation.
Yeah.
But you have to do this doubling to make it work. What I mean by that is being trapped in wage labor stifles your development. It keeps you locked with inside of a cycle without time and energy to devote to developing your passions for self-revision, and it just gives you this kind of zombie life where you don't have access to change, to develop, etc. And it just stultifies you every day, day in, day out. And that alienates you from your ontological alienation, which is about this type of becoming or revision, or pursuing this non-identity with yourself and seeing where it takes you. And you can't do that in wage labor.
Yeah.
And so my thing is, I want to save Marx and bring him into this too. But I think to do it, we have to rethink species being, not as some. But here's the thing: you can do so. Todd is all about non-belonging, opposed to belonging. But you can say we belong in our non-belonging. Our home is our alienation, right? And so if we rethink species being as alienated, self-revising, passionate activity, then yes, we're alienated from that in a bad sense via wage labor.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think, I think that's it right there. I think species being is this kind of biocultural tension. Like that is what we are. We are this discontinuity between the material and the symbolic. Like that is what we are.
That is subjectivity.
Yeah.
So
and
I mean,
we
alienated, alienation for us is just a name for subjectivity.
Yeah.
And in that sense, capitalism does alienate us from subjectivity by the identity as wage laborer. This reification of ourselves to the identity of wage laborer, this reductionism, does alienate, in the bad sense, us from our good alienated form of being.
Yeah, I mean, when you're walking around all the time, clocked in as the worker who has access to, some of these prohibited zones, but that's all you do. All your time is spent locked into this symbolic identity, and then when you clock off, you go home and you don the role of consumer.
Yeah.
You never have time to be nothing. You never have time to explore. Well, what might I be today? Am I a Zoogie-Loo? Am I a Goofle-Gork? Am I fucking Goofy from the Goof Troop movie? What am I? Like we're not given this freedom to explore, and like that has to be the stakes are different. It's not to say there's no stakes, because I think there's more stakes than anything else. I think the stakes are subjectivity. The stakes are life itself, but they're different. It's not about return on investment. It's about unfolding off into the future.
Well, yeah, and this kind of revisionism, again, this Wolfendale and Negarestani, if you're not free to revise, you die. Now, you might be a living death. You might be biologically alive, but you're existentially dead if you cannot have the freedom to passionately and spontaneously revise yourself on the basis of truth and knowledge, learning new things, right? Having different experiences of the world, right? This rich sort of existential revisionism. If you don't have that, yes, you are alienated in the bad sense from your alienation.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's it.
Lack. Your fundamental lack.
Yeah. Look, I'm just saying, on this question of alienation, I really think it's possible to say Todd McGowan, Jacques Lacan, Slavoj Žižek, because Slavoj he supports alienation too. Laboria, Cuboniks, Karl Marx are all on the same page on this. It's just Marx uses the language differently than they do. But if you do a charitable reading of him, you can salvage his points and integrate it into this.
Well, and I think it tracks. I mean, like he is talking about like learning and growing and discovering. Like he is explicitly mentioning these things when he's talking about alienation. And you can't do that. You can't do that if you're locked into this symbolic role that kind of fills in your fundamental lack with a new essence. And it's the filling in of that lack that's what alienates you from this primordial alienation. Right. And it creates a new gap. It creates a new contradiction, but there's no freedom in that contradiction because you're a singular thing. Like you're just an object. You're just a peg in a pegboard. You're a worker, consumer, or political enemy, or like whatever it is. You're just totally objectified. Yeah.
Okay, so coming back to this paragraph, xenofeminism seizes alienation as an impetus to generate new worlds. Yes, new worlds can come into being because we don't have a fixed set of positive essential properties that make, like, our essential property is this non-identical property of not being ever reducible to our identity, right? So I don't know. It's an inessential essence.
Yeah.
And so we are all alienated, but have we ever been otherwise? It is through and not despite, and that's the point. That's the problem with those fantasies of traditional living that we were talking about, is they act like, oh, we weren't alienated. We were 100% completely at home where we belong. No, they weren't.
Yeah.
We've always already been alienated. And those people 1,000 years ago were still stuck dealing with this friction between identity and subjectivity, between social identity and this capacity to develop, to revise, to be different. And that's been there all along. So that's the problem with the fantasy, is fantasy gives you, like, this is pure belonging. This is pure substantial identity, and nothing else, there's nothing else that undermines this or gets in the way. No. It's the fantasy of substantial being.
Yep.
So, and they go on, it is through and not despite our alienated condition that we can free ourselves from the muck of immediacy. Right. We are beings of mediation. And it's funny. This is something Kierkegaard was interested in. He viewed the aesthetic sphere as this sphere of immediacy. I just whatever you want, whenever you want it. It's all about me. Nothing else matters. I'm just doing it. It's narcissistic. It's egotistical, and it's self-centered. Whereas when you follow the existential dialectic, you make the leap into the ethical. Now you're in this domain of radical mediation. There's so many factors. I have a duty to others. I have a duty to my country. I have a duty to the institutions that are part of my world. And where do I fit into this? What is my duty to them? It's a completely mediated thing. Religious sphere, mediated immediacy, which is, okay, I've gone through all of this, this sense of duty and connection to other people in my world and my society, but now I'm back into the immediacy of a relationship with God. So that's Kierkegaard saying. I just think it's important that this kind of this immediacy that we're constantly dealing with in our world. I mean, Anna Kornblue is the great theorist of this, right? And what we want, mediation takes time and energy. You have to be able to step back, to be able to ponder, to reflect. And you can't do it when you have no time and energy, you're burnt out, you're exhausted. And so, yeah, but the superego, capital, they all keep us on this immediacy plane of existence, of just enjoy, work, consume, go to bed, just do this, and there's no space for long mediated reflection.
Yeah.
Freedom is not a given, and it's certainly not given by anything natural. I mean, I love that so much, and I love it from a Lacanian Žižekian perspective. Freedom is this thing that is in relation to the symbolic order, and then it has to do with your either embrace of it or rejection of it, or however that works out. But freedom is opened up through entering the symbolic. It's not something in nature. So, determinists will say, we're determined by our biology, but what they don't get, the Lacanian perspective is, yeah, but we're cut away from our biology via the symbolic, via the interest into language. We're not reducible to it because of that. And that opens up this space of freedom. And the symbolic is not anything natural. So it's, neither is freedom.
Yep.
The construction of freedom involves not less, but more alienation. Fucking great line. The more alienated you are, the freer you become, the more possibilities are opened up to you. Alienation is the labor of freedom's construction. Just another great line. Nothing should be accepted as fixed, permanent, or given, neither material conditions nor social forms. Now, obviously, I agree with their point here. The thing of like, are there stubborn? I don't. Yes, in this like deeper sense, I don't think anything is fixed once and for all. But like on a certain time span, there are very stubborn structures that it's very hard to imagine undermining or bringing them to cease to be like any time soon.
Yeah.
But
I also think it is important to recognize the contingency of everything. Like ultimately at the end of the day, I don't know, maybe barring entropy or maybe barring thermodynamics, everything is contingent. Well, and you could even say thermodynamics is itself contingent on whatever ultimately constructed the universe. Like that the universe itself is contingent, right? Like, yeah, it just so happens that we're here.
I mean, Charles Sanders first emphasized that the laws of the universe themselves had to become.
Yeah. It just so happens that we find ourselves here. But we are here. And yeah, viewing anything as fixed or permanent. Now, it's also important to realize there are necessities of life. Like there are like metabolic necessities that like there is necessity. We need to labor. I do need to eat. I do need protection. I do yes, there are all these things, but they're also contingent.
And they might say, hey, in the future though, we won't have to we won't have to sleep. Right. We won't have to eat.
Sure. And I think sure. Maybe not. But yeah, no, I do think it is good to emphasize the contingency of all things. I do think it's good. While also, coming back and saying, yeah, I think, and the reason is, essentialist naturalism reeks of theology. I similarly am, reviled by essentialism and, having a lack of imagination and then just chalking it up to, well, that's just the way it is. It's like, no, that's a failure of your imagination, homie. We're the creatures who imagine things. We're the creatures who create new things. So yeah, it's a tension. It's a contradiction. And we have to ride that contradiction off into the future And I think like taking up our position, let's hang 10 off the side of the surfboard as we do it instead of cowering back near the back of the surfboard and just be taken along wherever authority or symbolic authority would have us go.
My thing is, again, I alluded to this earlier, but this is where we start to already get into it, where yes, for us as theorists, we're sitting there going, yeah, we agree.
Yeah.
If you're trying to do a universalist politics where you're trying to organize normies, then this whole like radical destabilization or deterritorialization process, it's most people don't. If you ask them if they're okay with, like, hey, what if we don't have to sleep one day or we modify ourselves? If it's off in the future, they're like, yeah, well, things change. But humans get very dangerous the moment they feel like all of the things that structure their lives are being
Yes.
undermined. And
Yes.
so theoretically you can be for something, but then I sit there and I'm like, yeah, but how do you sell this to people who are just trying to live their lives and have families? And and then I mean, when we get to the gender stuff, it's like, yeah, I think a
Yep.
lot of it in principle or abstract, a lot of people would go for. A lot of people are fundamentally invested in sexuation, the family, traditional roles, even in the remnants of traditional roles, if you want to call it what we have now.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're not bad. I don't want to I don't shame them for that. Not everybody's a gender theorist.
Yeah, no. People need stability. Like when you think about change, and it may sound good. It may be, yeah, or it may sound, I don't know, indifferent. You may be like, yeah, I don't really give a shit. I am really only concerned with paying my bills and eating and like taking care of my like the things closest to me. And that's fair too. And that's understandable. And I I feel you, homie. But like when you start thinking about change, you start thinking about the lack of stability, and then you start to enter like a scarcity mindset and you feel threatened. So you can't develop a universalist politics that is overtly kind of founded in revolution, change, recasting everything. Like you can talk about it, but it can't be the foundation of a
Because
universalist
most people,
platform.
if you've grown up, if you're 20 years old or 30, you've already taken in the other's
Yeah.
desire. You have fundamental coordinates in your fantasy scape that orient what you want out of life.
Yep.
And if you feel like a certain philosophy is a threat to that, you're going to have major and that's why the right can talk about postmodern
Yep.
neo-Marxism, and they can do this thing with the woke and all this because they take points that certain leftists make in theory and then weaponize them and say this is a threat to your everyday life here and now.
Yeah. And it's
And that's what
funny.
I want to avoid.
It's funny that the people that do that, they're like they tend to be doing precisely what they're accusing the radical left of. Like that's just the way it works out. Like look at Jordan Peterson, look at that one guy, I can't remember his fucking name now. But I mean there's tons of them. Douglas Murray, like there's all these people who are just doing postmodernism. Like they are doing this wishy-washy, yeah, whatever you want, whenever you want it, whatever you need, I'll be whoever the fuck you want. That's what they're doing, and but that's what they're accusing the left of. It's fucking funny, but that still falls on deaf ears. Like when you're talking to the average everyday person who's just trying to work, they're trying to take care of their family, maybe they, like whatever their conditions are, they already are trapped in scarcity. And so they already are flailing. Their head is barely above water. So you got to give these people a
And
break.
if what they want is just to get married and have kids and do the traditional thing, if
Sure.
you sit there and say, how dare you, it's regressive, this is not the future,
Yeah.
you just lost them.
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
a lot more of them than there are you.
Yep.
And
Well,
so
and there is a way to like
you can
talk
do it.
about
You can finesse it.
you can finesse it, but doing it at scale is very, very difficult because it requires it requires like my brother, talk to my brother all the time. He and I have very different worldviews. Um, he's a devout practicing Baptist, I think is what he is now. Um, but we have conversations all the time, and he's actually woke as fuck. Like my brother, like he's woke as fuck in the best way possible. But there's constantly these tensions where like we'll have a conversation, and at first he's like, "This is evil," and then I'm like, "Okay, let's sit down and talk. We'll talk for 5 hours," and then he's like, "Oh, now I see that Ben Shapiro is actually tricking me, and he's appealing to." My faith in God and my desire to protect my wife and my children. Like he's appealing to these things that are important to me and that are totally valid, and he shouldn't be ripped away from him. But people like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson and all these other right wing fuckholes, they're hoodwinking people. And it requires, let's talk about that for 5 hours. Like, why do you think the possibility of a person transitioning their gender, why do you think that's evil? Well, he thinks it's evil on the surface because Ben Shapiro told him it's evil. And it's like, well, let's sit down and actually talk about it, homie. And don't you actually think it would be a good thing for a person to be able to explore and discover and maybe not even be locked into this oppressive contingent structure? He's like, yeah, I think it's good. I think all these things are good. And then, but you can't just come out and say like, turn everybody transgender because then he'll freak the fuck out.
Talking heads in the mass media do is convince us that the other side is here to do one thing: steal our enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
And
scapegoating.
I'm sorry, like I see the talking heads on the left act like the Trump base. All they want is to steal every ounce of enjoyment from you. And all this,
Yep.
and they flip it, and the woke college kids just want to steal every ounce of enjoyment from normal, traditional, blah 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 blah. And the vast majority of people are not reducible to that, but it sure works to mobilize people on some knee-jerk, libidinal, reactive type
Yep.
shit.
People who are trapped in scarcity, people who are backed into a corner, and they don't have the resources to mediate. They don't have the resources to reflect and situate everything. They're just like, oh, you're trying to take fucking food out of my mouth, oh, like, or you're trying to threaten my little slice of stability. Well, then I have to mobilize
And
against
that
you.
is why
And that's
Zizek said, like the most effective ideological weapon is scapegoating, because you take people who are in terrible situations. They're facing a multitude of problems which they can't begin to understand because they're economic, political, blah blah blah. I mean, even religious. The theology's over their head. Like they don't have the time and energy, or they don't have the space of revisionism to be able to engage with all of these problems. So they're overloaded with the weight of this just giant web of structural problems, and somebody comes along and gives them great relief by saying it's all because of them over there.
Yep.
And this is the psychologically relieving component of the figure of the scapegoat, the ideological scapegoat. And it works on both sides.
Yep.
And look, of course, you and I are lean left. I mean, that's not a shock to anybody who watches us. But the scapegoating, I don't care who does it more or less. If anybody's tapped into that, it's going to make the situation worse. If what you're trying to do is a universalist politics, so the language has to be as universalist as possible.
Absolutely.
So I'm just saying, like, this is where I can really agree with the theoretical points, but sometimes I would sit there, if I read that to a normie, they're going to be red flagged.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, this is like the radical academic leftism that wants to, steal my life from me, which, sorry, you know, that's not that's not where they're coming from when they're writing this.
Yeah.
But it's easy with a Ben Shapiro like figure to take it and just they hate
Dude,
you
yeah.
and want you not to live your life.
I mean, can you imagine Ben Shapiro reading this to his audience? Oh my God, look at this. They're trying to, oh my God.
Oh my God.
But
Can you imagine Amy Ireland having a conversation with Ben Shapiro?
I mean, I honestly think that would be dope because I think Ben would fold.
Well, yeah.
Like I think he would just melt like in fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark. I think his fucking skin would just like start to melt like this. But
and then Amy's
he
face would go
it.
all cutesy, like a little anime character.
Little kawaii fucking yeah. But no, I mean I don't know. I think yeah, like reading this and then discussing it is like it's actually a cool thing to be doing.
This gets to a point,
like,
Nance, where I'm like, does some theory needs to be kept for just us?
The esoteric and the exoteric. That's the thing, man. I think us reading this and discussing it is probably good. Whereas
because guys like you and I don't read and discuss this, but we do read and discuss this.
Right. That's the thing. But I think if we just read it without any discussion,
yeah,
I think people would be like, oh, you see, they're saying all this fucked up shit. So like, I actually think putting on display shit that we are already doing, which is reading and discussing shit like this, but then doing it in public.
No,
I think
bring it out
that's good
into the open and have the conversation.
Because I think they're necessary conversations.
Yeah.
And I think that this position is valid, and I also think the position of the hardworking, super religious, traditional Christian guy, I think he has a valid position too. Because at the end of the day, he has existential fears, and he's stuck in scarcity, and his material conditions are oppressing him. And then so, you know, you could say, oh well, you know, maybe he's a millionaire small business owner and this and that. Yeah, sure, maybe. But it's just true. Like he doesn't have the time to think about this stuff. So he's just afraid of it all because he thinks it's all, you know, that's the enemy. That's the bad person. So I think having that conversation, yeah, it's good if you do it appropriately. Now, if you do it like Ben Shapiro would, then yeah, you're just like adding fuel to the fire of ignorance and bullshit.
And getting rich off it.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think is there theory that should be like esoteric and exoteric? I don't know, man. At the end of the day, there's a huge part of me.
See, isn't that the problem with the occult shit is like they want.
Yeah. But I don't know. Like it's a valid question because maybe I don't know. But initially, and then also there's a huge part of me that wants to say no. We should be open. I reject the noble lie. I reject trying to be, you know, the engineer, the puppeteer behind the scenes. Like I think we should do everything out in the open. Mm-hmm. I think that's probably the way it should be. Although I'm not 100% on that. Like maybe somebody could come to me with another example and say, "Well, do you think this should be public?" I've never come across anything that I think should remain esoteric. And yeah,
I mean, it's funny.
That is
we've
the
been
thing.
Talking about Plato a lot lately. You know, he had his hidden doctrine, right?
Yeah.
Which you could talk about as the occult Plato.
Yeah.
And when I think of stuff like that, I'm like, yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like it. I feel like no, that's the whole like that's the thing. we have to engage ethically.
Yeah.
And how can you engage ethically if you're already starting off on this point of deception?
Well,
like willful deception.
No, it's like, okay, just bring it out into the open and let it stand under public scrutiny. And we'll see if some sort of essentialist, traditionalist argument can beat this. I mean, the arguments for that stuff that I've seen I feel like Shania Twain, they don't impress me much. But
impress me much. Michel Foucault has entered the chat. but I mean, I think, hey, they were trying to figure stuff out, and it wasn't just Foucault. There was, a lot of French weirdos at the time, but no, I mean, I think they were asking questions, and I don't know,
Okay.
man, but yeah,
Um, anyone who's been deemed unnatural in the face of reigning biological norms, anyone who's experienced injustices wrought in the name of the natural order, will realize that the glorification of nature has nothing to offer us. The queer and trans among us, the differently abled, as well as those who have suffered discrimination due to pregnancy or duties connected to child rearing. Xenofeminism is vehemently anti naturalist. Essentialist naturalism reeks of theology. The sooner it is exercised, the better. I just, I agree. And look, everybody I know, like even the most well intentioned normies, whenever they make these appeals to nature, they are ultimately rooted in theology.
yep,
And it's ultimately rooted in, I don't want to reckon with that complexity. I'm trying to avoid it because I mean, sorry, like Hubert Dreyfus had this story where he was teaching in his classroom uh, basically about groundless grounds. And he said that one of the students became noticeably distressed
Hmm.
and then actually vomited because they had never thought about how every value and every principle that their life is based on is ultimately groundless. For you and me, this is like groundlessness is something we take in with our morning coffee. But
yeah,
at first, this can be this moment of great philosophical vertigo, which can
yep,
drive people away from philosophy.
yep,
I mean, the dangerous maybe. Why do I use that? It comes from Nietzsche, and it's a way of talking about the the threatening potential of philosophy itself, the way that dangerous questioning can truly has a power, like Rage
yeah,
Against Machine, because I know the power of a question, right? Like, and so I understand that there are people who are less philosophically inclined. This whole thing with Aristotle, all men, which all humans by nature desire to know. Yeah, some more than others. Um,
yeah,
and I think just trying to view all humans as little philosophers in waiting is probably not the right approach. I think some of us just it sounds funny. People would say doing philosophy is the most boring thing you could do, but there is a thrill-seeking dimension to it.
yeah,
And anybody who really does it knows what I mean by that. And not that's not going to be for everybody.
yeah,
So when we're talking about contingency and groundlessness and that nothing is actually fixed or stable and there's nothing natural, like I can sit there and go, yeah, 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 you're talking my language. I'm just saying this can scare the normies.
absolutely, man. Scaring the hose. And I apologize for it's horrible that I said that
During the
in
discussion
this
of feminism,
yeah,
you have to.
yeah, but s- scaring the hose, that's a thing. That's a thing that most often overzealous young men find themselves doing in public
Which
when
is
they're
to say, you're going to do something
overzealous or
off-putting toward that women find off-putting.
yeah, that in general in general it's young men who are doing the things, and in general it's young women who find these things off-putting or distasteful in some way. Uh, yeah, philosophy has this tendency to scare everybody, not just not just one half.
Or we're
Oh,
just each and every one of us. We're all hoes.
yeah, that's probably it. When it
Yeah.
comes to when it comes to philosophy, we take the symbolic position of the oh.
So Yeah, I mean, look, and the fact that it's rooted in theology again, I have friends who, it's just not natural. Like that's not the way, and you always go, well, where'd this natural way come from? God. Came from God. Really? Can we chip away at that, or can we question that? No.
Well, I mean, by that logic, don't drive your car, homie, because humans naturally don't travel faster than 7 miles an hour.
Don't
Or
clip your
don't fly in an
fingernails
airplane.
either.
Yeah, don't clip your fingernails, don't cut your hair, don't put on deodorant, don't shave, don't shower, don't do any of this stuff because that's the state of nature that God put us in.
Mm-hmm.
Like that to me, that falls apart just like that.
Do
Don't use a
asses
fork,
wipe
bitch.
themselves naturally?
Well, that's dude. There's people legitimately who, and they're in this, largely reactionary tendency of returning to nature. But I mean, there's people who don't wipe their ass and don't wear deodorant, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna lay down on my back and let my butthole catch some sun rays and get a suntan, and I'm not gonna wipe my butt, and I'm not gonna practice hygiene. Liver King, look at Liver King. That guy didn't shower, didn't wear deodorant. He was like, I'm only gonna eat fucking organs of animals and shit. And then he did a bunch of steroids and like tried to kill Joe Rogan. But like that's a huge thing.
Doing steroids natural?
No, but it's a complex disavow. Like
I hear
it's
all that
bullshit.
and I just think to myself, being a cyborg has never sounded so great.
No, I know, dude. And that's the thing. Like it's just pointing that out to people. Like if they were genuine in their saying, well, it's just not natural, and it, God made whatever is natural, and then it'd be like, okay, then you can't have a fork, you can't wipe your ass.
Well, Nance,
and if they
if
were like,
God
okay,
made it, is nature natural?
I mean, I think God is nature. Nature is God.
You know what I mean, though. They're not talking about
Yeah.
Spinoza's type of God.
Yeah. But no, I mean, if these people were genuine in that, it would be like, okay, dude, go climb a tree. Like, or go kill a saber-toothed tiger with a sharp rock and put its fucking, go do that, dude. The world we live in is so unnatural. What are you talking about?
Because they've already started down like if you're using a sharp rock, you've already figured out the technological insight. You can't even use the rock.
Well, and that's the thing. But so people do that and they say, well, it's just unnatural. And then you push back on it a little bit. And then almost fuck, dude. They just say like, yeah, man, I don't know. I don't have time. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't got time for this right now. And this is where we have to think the
class dynamic of it.
Yes.
There's a lot of it where it's not that they just truly believe what they're rejecting, like or what they're embracing. Either way, it's that they don't have the time to deal with this shit.
Yeah.
And so this is where the theorist has a responsibility and obligation to go, okay, I can't fucking be mad at them. I can't hold them to this standard. They're just trying to get by.
They're just trying to work, pay their bills, survive, do something meaningful. Like, yeah,
as much as they can.
Hold that against people. And I think, academic literature, academic theory and philosophy does tend to, the probably the most common mistake in all of it is forgetting about the average everyday person.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Next one.
Why is there so little explicit, organized effort to repurpose technologies for progressive gender political ends? Xenofeminism seeks to strategically deploy existing technologies to re-engineer the world. Serious risks are built into these tools. They are prone to imbalance, abuse, and exploitation of the weak. Rather than pretending to risk nothing, Xenofeminism advocates the necessary assembly of techno-political interfaces responsive to these risks. Technology isn't inherently progressive. its uses are fused with culture in a positive feedback loop that makes linear sequencing, prediction, and absolute caution impossible. Technoscientific innovation must be linked to a collective theoretical and political thinking in which women, queers, and the gender nonconforming play an unparalleled role.
Okay. Why is there so little explicit organized effort to repurpose technologies for progressive gender political ends? Okay, well, it's because normies don't care about it.
Yeah.
Because the gender, like the revolution in gender, is not something on the average person's mind. If you're
I think,
if you're not hetero cis, and I understand how that can be on your mind, obviously, but
yeah,
hetero cis people, it's not. And this is where I'll just defend normies. It's just not a problem they're dealing with in their day-to-day life, and so it's not on their radar. And this
I
gets
think,
into this whole thing. Well, it should be on your radar. Okay, but they also but this is where a lot of shit should be on their radar. But it
yeah,
can't be on their radar.
that's,
Yeah, they
yeah,
say do the work is like this left activist thing. Like,
that, do the work, or it's not my job to educate you. It's like, motherfucker, if you're going to be out here advocating for something, then it is precisely your job to educate everyone with whom you speak and everyone with whom has not been educated before. And I
want
ugh,
to.
I
This is
fucking
where
hate that, dude.
because here's the thing: I can switch on a dime and defend the gender accelerationist side like that, but then I can switch and defend the normies because I'm stuck in both worlds, and I'm glad
Yeah.
I don't mean stuck like in a bad. I want to be in this intersection, this crossroads.
Mhm.
But I mean, the normie can just say, okay, you want me to do the work, which is go read hundreds of books on gender theory and race theory. Okay, fine. Then you do the work of freeing me from work. Get me out of
Yeah.
work, and then maybe I'll have some time and energy to be able to devote. And so I don't know. The activists might say it doesn't take that much work. We read a lot of books.
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, it does take a lot of work.
Yeah. I mean, I think probably a lot of activists haven't really done the work either. I think it is the case that for a lot of activists, they're engaging in what presents itself as critique, but is in fact masked reification of givens.
Boom.
And though that's kind of conflict and strife and scapegoating and otherizing and
No,
ostracization.
it's the
And
bad
I
tendencies
genuinely
of the
do.
activism. The bad
Yeah.
tendencies, it is simulation. You get enjoyment from antagonizing
Mhm.
normies or people who don't
The
understand any of this counterintuitive thinking.
the person who it seems to be the case that they've stolen your enjoyment, because look at that straight white man over there with 2.4
The
kids and a
heterosis male,
dog and
yeah.
a truck and a house in the suburbs. He's so happy, he's enjoying life, he's got it all figured out, and I'm over here struggling. I'm a homeless punk rocker in the streets, and I'm gender queer, and fucking I'm on the run from the cops, and I'm constantly in physical danger, and I have to protect. And yeah, all of these things are true, but that guy didn't steal your fucking enjoyment. You guys started out in different places.
In
You
fact,
had
the
different
guy's in
journeys.
a terrible marriage.
Yeah.
His wife and him don't get along at all. They're constantly fighting in front of the kids. They're trying to not do that because they know that that's fucked up for the kids. Then they're trying to, but if they get divorced, it makes things like everybody's dealing with something, and some people are dealing with more than others. But
Yeah.
nobody has all of the concentrated, monopolized jouissance except maybe Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, but
Yeah. Ugh.
that's another
The
story.
thing. So I do think there is a lot of implicit effort to maintain the status quo. And so I think gender politics, I think, is a really powerful implicit force, because there are a lot of people who want normalcy. And normalcy is kind of predicated on the oppression of women. Just in the world we live in today, like I don't know, it happens all the time, like from the individual level. Like, you think at the level of like people's houses. Like, it's just assumed that the woman is going to cook, the woman is going to clean, the woman is going to do all the reproductive labor, not just birthing children, but also maintaining the household and this and that. But it's also true that now we live in a time of dual income families where women have to work and men have to work because it's exceedingly difficult to afford a household on one income. So the men still get to watch football and drink beer and go golf and all this dumb bullshit, while the women on her time off from her 40-hour work job, she's cleaning the house, she's reproducing the home and doing all this stuff. And I do think that is oppressive gender politics, and I think it's implicit. And I think there's a way to talk to people about that. And again, going back to my brother, who's this very traditional guy, he's got very traditional ideas of gender. Like he understands that it's a spectrum, but he thinks it's functionally a binary. But like, we have conversations about like, hey dude, isn't it fucked up that like you never help your wife clean and you do this and you do that? And he's like, oh, you're right. Maybe I'll be a little bit better, more, I guess, what people would traditionally recognize as feminist, of like offloading some of the burden that women do tend to bear in modern society. Because not only are they doing all the reproductive work of the home, of the household, and all the shadow work and all the emotional support that they do for men and all this stuff, but they're also working full-time jobs. So but again, once you start to talk about it explicitly, it does scare the normies. It really does. Like, and you can't get mad at it. And I understand, like, if you are coming from this non-normative position and you try to talk to someone about
it's
it,
as clear as day to you, of course.
Yeah. And if you're from the non-normative position and you try to have a conversation with someone who just doesn't get it, or maybe
Who's
even
stubbornly normie,
is reviled, I understand that can be painful and that can be difficult. But that's the cost of doing a universal politics. I'm just sorry to say it. It's a contingent necessity for the time being. It's not fixed in stone. I do believe we can reach a point in time where people are freed up to mediate and be critical and understand that the world we live in is fucked up and we should change it in a myriad ways. But for the time being, this is functionally fixed in stone. We do have to be the bigger man, in quotes, because that's the problem. We've been stunted. We've been stultified. We've been diminished. We've been turned into beings, solipsistic creatures who can't do anything but work and consume. So why would you expect a small diminished creature to be able to onboard very complex things? You shouldn't expect that. You also shouldn't blame them, because coming from a truly universalist position, you should already understand this person needs to be given room to grow. We need to take this cup and empty it, because right now the cup floweth over, but it floweth over with producer-consumer identity, and that's it, nothing else. So you need to dump it out so we can refill it with mediation, with reflexivity, with ethics, with all these things.
Well, look, and here's one of the things that is off-putting to normies about academic leftists, activist types, is that the shaming and the and shaming for things that everybody, that normies just take as givens, and this idea that, well, you should be shamed because you take it as a given. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
like here's where it would be practically and pragmatically more helpful to have like a genuine Christian evangelist mindset, which is like, okay, Christians, like, they're not surprised that people are sinners. Like, this
Yeah.
isn't a big, like, it's funny. Like, there's a sense where a pastor, a preacher will try to convict somebody to make them realize that they've sinned. Okay. But they don't do this shaming, finger wagging type shaming that we see on the left, because of course people are
Yeah.
sinners. I think just the mindset, of course they
Yeah.
have patriarchal presuppositions, of course they do. Like, your whole theory has taught you this, and then but the reaction is like one of surprise, like,
That's
And
why I
it's
think a lot of the activists haven't done the work themselves. Because I think if you have done the work, then you understand these kind of structural causation and like you understand the structure of this. You understand this is not just like, oh, Jeremy's a bigot because he's essentially a bigot. He was born a bigot. No, there's no essence about Jeremy that
he's as
causes him to be a bigot.
alienated from that as
Yeah.
we are, and he's just stuck. He's glitched
Yeah.
up in this, and there's reasons why he is.
Yep.
Economic standing, lack of higher education, lack of cultural diversity, all of these different things are structural components to that, which it's not a fixed essence about them. It's a default habit.
Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. I mean, yeah, I think
And how about
that's
forgive me because I still do things that I know not what I do,
right.
even after all the books,
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
you know?
Fallibilism, the ability to be wrong.
Right.
Not only the ability to be wrong, but like the necessary encounter with wrongness. Like that again, seeing everything as contingent. Like you can't say, "Oh, we need to develop a political platform that sees everything as contingent," except for the bigotry of Jeremy who lives in the suburbs. Like you have to also understand that as contingent as well.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I do think like there I unfortunately there are people who kind of make their way into activism before doing the work in quotes. And it's like you
You
go do the work.
Can I say something in defense of the real theorists? You don't see
Yeah.
real theorists do this shit that annoys normies.
Yeah.
Like it's never the real theorists who write the books and think through the ideas. Like the theorists, because they've done the work, know how to be like, okay, of course, right?
Yeah.
It's the young, newly exposed to this idea for the first time, just got to college. And yeah, and the problem is that overly zealous young college leftist becomes the figurehead in normies'
Yep.
minds of what it is to be like a left theorist, even though
Yep.
this person's done zero theory in their life.
Well, I mean, especially now that, social media and the internet and electronic digital representation and all that stuff, like, yeah, uh, the work doesn't get exposure because like everything being algorithmically driven on social media and all the platforms and stuff like that, like measured, balanced, informed discussion isn't sexy for the algorithm. So like what gets pushed is the most sensational, the most extreme, exceptional outlier. The biggest mistakes are what gets put on display for everybody to see. And because everybody has a dearth of time to really critically engage with social media, they see one headline and one picture, and they're like, oh well, that must mean all these motherfuckers are crazy.
Yep.
And you like, but hey, man, like when I was a teenager, I was wild, dude. I was out there doing dumb bullshit. Like it's again, I get it. I was given the opportunity to learn from my mistakes and mature and grow. We should do the same with the young activists who do the dumb bullshit, just as we should be doing with Jeremy in the suburbs, who's
You
right
have any idea
now probably
what
really
I was like
bigoted.
at 16?
Yeah,
If not,
dude.
but for the grace of theory. Like,
I'm saying, dude. I'm saying. I hate me. And like, I was thinking about this today. Like, if me today, 40-year-old me, met 18-year-old me,
I did this thought experiment recently too.
dude, we would both hate each other, and we would both try to fight each other. And I don't know who would win. I really don't. Uh, but yeah, it would just be. But in a weird way, I feel like I've tried to live up to the same ideals from because when I was younger, I was like, oh man, the world sucks, everything's fucked up, and I still believe that.
You know, there is a
ultimately.
weird, there is a core sense of value that I still that have in common with my 16-year-old self.
Yeah.
So it makes you wonder, like, do you ever really change because of theory? I mean, I know it's an important, because having like a universalist disposition, saying
Yeah.
it's not right if everybody's good but except one group or one person. Like, no, we all have to be right, and that kind of like that was there even when me at my most knucklehead. I had
Oh
that,
yeah, dude.
and
We're
so
not free until we're all free. Like that.
right,
That was
Simone de
huge for
Beauvoir
me. Is
has that.
yeah,
Like,
and
yeah,
I still I still think I try to like hold that ideal, but also yeah, like 18-year-old me, 16-year-old me, 20-year-old me. Fuck that guy. That guy was a little fucking annoying prick. But that guy would probably look at me and be like, "Oh, you're a old bitch or something." I don't fucking know. But
I just see young me would be like, if you don't let me get back to the mall, I'll whip your fucking ass. Like that's the mindset.
ultimately, yeah.
Like
Ultimately, young me would be like, "I'm gonna smoke weed and I'm gonna do graffiti on your wall and I'm gonna ride my skateboard, and I might throw a brick at your window." Cause I was like, "Yeah, I'm so extreme and fucking." But but yeah, I mean, being compassionate toward one another, like as a default setting. I do think that's like in this and recognizing everything as
at
contingent and
100.
nothing fixed, but um explaining that to the normie.
Well, like the last
uh
sentence here is the one that would red flag the normies.
oh yeah.
Yeah, the technoscientific innovation must be linked to a collective theoretical and political thinking in which women, queers, and gender nonconforming play an unparalleled role. So normies are going to go,
Yeah.
oh, so heterosis males don't get to participate, or we have to, because of the history of marginality, now we have to be on the margin. You get to lead the way. We don't get a proper say. And if I don't think that's the point, but it's
Yeah.
very easy to bend it in that. Ben Shapiro would easily bend it in that direction and say, "See, they hate you. They
Yep.
want you to take the position of the oppressed, and you don't get an equal say. It's payback time." And
Yeah.
that's what they would do with that, even though that's
Yeah.
not what Helen Hester or Amy Ireland mean. Like, and so it's just one of those points where I'm like, okay, theory wise, I read it and go, okay, practically, like reading that among normies, not the best thing to do.
Yeah.
So it's just caught up in this, this friction. Um, but no, like, okay, so xenofeminism seeks to strategically deploy existing technologies to re-engineer the world. Okay, now this is, I mean, yes, and that's the left accelerationist thing too. We want to use technologies to make human life better. Okay, so everybody gets the 80-year lasting light bulb.
Yeah.
But this is where Nick, that Nick's almost like this dark conscience, voice of conscience, right? Like it's like, how are you going to do that? And right, because his point is like, no, it's the techonomic motor of capital itself that's the agent here. And you can
Yeah.
say so you're going to deploy, you're going to strategically deploy existing. Are you? Is anybody?
Yeah.
Is any human going to strategically deploy tech for human purposes at all? Like, of course, that's the left accelerationist. I mean, it's broader than that. I mean, Marxists who would say they're not accelerationists, you know, even though Mark Fisher said Marxism is,
Yeah.
accelerationist, if not nothing. Uh, the question is, how do we get power over capital? Where we get the deciding say, not capital itself. And that's that's the gap that Nick is always going to just keep going. You
Yep.
don't have the answer. You don't. This is fantasy. This is myth. This is well wishing. but ultimately you don't have a real strategy to get the upper hand over capital. And I think Peter Wolfendale, I think that's something he wants to try to develop more fully. And I think anybody who's a left accelerationist, that really is the task.
Yeah.
Serious risks are built into these tools. They are prone to imbalance, abuse, and exploitation of the weak. Rather than pretending to risk nothing, xenofeminism advocates the necessary assembly of techno-political interfaces responsive to these tasks, or these risks, sorry. Technology isn't inherently progressive. I agree.
Mhm.
I think would Nick say it's inherently developmental though? Like there is
I think he would
like
say
it exponentially increases in intelligence.
I don't know if he would say technology is inherently developmental.
What
He
about the
would say
techonomic object is
tech
inherently,
yeah. Techonomics is inherently developmental or progressive from his view. Absolutely.
which is
But I think he
tech capital?
techno capital. But I mean, I think even he recognizes that like there is maybe a primordial difference, and they've been fused together. I think even he recognizes that there has been this moment of fusion.
So
So he would just kind of reject talking about technology as such anymore and say technology
it
is
doesn't matter.
techonomics. Yeah, we don't have technology in our world anymore. Large scale. We don't have technology at scale anymore. We have techonomics. Now,
Well, you don't have technology
course-
that's unrelated to capital.
right.
And you're
And there's
not
always
getting rid
gonna
of
be
capital,
outliers
so
and-
whatever this pre-capital technology was, it doesn't matter now.
Right. I
Right.
think that's the position.
But then this is where you get landy into some dimension because technology isn't inherently progressive. Its uses are fused with culture in a positive feedback loop that makes linear sequencing, prediction, and absolute caution impossible. That sounds very Landian to me.
Yeah, except following on from that, technology isn't inherently progressive. Its uses are fused with culture in a positive feedback loop. They're saying that like ultimately the human can influence and steer technology, but it has to be done at scale because it is in this fusion with culture.
Mm-hmm.
It's in this feedback loop with culture. And so whatever the predominant motion of culture is going to be, that's the direction that technology will be steered into. I think Nick would say ultimately,
Techno-economics is anti-culture.
the templexed object or the techonomic teleoplexic object kind of does all this tautologically for itself retroactively. So
Well,
it is
like hyperstition has a lot to do with culture, and
Yeah.
it's a way that the techonomic object, artificial superintelligence, is
yeah.
working its way into the world, which ultimately will be the undoing of human culture.
Absolutely. So
But
human
in the
culture
meantime,
doesn't matter.
But hyperstition is a way of, I almost want to say, overcoding culture for the sake of Robo Cthulhu.
Yeah, because Robo Cthulhu or ASI or whatever, being this teleoplexic object, is already for itself. It's just not in itself yet, but it is already for itself.
Right. Okay.
So retroactively, it's this kind of tautological beast that that it's eating us all, and we're all already dead. But it's because he's looking at it as a complete object across time, as opposed to seeing it only what we see now. And I do think it's beneficial to do that. I do think it allows you to see things about techonomics that just looking at it from our current temporal vantage point, I think you miss out on it. But it is also true. It is also true whether you're looking at it as hyperstition kind of overcoding human culture or just predominant human culture, it is true that technology, I mean, right now we make bombs. Like the most amazing scientific discoveries or technological developments that happen in the world we live in today are how to blow people up in more spectacular, extravagant ways. And that's a cultural demand because we're still trapped in, the nation state, the kind of the era of, this, oh, we have to blow up brown people in the Middle East and we have to, yeah. And I think that's a cultural thing.
What do you think?
The last sentence, we touched on that. Move on to the next paragraph.
Yeah.
The real emancipatory potential of technology remains unrealized. Fed by the market, its rapid growth is offset by bloat, and elegant innovation is surrendered to the buyer, whose stagnant world it decorates. Beyond the noisy clutter of commodified cruft, the ultimate task lies in engineering technologies to combat unequal access to reproductive and pharmacological tools, environmental cataclysm, economic instability, as well as dangerous forms of unpaid or underpaid labor. Gender inequality still characterizes the fields in which our technologies are conceived, built, and legislated for, while female workers in electronics, to name just one industry, perform some of the worst paid, monotonous, and debilitating labor. Such injustice demands structural, machinic, and ideological correction.
So there, I mean, it's just here's the reasons why we need to pursue the emancipation of technology, because it is human emancipation.
Yeah.
If steered, if directed in a certain way.
Yeah.
Which would require capital not being at the wheel.
Yep.
So again, this is this left accelerationist thing that I'm for, but the question is still the how. How do we do this?
Yeah. Yeah. A very big how indeed.
And so, but I mean, the way they describe it, and I mean, look, again, this is this point that I haven't ever heard Nick, I think, deal with properly. Fed by the market, its rapid growth is offset by bloat, and elegant innovation is surrendered to the buyer, whose stagnant world it decorates. So there's some good stuff there, which is okay. So there's these problems that come with technology being controlled by capital. They use the word bloat here. But also it's like, is it just to serve as an object of consumption for a buyer, and that it doesn't truly emancipate anybody? It's just a consumer good.
Well, those are problems.
It's not an object that's building a new world.
Yeah, and those are problems from our perspective. And again, from our perspective, it's easy to look. Yeah, it's easy to look and point at what gets characterized as tech development. And I think it's largely true that, like, since the 1970s, the late 70s, the 80s, there haven't been very many real developments in technology. There have been things that have been improved. There are things that have been refined, but there hasn't really been very many discoveries, and there hasn't been any new fields opened up, and it has just been kind of more the same. But that's a problem from our perspective. It's not a problem from capital's perspective, because from capital's perspective, what it's doing is it's reinvesting in itself, and it's optimizing, and it's discovering new efficiencies. And yeah, of course, it's going to prune the tree of like, oh, that's a dead branch of exploration, so I'll just let it fucking wither and die while I continue. Like, the main trunk of capital is still going to go on and do its thing. So these are problems if and only if you care about the human. if you don't care about the human, these are not problems, because you can also still see that while it's true, there haven't been very many developments or discoveries or anything. It's also true that we've invested trillions upon trillions upon trillions of dollars in techno-productive infrastructure and automation infrastructure at the software and the hardware level. And it's not really paying us any returns or any dividends. But that's the fucking point. Capital doesn't fucking care if we get dividends, if we get returns. It's hungry. We need to feed it.
I mean, all right, so hi, yeah, we're probably not gonna get through this reading in one go, everybody. So
Yeah.
there will be this will be an ongoing project we have, because we're gonna do all this in one video though. So I don't.
Yeah.
What do you, Nance? Is this gonna be 10 hours? Because it's so
this
short,
might be
but
pretty long, dude.
it's short, but
But
damn,
there's
does it
so much
get
to
us?
talk about. Yeah.
I mean, this 2 hours has just flown by
Yeah.
for me.
God damn, it's been 2 hours, dude.
It's been 2 hours,
yeah.
and just
Boom.
this
is gonna be a few hours for sure. This is gonna be at least 5 hours.
Okay, so let's do the last one of zero.
Of zero?
We're still on the first one. So
Okay.
let's end that, and then we'll end this session.
Nice. Xenofeminism is a rationalism. To claim that reason or rationality is by nature a patriarchal enterprise is to concede defeat. Take that, you losers who misinterpreted Adorno and Horkheimer. It is true that the canonical
that's so funny.
history
Like, that's a
of
great example of a quilting point. Like, I had no idea where that sentence was going.
Yeah. It is true that the canonical history of thought is dominated by men, and it is male hands we see throttling existing institutions of science and technology. But this is precisely why feminism must be a rationalism, because of this miserable imbalance, and not despite it. There is no feminine rationality, nor is there a masculine one. Science is not an expression, but a suspension of gender. That shit goes hard.
I love that.
If today it is dominated by masculine egos, then it is at odds with itself. And this contradiction can be leveraged. Reason, like information, wants to be free, and patriarchy cannot give it freedom. Rationalism must itself be a feminism. Xenofeminism marks a point where these claims intersect in a two-way dependency. It names reason as an engine of feminist emancipation and declares the right of everyone to speak as no one in particular.
Okay, so why did Lacan identify the subject with the subject of science? It's because, I mean, there's different ways to read it, but the way I like to read that is the subject of science, which is to say, the scientific inquirer, to the best of his or her ability, drains themselves of their particularity. To the best they can, fuck their identity, fuck their presuppositions, fuck their, historical personal facticity. They're trying to be just a pure observer, which is a kind of negative subjectivity, right? You want to be a subject, but one that's totally negative insofar as you have no positive characteristics or features that would muddy the inquiry, right? Well, for Lacan, that's the subject is this negative subject, this subject that's never reducible to the positive features of one's identity. And so, yeah, like, again, I don't, the question is still open about what they think about subjectivity itself, but that really speaks to me. And the next Lacanian point would be that this identification of reason with the feminine Makes a lot of sense if we're talking about the feminine in terms of the graph of desire, because there you have the non-all.
Yeah.
And you could argue that reason can only properly function if it understands its own limits, its own lack, and that it whatever it discovers, it has to be open to its lack in the sense of it has to be willing to revise
Yep.
what it's already come to take to be the truth. So you would say, well, that, to put it in different terms, that makes reason have to be non-phallic, because if reason's trying to be phallic, it's say I've got it all figured out, I know everything, I'm not lacking it. Like, then what are you even reasoning for? Like,
Yeah. The phallus is infallible.
there you go. That's it. That's nice. I like that. Also like the you know, the phallus is a fallacy.
Yeah.
PHALLAC. Yeah. But no, I mean this speaks a lot to me.
I love the final line. It names reason as an engine of feminist emancipation and declares the right of everyone to speak as no one in particular. I think that's doing this kind of similar thing.
And that's what I want. You're included in that, hetero cis white males.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
including you.
Everyone. Yeah. As no one in particular. So yeah, it's like when you take a photograph or when you're looking through a microscope, use lenses. And lenses aren't a natural thing. Lenses are things that are constructed out of glass, and they're shaped and they're formed, and then they're ground and polished, and they're smoothed off to as smooth as they can be, to the point of having no distinguishing features. So again, doing this thing where you're casting off identity and taking up, you know, the negation of all these particulars. Like you're losing all the different differentiation between all the particulars, and you're looking for the most universal point you can find. So no one in particular, or one with no particulars.
Right.
I like that.
No, and I mean that's the Lacanian. Like, that's why if we do a Lacanian ontology, it's one of ontological equality.
Yeah.
Because the core point is that if you're a subject, that means that you are a being who constantly has to live and tarry with your non-identity to your identity. And it doesn't
Yes.
matter if you're white, black, gay, straight,
Black, white, Chicano, hell if I know.
cis, trans, it doesn't matter. This is something we all are having to deal with every moment of our existence. And it is a shared universal lack around which we can find common ground.
And it gets operationalized. These particulars do get operationalized, and people do benefit from structures, and people do suffer unjustly due to these structures. But it's at no fault of the people who bear these particular identifiers, because again, they are not these identifiers. Like, we're all living in the space between our identifiers, or our identity, and our self, the subject, at the bottom of this stack of fucking particular identifiers. So it's true. And there's a lot of pain, and there's a lot of energy, and there's a lot of libido tied up in these things, because it's true. People benefit unjustly, and people suffer unjustly, and people are born into circumstance that's just not fucking fair. But again, a universalist view that views all of this as contingent, that says we can change the world, God damn it, also must understand that it's not Jeremy's fucking fault for being born and growing up the way he did, and holding on to the views and think like it's not his fucking fault either. So you can't do this envious thing where you're blaming the other, where you're scapegoating the other. Everything is contingent. Even the fact that guy's benefiting unjustly is contingent, and we can change that. But changing that would require recognizing the subject underneath all those particulars and saying, hey, man, I understand it's not your fault.
Look, I mean, in to switch, okay, in the manosphere, You know who gets blamed? The hot girl.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's because
That's crazy,
the,
dude.
the smoking hot woman has all the enjoyment, and all of us struggle to get laid, and it's not fair. And so I'm sorry, every group can find somebody to do, and the point is to find the universal. Like, no, she's lacking too.
Yeah. Yeah.
She doesn't have this substantial being in uncastrated enjoyment, and she certainly didn't steal yours.
Yeah.
And so, and again, so who has it all? Is it the blue-haired woke activist? Is it the MAGA bro? Is it the hot it girl? Is it Jeffrey fucking Epstein? No, nobody fucking has it.
I just want to say Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files an estimated 1 million times. They're doing congressional hearings today. And this is going to be dated by the time this comes out. But yeah, previously the FBI had come out and said he was in there an estimated 30,000 times. But the guy just came out today and said, no, it's on the order of 1 million times. What did Donald Trump significantly appear? Either there was a reference or a direct reference or him being referenced in the Epstein files 1 million times. So I just wanted, since it came up, Jeffrey Epstein as this hypothetical that guy who,
No,
well, he's not hypothetical, he's very real, but Donald Trump, don't forget about that, people. Don't forget about that shit, people. They're talking about alien invasions. They're talking about El Paso, Mexican drug lord cartels. They're talking about war in Venezuela, Ukraine, Iran. They're talking about all this shit. Don't forget about Trump and the Epstein files. Don't forget. That's the only reason I wanted to bring that up.
Cut.
That's the end. That's the end.
All right, so we made it through one of the
Yes,
7 sections. Back to carry on, and the next one is what? Interrupt.
Paragraph 5 or 005, because there is some interesting I don't know, serialization of the paragraphs as we go on further. But yeah, section 2, interrupt, the 5th paragraph. And I say we just jump into it.
Let's roll.
The excess of modesty in feminist agendas of recent decades is not proportionate to the monstrous complexity of our reality. A reality crosshatched with fiber optic cables, radio and microwaves, oil and gas pipelines, aerial and shipping routes, and the unrelenting simultaneous execution of millions of communication protocols with every passing millisecond. Systematic thinking and structural analysis have largely fallen by the wayside in favor of admirable but insufficient struggles bound to fixed localities and fragmented insurrections. Whilst capitalism is understood as a complex and ever-expanding totality, many would-be emancipatory anti-capitalist projects remain profoundly fearful of transitioning to the universal, resisting big-picture speculative politics by condemning them as necessarily oppressive vectors. Such a false guarantee treats universals as absolute, generating a debilitating disjuncture between the thing we seek to depose and the strategies we advance to depose it.
So, I feel like there's a little influence here of this is the left accelerationist thing about especially Cernicek and Williams, which is, yeah, your, folk politics, your localism isn't gonna outdo the universality or the generality of capital. So it's going to necessitate an equally universal form of politics to go against global capital, and that feminism, this modesty I think they're getting at is this, oh, let's just try to make this particular, the wage gap or this or that. They're thinking about these very specific things, which you fine, but it's not gonna do anything against the overarching system.
Yeah. I mean, I think, getting trapped in your particular getting trapped in your particulars and kind of confusing your personal struggle for the universal struggle for emancipation. I think that's all too easy. Um, I think it happens to everybody, not just radical people, not just feminists. Yeah, I think it happens to everybody. We have a tendency to confuse what's happening in our local world for what's happening globally. Um, and I don't know, like thinking with a feminist framing, to go back to some of the Lacanian conversation that we've been having with Todd, thinking the feminine as the position of the not all. I do think there is something in seeing things from the position of the not all that can help you avoid falling into that trap of confusing the particular for the universal. Um, I also think it's to simplify it or to reduce it, like we're not free until we're all free.
I mean, Simone de Beauvoir was really great at
Yep.
expressing that sentiment in Ethics of Ambiguity.
The ambiguity.
I think it's ambiguity. That's another text. That's one we should revisit because there's a lot of good stuff in there. And I mean, look, I think what this brings to mind. You have a copy there?
No, Winston was at the door.
Oh, okay. Is he craving his couch?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's being bad.
So, no, I mean, look, I like this. This is well worded. Reality is crosshatched with the unrelenting simultaneous execution of millions of communication protocols. I mean, I think this is another thing that I think your average, somewhat naive in a certain way. Your good-hearted, naive leftist is just like, stop being mean to people, stop, oppressing people, stop. Okay, but I think this statement is like, there's a whole technological infrastructure at play in this system, and just telling other humans to be nice is not enough to change the overarching system. And what left accelerationists are tapped into is that we're going to have to get control of the technological infrastructure if we're going to have any kind of world change, a new symbolization, to talk like Badu. It's not just be nicer. I get the sentiment, but you can't let capital have the hegemonic position in the world. It can't be capital can't be the socius, the focal point around which all of society is organized, and niceness rule the day.
Well, capital is in framing. Maybe not perfect one-to-one, but I think
for us, it's more or less, yeah.
Yeah, capital and framing are functionally, capital functionally is in framing. And if it in framing is the organizing principle of the world we live in today, things like be nice will never get traction, because in framing is all about utility, exploitation, extraction,
Yes.
exchange value. And there's no exchange value in be nice. There's human value in be nice. And I love it, dude. Sharing is caring. Like, just be excellent to one another. Like,
Just be excellent to one another.
dude, that hits me so hard every time I watch Bill and Ted. Be excellent to one another. It's just like, fuck yeah, be excellent to one another. Like there's a lot of meaning and a lot of human value in that sentiment, but there's no exchange value, so it'll never gain traction in a world dominated and coded by inframing.
On
So
the,
we have
which
to,
is to say, capital creates a world in which all things are primarily revealed or experienced or perceived or disclosed as equipment to be used and exploited, resources to be, you know,
utility.
instrumentalized,
Yeah.
humans included. So be nice
Absolutely.
means treat me like a fucking human. That's what this world is not set up to do.
Dude, the the be nice in a world dominated by inframing becomes like super egoic, soft management, soft power, control, right? Moving from discipline and punishment to control. And it becomes the scene in Begonia where it's like, okay, you're all free to leave at 5 p.m., if you want to. Like that is what happens to be nice. And it's just like, I don't know, man. The Pride Month rainbow banners on airplanes that go blow up Syrian children. Like that's what that becomes. If we stay in, and as much as I love it, I wish we could just say, hey, let's just be nice. Sharing is caring. Be excellent to one another. Like I really do wish it worked that way, but
That
capital
would
is
require
calling
a
the
new mode of
shots.
production.
Absolutely. And exchange, distribution,
New form of
circulation,
exchange.
whatever. Yeah.
And so I think that's what Laboria Cuboniks is tapped into in a sense.
Absolutely.
Now, sure, we're putting our spin on this, but I mean that's what I'm taking away from this. While capitalism is understood as a complex and ever-expanding totality, many would-be emancipatory anti-capitalist projects remain profoundly fearful of transitioning to the universal. This is where we're right in line. And again, this is why, the left accelerationists would go, it's weird, you guys are too Lacanian Žižekian. And the Lacanian Žižekians would go, you guys are a bit too, like, accelerationist type. But I'm sorry, there is a universal dimension to both of these, that both of them are thinking there has to be a universalist politics. Left accelerationism's thinking that's Nick isn't. So no, I see this overlap here. I mean, it's in Badu as well, right? It's the return to universal politics, and Badu, McGowan, Žižek, Cernicek and Williams, Laboria Cuboniks. I think Mark Fisher would agree with this. Like, there's a whole group of thinkers who have influenced me and us that have this universalist dimension in common.
Yeah.
I think Andrew Gortz, right, would fit into this as well.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say Andrew? Andre.
Yeah. It's okay. That's the American version. He
Dude, it's funny. I caught a slip. Like when we did our discussion with Peter Rollins in the intro video we did, I was talking about different secondary material on Kierkegaard, and I did it twice. I talked about John Stephen Evans. It's C. Stephen Evans, and I did it twice and didn't even notice. It's so weird when
I was gonna bring up briefly Fear and Trembling by Daniel. Shit, I can't remember his name now. Daniel C. something. But I kept thinking Daniel Tutt, and so I just didn't, because I was like, oh, I can't remember the guy's name, and I know Tutt didn't write that. So
wait, Daniel Tutt wrote Fear and Trembling?
Briefly Fear and Trembling. That.
Oh yeah, briefly. Do I have it? No, I don't. I should have.
Yeah,
See, you know what? I had that sitting in my car, so I wasn't even thinking about it. But damn, I should have mentioned that. Whatever.
Yeah.
Beside the point. Okay, but no, this emphasis on universality in politics is major for me. Resisting big picture speculative politics by condemning them as necessarily oppressive vectors. Sorry. Okay, so the thing with folk politics to me. No, I'm not against it. It's not like stop doing any local activity. That's not the point. That's the straw man that
Yep.
the folk politics types will make. You're saying we shouldn't even try to help each other as much as we can. No, nobody is saying that. We're saying it's not going to do anything to capital. And so, yeah, and this idea, it's necessary. Anything that's universal is necessarily oppressive. Well, I just don't agree with this assessment of.
I think that's weirdly too post-structuralist.
In what sense?
in, in the sense that post-structuralism is just sophistry and bullshit or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But because I think to want to resist like a universalism, I don't know, you want to stick up for some particulars or I think some like radical constructivists fall into a subjectivism or a relativism.
Yeah, but particularists and localist politics have never done anything bad. Like, because they're trying to avoid Stalinism is what is getting, and
Right.
fascism.
Right. But from the other direction, like I feel like there are people who are less concerned with wanting to avoid Stalinism and who are more concerned with wanting to preserve a type of relativism. I don't know. It's weird, and I feel like that's more of a post-structuralist resistance to universalism as opposed to like a.
But here's the whole thing. It sounds funny, and people will get probably cringe if I do that. I don't care, guys. I like the line. Okay, Bill Maher once said, "Don't get so tolerant that you tolerate intolerance." And what I always took away from that is like, okay, if you want a diversity, if you want a space where different groups and individuals can thrive, that has to be secured by a certain universal framework.
Yeah.
Like, otherwise, you just have different groups who go, no, we don't believe in this type of tolerance. No, we don't believe in a multicultural society. No. And so if you don't have a bedrock of universalist consensus, I don't see how difference can flourish, because then you let difference overload whatever solidarity there could be.
And I think the way to achieve that robust universal position is through lack.
I agree.
That's the only universal that can support a strong foundation that will avoid tyranny, but that is still a universal.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I mean, it is taking from this more Lacanian world, the Žižekian world, whatever, specifically Miguelian world, and I think bringing it back to an accelerationist world. But yeah, I think the people who want to avoid universals because they can be seen as oppressive, the people who are cautious of Stalinism or totalitarianism or authoritarianism or whatever, I think that's easy to see. But I think the people who want to be radical relativists also fall into that category of resisting the universal. And I think it's just as detrimental to emancipatory politics.
Yeah, I said fascism because I was trying to get at authoritarianism, but it's important to make this distinction. I think you and I agree, fascism's a particularism. It's not a universalism.
Yeah.
Not even a universalism gone wrong. Stalinism is.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing is, well, universalism has gone wrong. Okay, well, particularism has often gone wrong. And so I don't.
Yeah.
Localism has.
And we never really got to try universalism, did we?
Not really.
That's the thing. So people who will, I don't know, shy away from it or whatever for those reasons, it's just like, well, give peace a chance. Be excellent to one another.
Yeah, well, I guess they would say, well, every actually existing socialism was a universalism gone wrong. I mean, okay, maybe.
I don't know, man, but that's the thing. Like we've never we've never like look at Cuba, dude. And I don't think Cuba's a shining example of emancipatory politics, but I also believe that Cuba has tried emancipatory politics and tried socialism or whatever a lot harder and for a lot longer than most other people, and they're constantly being cucked by the United States. They're currently in this situation where they're running out of oil for their generators, so they have no electricity on the whole island. And the U.S. said, "Hey, Mexico, don't you dare think about trading any of your oil to Cuba to keep the generators and the hospitals running." Like, so when people say, "Well, every actually existing socialism turns out horrible," it's like, well, what was actually existing socialism facing? What is it always facing? It's always under attack from particularist institutions. Always.
Yeah. Yeah. Great point. What do you think? Should we go on to the next one, or
Yeah. There was something else, but I lost it. Global complexity opens us to urgent cognitive and ethical demands. These are Promethean responsibilities that cannot pass unaddressed. Much of 21st century feminism, from the remnants of postmodern identity politics to large swaths of contemporary ecofeminism, struggles to adequately address these challenges in a manner capable of producing substantial and enduring change. Xenofeminism endeavors to face up to these obligations as collective agents capable of transitioning between multiple levels of political, material, and conceptual organization.
I mean, rock on, xenofem.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how to add anything to that. I just would say good. Uh, I think you're there. It's headed in the right direction. Obviously,
Yeah. I think Promethean
yes.
is so. Who was Prometheus? Well, Prometheus was this Greek god. He had a brother named Epimetheus. Prometheus means forethought. Epimetheus means afterthought. No, I don't fucking know. The Promethean responsibility. So Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to mankind, um, to enrich our lives and to give us progress or whatever. So whenever people talk about Prometheanism, Promethean politics, Promethean ideas, they're talking about expressly like improving the conditions for humanity, giving us a second chance. But I think implicitly, there's also always this notion of stealing fire from the gods. Um, so the global complexity opens us to urgent cognitive and ethical demands. These are Promethean responsibilities that cannot pass unaddressed. So just by nature of us living in the world we live in, the technological world, there are more opportunities that have been opened up to us by way of the global complexity and the global technification of everything. And there exist opportunities that we can pilfer. We can go into the castle and we can steal the gold and bring it back to the common folk. We can be Robin Hood. And what does that look like? Well, that looks like intentionally working against the design of technology, because technology as it presents itself to us today is the commodity form. So whenever, a new technology arises, the printing press, the radio, the telephone, the steam engine, the gasoline engine, these technologies are often, privatized and used to wage war and enact control or discipline on societies and stuff like that. But now here we live in the future. We live in the 21st century. And there's just so much that we can do, and we can like intentionally try to break the logic of capital. We can take the technologies that are available to us. We can take the internet. We can take global communication, global instantaneous communication, information dissemination, medical advancements in production and automation and like all this stuff. Like there's just this kind of ocean of possibilities that's currently, it's just a commodity. It's just sitting there being used. So in order to achieve some type of effective universal platform, we will have to steal fire from the gods. Like, we will have to intentionally interact with technology in a way that breaks its logic, or in a way that breaks the presumed logic of normal, average, everyday consumption. And that's like that. So like, you can't just sit back and come home. As much as I wish we all could come home, we're exhausted. All we want to do is watch True Detective on HBO, sit down on the couch and press play. We can't. We have a radical responsibility. These are Promethean responsibilities. If you're going to engage with the tech, think about ways you can pilfer their coffers.
Nance is saying we're currently sacrificing for the future because we both just really want to sit and watch True Detective tonight, but instead we're doing this reading of Xenofeminism.
Yeah.
So, like, guys, so I love season 1 of True Detective. Those who know me know that have a bit of a pessimist streak in me. So I have long identified with Russ Cole, Matthew McConaughey's character, and I just think it's one of the best seasons of television ever made. And I just found out that Nance, who also has a bit of a pessimist streak to him, has never seen it. So he's currently watching it for the first time. I'm rewatching it for like the 47th time. And it's because, I mean, we have the Epstein thing on the brain, and I think a show like True Detective can help us positively deal with the situation. Give a certain pause. So tell them about what you just wrote.
That's also why my lights are yellow, by the way.
See, mine, I've got a little bit of yellow. Yellow, it's funny. We're talking about yellow. You know, like, yellow's the shittiest color, like, as far as trying to make the room just swell. Red just overloads as a light.
Yeah.
Blue does a pretty good job, but yellow is the thinnest. Like, you cannot bathe the room in yellow light. Even yours, it looks really good, but it almost just has like a golden hue to it almost. Like, you cannot have that. If I switch this to red, it's crazy. And red, blue, yellow, they're the 3 dominant colors. You'd think they would have like an equal proportionality to how when you light a room with them. It's like, no, red is most, blue's in the middle, and then yellow's the weakest. But anyway, this is beside the point. I have yellow and pink because I'm trying to do this. I didn't connect the dots. So tell them about what you just wrote.
So yeah, I was thinking about this story, Robert W. Chambers, The King in Yellow, and conversations I've had with people about the show True Detective, but I've never seen True Detective. But I was thinking about The King in Yellow, and Jeffrey Epstein, and how it's driving us all fucking mad. Like how I was thinking about the ideology of Jeffrey Epstein, not the actual act, not the, what actually happened and what went down, but like, there's an ideological element to it all where people are sitting on their phones, constantly scrolling Twitter. They're addicted to the next piece of information and all that. Like, the ideology of all that. And I think the story, The King in Yellow, is a good way to talk about this type of madness that sets in when you become fascinated by the ideology. And it takes a structural necessity and turns it into just more structural violence and more structural senseless madness. And from what I can tell, I've seen 2 episodes of True Detective. The show is also kind of telling a similar story, of structural violence and the cyclical nature of how ideology takes these kind of pillars of the world we live in today, dominated by particularist capitalism, and it outsources it. Like, it just keeps the cycle going on and on and on and on. So I think I think it's relevant to talking about developing a universalist politics. Like, universalist politics can help us see through the ideology that's going on with the Jeffrey Epstein and lots of other stuff too. And I think that's our only way out is adopting a universalist view.
Yeah. I mean, look, I absolutely loved your piece. It's one of my favorites of everything you've written. And it's very short, guys. It's over on Substack if you want to check it out.
Yeah.
And so, no, but here's the thing. I'm glad you brought it up, right? Because if at the core of the way our society is organized is the Yellow King, is an Epstein-like figure. If that's the harsh reality that we're all trying to figure out how to cope with, then what the type of society we would want. I don't care if we call it left accelerationist. I don't care if we call it communist. I don't care what it's called, emancipatory, humanist. Doesn't matter to me. It would have a figure or an impulse like Prometheus. So it's Yellow King versus Prometheus. Is what and this is where I try to think universally. Look, let's be honest. The women who make up this collective, they probably, if you were to have Nance and I stand next to these 5 or 6 women, you probably would go, okay, these are not people that would hang out together. That's the point. We don't have to have the same vibe in the way we dress, in our dispositions. That's all the bullshit that gets in the way of the universal, right? And it takes gruff motherfuckers like us standing next to someone like Amy Ireland to go, there's a universal thing that cuts across ethnicity, gender, and especially tastes and fashion sense and all of that. Like, and that is what the power of the universal. But the point is to have a universal that is trying to unleash what I would just want to call freedom. But whether it's human potential, whether it's inhuman potential, that's the thing, which is to say a type of society geared towards the enrichment of human existence on this planet or inhuman existence, however we want to talk.
Right.
But beings like the enrichment of beings like us.
There we go.
And I can't help but I got to give him a shout out. So this whole thing, you're going to find a lot of people who are, orbiting left accelerationism, talking about Prometheism. That is indebted primarily to Ray Brassier's essay in the Accelerate Reader called, you guessed it, Prometheism and Its Critics. I'm already going to tell you, at some point, Nance and I will be reading this essay. I have to read this. It's so relevant. Brassier says, Prometheanism is simply the claim that there is no reason to assume a predetermined limit to what we can achieve or to the ways in which we can transform ourselves and our world. But of course, this is precisely what theological propriety and empiricist good sense jointly denounce as dangerous hubris. Well, we're about that dangerous hubris over here.
What can a body do?
Spinoza says we still do not know what a body can do. And I look, I might not be the biggest Spinozist, but on that one, yes. While we're giving shout outs, Peter Wolfendale, if you're going to read Brassier's Prometheism piece, then you got to follow it up with, where is it? Here we go. Damn it. We'll get there. Hold on. Prometheanism and Rationalism. So, like, you want a great, like, theory double feature, read Brassier and then read Wolfendale.
Yeah,
on
hell yeah.
Prometheanism. So, yeah, I mean, this universalist politics, this affirmation of Prometheanism, I mean, these are things that I think that, you know, anybody who has remotely a Lacanian Žižekian foundation can affirm these. I don't,
Absolutely.
you know, because people can go, oh, well, denying the limit, that's denying the bar of subject. No, it's not. That is not what they're talking about. They're not talking about that specific internal limit of the barred subject. They're talking about technological enhancement and technological capability, and saying that there's some essential level or range at which, oh, this is the proper balance of the human and the technological. No. You and I think, agree we are natural born cyborgs, like Andy Clark says, and because that technology is at the heart of our very existence. The question is, can we have technology and develop technology without succumbing to in-framing? And as Heidegger says, the essence of technology is nothing technological.
Yeah.
So, which is to say, the essence of technology is not a piece of technology. It's a mode of viewing the world, and that we do not want to succumb to, reducing all things to a technological perspective. But we do want to pursue the technological as much as we can.
Well, we want to in-frame technology as opposed to being in-framed by it, right?
I like it.
And that's the thing with techonomics, with the world we live in today. Technology is inextricable from capital. Capital is inextricable from technology. In many ways, they are functionally the same thing. And I mean, I think the core of left accelerationist thought is the belief that there's a more powerful motor for discovery and for disclosure.
That's what we were talking about, is that,
Yeah.
you know, whether Wolfendale is right, that there already is a strong gap between the economic and the technological, or if we side with Nick, where he says they're inextricable, it doesn't matter. Like, our point would be to pry them apart, even if they're supposedly inextricable. It's just with Wolfendale, it's almost easier because he's already positing the gap between them.
Yeah. And I do think that's a misstep. I think we have to reckon with the fact that they are currently one and the same, or functionally one and the same currently. And I think, yeah, there is good reason to pry it apart. And again, I just go back to curiosity. I think curiosity is a far more powerful force than greed or avarice or, gluttony or whatever.
When we say pry it apart, though, I hear, oh, Nance and Mikey, that's the one thing that you'll never be able to do.
Well, I mean, hey, dude, maybe, but I'd rather go down swinging, than just lay down and take it. I got to be all masculine and bravado, right? That's the manly spirit of humankind.
Is that actually how we're being feminist here?
Yeah, I think we have to be more masculine than masculinity itself, and call it on its bluff.
Yeah. Hi, Nick. Okay, so
Yeah.
all right, let's do the next one.
We are adamantly synthetic, unsatisfied by analysis alone. Xenofeminism urges constructive oscillation between description and prescription to mobilize the recursive potential of contemporary technologies upon gender, sexuality, and disparities of power. Given that there are a range of gendered challenges specifically relating to life in a digital age, from sexual harassment via social media to doxing, privacy, and the protection of online images, the situation requires a feminism at ease with computation. Today, it is imperative that we develop an ideological infrastructure that both supports and facilitates feminist interventions within connective, networked elements of the contemporary world. Xenofeminism is about more than digital self-defense and freedom from patriarchal networks. We want to cultivate the exercise of positive freedom. Freedom to, rather than simply freedom from. and urge feminists to equip themselves with the skills to redeploy existing technologies and invent novel cognitive and material tools in the service of common ends.
Again, they speak to my heart, because not enough to fight for freedom from. We want freedom too, which is a positive freedom, a robust freedom. I want the freedom to travel. Now, somebody can go, well, you have the freedom. No, I have the formal freedom to travel. I don't have the material economic freedom to travel.
Yep.
And yeah, I would like to spend some time in my life traveling. Been stuck in the same ruinous suburb for over 40 years. And I would like to go visit other places, and especially outside of America.
Yeah.
But I don't have that freedom. And so this is where, I mean, again, it's, don't give me the formal freedom shit. Like, that doesn't work. Like, that's a trick that just, it doesn't work on me. So,
Yeah.
and unless you're talking about material economic freedom too, miss me with the formal abstract freedom. Well, you hypothetically you have the, I don't give a fuck about hypothetically. I give a fuck about actually.
Yeah, we want to be enabled and empowered, not just set free to kind of, manage ourselves. Like we want to be empowered and enabled. We want a system that does that to us.
I want the freedom to self-determine in a robust sense. And
Yeah.
that's what they're getting at here too. It's not just freedom from patriarchal bullshit. It's freedom to become, to explore, to develop oneself. Which also for us, it's time and energy. The freedom to have time and energy. And on the Promethean thing, it's interesting. Don't the gods, aren't they the ones that have unlimited time and energy?
I mean, yeah, but they also, like, don't they rely on the worship of the masses? Like, isn't that their source of power?
I mean,
Like,
it certainly is
worship?
if we watch like what is it, American Gods?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they're
Yeah.
like the literal fuel of their being is worship. But hypothetically, especially if we take Jehovah, right? A being that's eternal, you know, never lacking, doesn't have to, you know, eat. There's nothing, he doesn't have to refuel, right? In
Yeah.
any, and it's funny that the gods are typically thought of as like, at least monotheistic gods. Yeah. And so we want to still that fire too.
Yep.
Yeah.
The other day, uh, in Todd's ongoing introduction to Lacan,
Philosophy Portal, Cadell, what's up?
at Philosophy Portal, in the discussion section, I think her name is Noelle, brought up superego and politics, and talking about like inherent transgression and the obscene underbelly, and she asked an interesting question, and I was going to respond. I didn't respond because I was like, oh, I'm going to sit down and think about this a little bit more. But I think it also has to do with freedom too, as well, positive freedom. I think there always will be the obscene. There's always going to be an underside. There's always going to be a transgression. Like transgression completes the law. That's kind of the way that it works. And it also, in our reading with Sean of Bataille, we were getting to this with like the fringes. If the mainstream keeps reincorporating the fringes, but there's no more room to grow and expand, and there are no more fringes, then everything kind of becomes one weird, extreme, excessive, superego excess pit of, it's not real transgression. There's nothing to transgress anymore. And so it just gets profane. It's like more and more and more profane all the way down. So taking superego and taking transgression into consideration politically, I think the only universal stance that provides room, not just room to grow and room to become what we are not yet, and room to revise, but also room to transgress, Again, like we need room to transgress. We need the fringes. The only way to have that is through universal lack, like through a universal platform founded on universal lack itself. But so that positive freedom is it's a freedom to become, it's a freedom to change, to develop. It's also, I think, a necessary structural part of cohesion. Like you have to have rough edges in order to have a smooth center.
Well, and look, I'm paraphrasing Baudrillard, but somewhere in Fatal Strategies, he says something along the lines of a society that has perfectly and completely eradicated crime is the biggest crime of them all.
Yeah.
And he doesn't put it exactly like that, but that's the point. And his point is you have to employ so many oppressive surveillance forms of surveillance tech, oppressive mechanisms, etc., to completely and absolutely prevent all crime, that it's criminal. Like it's such an obscene amount of power that freedom, you're gonna have to allow a space where people can do bad things.
Yes.
That's just the way it goes. And so, yeah, freedom too would involve freedom to not be, I mean, it is a kind of freedom from technology, but that opens up a space to do all kinds of things positively. So again, like the freedom to thing really resonates with me a lot.
Absolutely. I think in this paragraph, their point that there is a gender imbalance in power dynamics, I think that would probably make a lot of people nervous. Like I think the average everyday person, not just man, but the average everyday person, when you start to talk about power imbalances, they get nervous. And I think the reason to bring up power imbalances is to say, like, hey, if we just have more of the same, like our world is currently broken. So like we can't just reproduce the world we live in today. We can't reproduce the ideals of the world we live in today because our world has been inframed. Our world has been cocked by capital, utility. And if you want the utopian vision, you have to recontextualize the world you live in right now and really actually change things. So I think, like, again, talking politically, talking about political projects and platforms, I think the discussion of gender imbalance here reads to some people as a particularism. And I just think it's worth pointing out it's not a particularism here. They're bringing it up here as critique. They're bringing it up here to say we can't just reproduce the world we live in today. There's a problem. Bad things are happening. Bad things are enabled, and bad things are just assumed structurally. So just like the structural violence that we're talking about with Epstein and the True Detective show, the gender imbalance is a structural thing, and that's something we have to get rid of if we want to move into a truly universalist world. So if you're out there, Jeremy or Zach, Z-A-C, get a K, motherfucker, or an H. Why is your name just Z-A-C? So Zach is a 4-letter fucking word, dude. Don't spell it with just 3 letters. But if you're listening, Zach and Jeremy and Cody, we're not trying to feminize you all. We're not trying to steal your enjoyment. We're talking about structural necessities that must be fucking toppled before we can have a truly universalist project.
Yeah. Good point.
And if you're listening and your name is Zach and Cody and Jeremy and you're a cool guy, sorry, I'm not trying to.
But you know, okay, when I was young, when George Carlin would do his thing about, and I'm really getting tired of guys named Todd. Well, now it hits different, and every time I see it, it's like, God, George, could you go easy on Todd?
Yeah.
And
Funny thing about Todd is I have a good friend named Todd. George, what are you doing?
Todd and Tucker and Kyle.
Okay. The radical opportunities afforded by developing and alienating forms of technological mediation should no longer be put to use in the exclusive interests of capital, which, by design, only benefits the few. There are incessantly proliferating tools to be annexed, and although no one can claim their comprehensive accessibility, digital tools have never been more widely available or more sensitive to appropriation than they are today. This is not an elision of the fact that a large amount of the world's poor is adversely affected by the expanding technological industry, from factory workers laboring under abominable conditions to the Ghanaian villages that have become a repository for the e-waste of the global powers. But an explicit acknowledgement of these conditions as a target for elimination. Just as the invention of the stock market was also the invention of the crash, xenofeminism knows that technological innovation must equally anticipate its systemic condition responsively.
What do you like most in that one?
So talking about, first of all, what I like most is acknowledging the structural side of it all. Like, yes, we live here, like here in the core, here in the heart of empire, we very much do live in the 21st century. But in the periphery, in parts of Africa and South America and, you know, Central Asia and Eastern Europe, they're not living in the 21st century. They're living in, you know, medieval conditions in some places. And those are two sides of the very same coin. Like, in order to have radical, excessive tech here in America, places like San Francisco and places like Singapore and Taipei and stuff like that, you also must have just, you know, poverty, just absolute abject fucking poverty in other parts of the world. I like that. The thing that jumps out to me is talking about how now is the time. Like, we've never lived in a world more ripe for appropriation.
Mm-hmm.
In the 90s, in the early 90s, and even the late 80s, but I wasn't around for that. But in the early 90s, computers and the internet was really kind of taking off and coming into its own. And there was this idea of, I mean, shit, I just, in the piece I wrote about, like, I allude to this, like, belief that history really did end, and information and knowledge are going to be free and democratized and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think there's also a point earlier in this piece where they explicitly say, just as information wants to be free. And I think that's a holdover from the old kind of 1980s, 1990s. I don't know if it was an optimism, or I don't know if it was, I don't know what it was. I do think it's true. The world has never been more ripe than it is right now for this type of appropriation and this type of, like, direct development. But it also, like, it's also worth talking about the fact that the internet and these tools, and that's this tension.
That's
that
why
I think
Nick
they
was
might
so
not
depressed
see.
for so long.
Yeah.
Nick had such, like, in his way, an emancipatory vision of cyberspace with the CCRU in the 90s. And for it to turn into Facebook depressed the shit out of him.
And that's the thing, and that's where this blind spot of seeing technology and capitalism as two separate things. Like, I think the internet shows us, like, the internet itself is just fucking capitalism. Like, it's just an interface for capitalism. It's where you go to kind of reproduce your image. It's where you go to consume. It's like, it's where
Which
you go to trade
also
and generate.
should be emphasized. That's precisely this dimension of capitalism Nick doesn't properly focus on.
My internet's fucked up.
Pause for a second.
Okay, we're back. Fucking internet.
But yeah, that the way that capitalism sells us identities on this human all to human scale via commodity, signed value, as Baudrillard put it. That's just
Yep.
something Nick doesn't seem to have much interest in. And someone like Baudrillard would go, well, of course,
Yeah.
this capitalistic technology called cyberspace is just going to be another form of commodified identity. Why are you surprised? And I think Nick wanted to view it as this radical, this Deleuze-Guattarian landscape where you could lose your humanity, lose your identity. But Baudrillard would have been like, I could have told you that's not what
Yeah.
this, this is not where this is going.
So it's funny that Nick sees part of what Baudrillard sees, but not all of it.
Yeah.
And then a
And
lot
I
of
think
these
vice
other
versa, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean,
I don't think Baudrillard saw Robo Cthulhu.
yeah.
He understands
He
that
saw
artificial
something.
intelligence, but I don't, because here's where I think Baudrillard goes wrong and Nick goes right. At a certain point, Baudrillard just acts like capital's not even that big of a, like the system, like capital doesn't define the system anymore. Like capital has ended in a way. And all of those type of comments, I'm like, okay, that's where I disagree. Like this whole
Yeah.
thing is still at the very least in prime.
Yeah.
And so when he drops the talk about capital and he just wants to talk about the system or whatever, I'm like, yeah, but if I still see that mechanism at the heart of it and spurring on all this the way that Nick does.
Yeah. And I think, probably selective focus, like Baudrillard and Nick are both radically different thinkers. They have radically different backgrounds.
No, the funny thing is Nick is just more Marxist. Baudrillard
maybe.
drifted away too far from Marx, perhaps.
Maybe.
Like I say, whenever we get around to doing something on mere production, I look forward to reading it from a Landian viewpoint.
Yeah.
Because I think there's an interesting contradiction between Nick and Baudrillard on that. But you know what this paragraph gets me thinking about? It gets me thinking about a type of writer, and I almost want to say you do it, but this is also a burden to interpolate you with. There needs to be sci-fi economist. Now, we could call it theory fiction, but I mean a robust hyperstitional economist. Like, okay, the big, easy critique of actually existing socialism is, okay, or let's just say communism. Okay, show me the actual blueprint. Show me the various structures. Why would these people be doing this? How would goods get here? Show me the blueprint for this alternative mode of production. Is there one? Does this blueprint exist? If it does, I don't know a book that I can pick up and give to somebody and go, here's the blueprint. We need highly educated economists, people who are incredibly well versed in economic theory, to also be science fiction writers, to paint the vision, to actually speculatively think through the various parts of what a new mode of production would have to be. I think we need these visions. And I'm not saying any of them will actually be implemented, but I wish Hollywood, maybe that's my only issue, with the little bit of Star Trek. I know how much you love it. But what I want is Star Trek where it's all about the actual concrete symbolic mechanisms at work that establish and structure that economy.
So there's three writers to mention, and I agree with you, and I think we need more. Maybe that's not true. Maybe we don't need more science fiction writers. I think we need more people who are into science fiction to realize the interplay between theory and fiction, because I think I do think it's important, and I actually I think about the fiction I'm writing and I want to write just as much as the theory behind it. So I honestly I think about the theory more than the narrative and the characters and the plot. Like the theory I'm trying to deal with determines the plot and the and maybe that's a shortcoming. Maybe that's why I can't write longer than I don't know, get 10,000 words in it and it's like fuck, where do I go from here? Um but I think more science fiction writers who are established science fiction writers need to realize they can do theory too. And I think there are some that do an excellent job at kind of writing the line between doing one and the other or both or neither at sometimes. But no, I think science fiction is I mean fuck. I think of myself as a fiction writer more than a theorist or anything like that.
Look, I mean, part of what got me thinking about this recently is our talk with Woofendale. And I think Pete, like, there's so many great things he said in the talk, but one that just really stuck with me is he's like, no, look, one of perhaps the core task of left accelerationism, because I gave him this challenge. I'm like, look, here's Nick's critique of left accelerationism. Right accelerationism, which is capital accelerationism, has an incentive structure, which is MCM prime. Okay? And all that comes with that. Left accelerationism wants the same, not even the same level of productivity or technological development, but even more than what capitalism can deliver. Although we have never seen a mode of production spur on tech development at the level at which capital has done it.
Yeah.
So Nick says capital is tech development. That's what it does. It's an incentive structure that produces new forms of technology. And if you want to pry them apart the way we do, then you're going to have to provide another incentive structure that can pull this off. Nobody has it.
Yeah.
And when we talk to Peter, he's like, no, this can't be brushed under the rug. Like, this is the task of a true left accelerationism, is to develop a theory of a new incentive structure that can spur on a new mode of production, a new way of life, and a new economy.
I think yeah, we need we need someone to make a Star Trek TV show, but instead of being off in space, it's like the 3 volumes of Capital just dropped into the 24th century. And I would watch it.
Or Zizek's joke, or we need V for Vendetta Part 2.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
you have
and
the
on that
big
note,
cathartic revolution. What happens the next day? Show us the depiction of a new symbolic order coming into being.
on that note, the 3 writers I want to mention with respect to this question. The first one, I'll mention Doug Lane of Diet Soap. And all Zero and Sublation, all the other stuff. Doug Lane wrote a book called After the Saucers Landed, and I think he was trying to live up to that. I think he was trying to live up to the day after, which is why he wrote After the Saucers Landed. Like, it was about an alien invasion, but it was about after the alien invasion. And he tries to answer this question, and I mean, yeah, go out and read After the Saucers Landed by Doug Lane.
I need to get the book. I didn't know that's what it was about.
Yeah. I don't want to spoil it or ruin it or even characterize how anybody feels about it. Go read that by Doug Lane. Ursula K. Le Guin. My favorite Ursula K. Le Guin book is The Dispossessed. And that is trying to envision a kind of anarchist production system. Like, they're on this planet, and she has the capitalist planet, and she has the libertarian socialist planet, and she kind of goes into the daily lives of people living on this anarchist planet, and why do they do what they do, and how do they produce, and how do they exchange and circulate, and how does it go on. And I think she does a valiant effort of trying to answer this question. Now, again, does she answer it totally and completely? I don't think so. I don't think it's been answered totally and completely, but I think she does a valiant effort. And the third writer I want to bring up is Kim Stanley Robinson. He's a science fiction writer from Northern California. He studied, I can't remember now. He's a fucking academic Marxist who also happens to write science fiction. And so he wrote, God, is it the Mars trilogy? It's Red Mars, Blue Mars, Green Mars. It's a trilogy, and in total, I think each book is at least 800 pages. And it's not exciting science fiction. It's very long, very slow. I've probably only talked to one other person who's actually finished reading these books. I'm sure Damien has. I'm sure Damo has. And some of those guys. But as far as people I know in real life, there's only one other person I know who's actually read them. It's just not great. It's not compelling fiction. And that doesn't even really answer the question. Like, really, it deals with things in interesting ways, but even that falls short. So no, I do think, like, yeah, we need somebody to come out of somewhere and try to imagine a plausible incentive structure just to show people that it's possible.
Because that's what doesn't seem like. People can go, well, there were incentive structures prior to capitalism. We're not trying to go back to those. And I don't even think it's possible. So you need a post-capitalist incentive structure. And I'm sorry, that is where, even though Nick would hate this, that is where we use hyperstition. Like,
Yeah.
there has to be some sort of robust theory of this incentive structure that could be implemented the day after.
Yep.
That could start a new organization that motivates people to do things, without being spurred on by material.
I mean, dude, so far,
to put it as
so far, the closest I've got was the end of Enjoy an Ice Cold Hyper Coke, showing the guy walking off into the desolate fucking wasteland. Like, that was the closest incentive structure I came up with, and that was not a good fucking story. Like, it wasn't a happy ending.
So here's the thing. This is where somebody can go, well, this is narcissistic, because what I want is a world in which I can live a passionate life, whereas my passion can be the organizing principle of my life. Okay. The issue with that is my drive spontaneously found this passion, and it's not just pure drive. The way this coalesces into my identity, and then the drive that tries to undermine it, and then whatever fantasy the drive is undermining, like, it's a highly specific thing with me. And so it's hard to just go, oh, well, we get rid of wage labor, so everybody's drive will just spontaneously find. That's a bit of libidinal utopianism. Just because some of us find our passion doesn't mean it's almost in spite of the world. Now, I would love a symbolic order geared towards people being able to find their passion. But the thing is, there would have to be an incentive structure put into place for that. And there would have to be institutions that could nurture it and develop it. So, I just don't want my image of passion. It very easily could be laughed at or mocked as some kind of libidinal utopianism. And I'm sitting there going, no, like, I understand that. Look, I can use all these examples. Most of the examples are great musicians or what. Prince got to live his life of passion. He did the thing that he loves, that gave his life meaning, and also undermine him in beautiful ways, right? Okay. how do we get that for most people? Well, there's got to be a whole infrastructure in place for that to be a possibility.
And the prime thing it has to offer, rather than the commodity, is it has to offer a negative space for you to move into and explore and lose yourself and become something else and explore. And the thing with the commodity, the thing why the commodity cannot satisfy this is the commodity is a definite, infinite thing. And it's it's infinitely absent is what the commodity is, but it's definite. So we need an infinite absence that is indefinite. We need to be able to explore and become and lose and fail. And the stakes, when you fail, the stakes can't be, oh well, you lost your job, now you're homeless, and now you're addicted to drugs, and now you're dead. Fuck you, go home. Don't pass go, don't collect $200. Like the
Look,
stakes need to
I
be
want homelessness to be a symbolic impossibility.
yeah. Yeah.
Like, okay, I mean, look, because home carries all these. Okay, you're not going to be houseless. Like,
Yeah.
the
You're
idea,
not gonna
do
have to
you really
fight for
belong or blah, blah,
toothbrushes.
blah, that's a whole nother story. But you will
Yeah.
have a place to live in this society, guaranteed.
Yeah.
No, you will not be going
Housing,
hungry. If you go hungry, it's
housing,
because you're literally
nutrition.
starving yourself.
Yeah. Give me housing, give me nutrition, give me healthcare, give me social integration, and then give me
Access
enable.
to
That's it. Access.
potentials of passion.
Yeah. Give me a way to explore. Give me a way to maybe discover I love music, or I love sports, or I love art, or I love poetry, or I love
Or
woodworking, or
science.
like yeah, like, and that's very much not the world we have. Like kids are, you know, fuck you, you suck. You're gonna be poor. I don't even know anymore. Like I would hate to be a kid today, dude.
Oh,
I feel so fucking
considering I
bad
got
for
kind
kids
of
today,
the
dude.
ideal phantasmatic 80s childhood, like I feel so fucking bad for them,
Yeah.
you know. All right. Yo, can we just pause for a moment and acknowledge that amazing t-shirt you've got on right now?
Yeah, man. This was a birthday present a while ago, and it's got photos of my dogs and their names, and it's all like, it looks like one of those silly airbrush Tupac t-shirts or whatever,
Yeah.
but it's my puppies.
Charlie and Winston.
Yeah.
Okay, picking back up. Today we are starting with Trap, which is chapter 3, section 3, however we want to talk about it. But yeah, I will get into it. Keep it going.
Let's do it. Xenofeminism rejects illusion and melancholy as political inhibitors. Illusion as the blind presumption that the weak can prevail over the strong with no strategic coordination leads to unfulfilled promises and unmarshaled drives. This is a politics that, in wanting so much, ends up building so little. Without the labor of large scale collective social organization, declaring one's desire for global change is nothing more than wishful thinking. On the other hand, melancholy, so endemic to the left, teaches us that emancipation is an extinct species to be wept over, and that blips of negation are the best we can hope for. At its worst, such an attitude generates nothing but political lassitude, and at its best, installs an atmosphere of pervasive despair which too often degenerates into factionalism and petty moralizing. The malady of melancholia only compounds political inertia and, under the guise of being realistic, relinquishes all hope of calibrating the world otherwise. It is against such maladies that xenofeminism inoculates.
So, I mean,
Whew.
I kind of want to go in reverse, but the melancholy, look, I don't think Mark Fisher is, yes, depression, he dealt with that. And that's why Nick wrote Transcendental Miserableism, and Nick thinks the left is comprised by that, which is this default miserableistic view of the world.
So does that mean Schopenhauer and Ligotti were in Zappa, and
they're all
are all these
lefties.
guys radical leftists?
Which is funny because here's the thing: there's ways to link Nick to them, but his attitude isn't them; it's Nietzschean.
That's the thing. Like I think Nick
joyful
is Schopenhauerian as
doomerism
fuck.
is his thing almost.
Yeah, I mean it's like Kieran. I think. Well, in that way, it is more, I guess, superficially. It does more superficially resemble Nietzsche, but like I think Nick is Schopenhauer as fuck.
Well, especially early on, he was drawn from that. His disposition isn't Schopenhauerian.
Right.
And the thing, the pessimistic dimension. Okay, so like someone like Zappa, right, who thinks, the character Russ Cole in True Detective. We already mentioned him yesterday, but that default setting. It is based in theory, in Zappa's, On the Tragic, right? Which basically argues that human beings are a misstep in evolution, that we got too conscious for our own good, and because of that, we suffer. We are exposed to the tragic in a way other beings are not, and it would probably be better to just walk hand in hand into extinction, right? That's the anti-natalist dimension of it. It's odd, right? Because if Nick now is more complicated. Young Nick was all about anti-humanism. Fuck it. Bye-bye to the human. Go away. The extinction of the human, so something more beautiful can take its place. There's a pessimistic dimension or twist to it. It's just he's not sad about it.
Yeah. Well, and that's, I mean, we've been doing so much with Bataille recently, and I think Bataille and Schopenhauer are very much connected. I think that there's almost like with Emile Kieran or even like Camus, like just regular existentialism. We just talked to Peter Rollins about Kierkegaard as well. Like I guess I would consider myself an existential pessimist.
We both are that.
as opposed to like a melancholic pessimist or whatever. But
Nance, at some point, we're gonna have to like reckon with our core philosophical pessimism, because we never talk about it. It's weird. It's this thing that it comes out a little bit, but
it does show itself a little bit. And honestly, antinatalism, I think that's a position we share in common. Although to come out hard and say we are both hard antinatalists, I think it would be absurd.
Yeah,
but
that
we
doesn't
lean
get
towards
added either.
antinatalism, which I have 7 kids, and I say that I lean towards antinatalism as someone with a bunch of kids. But so it's all very complex. But I think if you read Emile Kieran and then you read Sartre and Camus, I think like together that represents an existential pessimism with the courage of hopelessness as well. It's like, well, fuck all this shit. This sucks. Everything you love was made in hell, as Nick Land says in one of the pieces in Xenosystems. I can't remember which piece, but everything you love was made in hell. Yeah, everything we love was made in hell, but we're denizens of hell. So hell-baked is what, well, we might as well, I don't know, try to make the best of it. Let's make some lemonade, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's the thing, but this type of pessimism resonates deeply with us. And it's just, it's a weird thing, because you on some level you're like, oh, Nick lends himself to that. But I don't think he, even back then, if we were to have this conversation with him at the bar down the street at Warwick, I don't think he would go, oh, he would say, yeah, anti-humanist, not pessimist. Like, no, the
Yeah,
good stuff's yet to come.
like Legati, like Zapfa.
Like
Um,
because for them the good stuff isn't yet to come. It's just
right.
bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing's gonna get better. Nick thinks things are getting better. There's a weird sense where he's an optimist.
Well, that's why I mean, I would consider him more Schopenhauerian in that regard, as like no, like there's some weird disconnect. We are a dysfunction, uh, but something greater can come in and like materialize and actualize itself.
And that's the Nietzschean
That
thing. Affirm the fate of we're going to go extinct, not because we
yeah,
all join hands and choose to stop reproducing, but because Robo Cthulhu's gonna make that a
yeah,
reality, which is just to say technological development is going to lead to probably first transhumanism and then posthumanism. And so we're on the way out and we should affirm our fate.
amorphity. And I no, dude, I don't think I mean, a while ago I was writing a piece called Odium Fati, Odium Odium, which is Latin for hate, as opposed to love fate, amorphity. I was trying to write a piece, Odium Fati, hate
And
fate.
not otium.
Right, yeah, not odium like luxury,
Leisure.
but odium with a D. And yeah, I mean I think no, but we are the dreamers of dreams. Like once again, like this is our fucking world. Let's plant our fucking flag and take responsibility.
Here's
But
oh no, go ahead.
I don't know, like the melancholy. I think it's a very powerful thing, and I think I don't know. We are pessimists, but I would I would say, well,
But
we're
the
not.
left shouldn't be.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
I mean, that is a real political point they're making. Like one of the reasons the left is unappealing is it does seem to always be a downer.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
it's funny because you want to go, well, if the left is the one talking about systemic oppression and exploitation and racism and sex, all these things, yeah, it doesn't seem like somebody could go, well, of course it's a downer. It's the one speaking about the harsh realities of society and not trying to cover them over. Fair enough. But if you're trying to sell people on your political vision, you got to give them a positive vision opposed to just this bad, this bad, this bad, tear this down, tear this down. And this is where the left, like, of course, on some level, the ideal or a freer society, emancipatory society, etc. But it comes off as just nihilistic, like just tear down the all existing traditional institutional ways of life because they're bad, and so normies are left going, and then what?
Yeah.
And so
Well, don't keep talking to me about problems if you never have a solution. And as I guess simplistic as that can be a lot of the time, I also agree with it. Ultimately, in going back to the conversation about like science fiction, like I think fiction and imagination plays a necessary role in emancipatory politics, and I do think um, if the best we have to offer is Star Trek, and as much as I love Star Trek, and as radical as I think Star Trek was, and as problematic yet radical a figure I think Gene Roddenberry was, um, yeah, we can't just talk about how bad things are all the time. We also have to say, hey, you know, look how good it could be. If we had a universal platform kind of built around the thing that we lack, let's try to
and
imagine
we
a
need
world.
visions
Yeah.
up, like we can't, visions of the 1800s working class revolution.
Yeah, dude.
No, it's not going to
No,
cut it.
no. Well, and I
And
was thinking, so the conversation we had about science fiction, I was thinking today, like there are more writers um who have tried to do a utopian vision. Um I don't it just it always breaks down. It doesn't work. Like I think some of the best like avowedly socialist writers we're only capable of writing dystopias, going all the way back to Red Star and We with like the
Well,
early Soviet like
what is Marx's work primarily? Is it a positive vision of a communist society, or is it a robust critique of capitalism?
right, right. Like we need to the day after. We do need to tarry with visions of the day after because no one's going to go for, well, I don't know. Maybe it'll be better, but we don't really know for sure. Like,
Also,
yeah, it's
and look, I love the term. I use it all the time, the day after. But even
yeah,
that has to be challenged and critiqued because it does presuppose some punctual
right,
standout moment,
right,
revolution, whatever. What if that doesn't come? So there's not even a day after in the V for Vendetta sense.
yeah,
So, but look, I'm with them. The left needs to not be depressive and melancholic, and it has to get over these illusions of folk politics being sufficient in and of themselves. This
yep,
localism shit, they already talked about. We were doing this in the last reading, but they're going to get into this more here. So, look, as far as like the illusion that somehow local efforts can overthrow the system, that needs to go, and this depressive, defeated kind of default setting is not going to be enough to mobilize normies, the masses, etc.
yep.
And so on both points, I agree.
I think it was and you know what? I've referenced this so many fucking times. I need to look it up. So because I'm going to continue referencing, but I believe it was Sartre who told it was either Castro or Che Guevara. I think it might have been Fidel Castro. He told him like I demand the moon. Like when he was talking about like, oh yeah, political support and blah blah blah, revolution, this and that. Like Sartre was like no, like give me the moon. Um, and I guess romantically that touches on the notion of like have impossible demands. And I do think we need to have impossible demands. But along with those, we also need to have
We need impossible
a
demands
realism.
to get realistic demands actually met. You need to
Yeah.
overshoot so that it's forced to compromise, and then what you actually get is still a vast improvement.
Right. And like when thinking at the scale of impossible demands, you also have to have like realistic. You can't be like, oh, 100 of us radical motherfuckers are gonna organize and we're gonna change the world. Like, no, 100 of you are gonna go get blown up. Like we really need to reckon with tarry with the reality of this. These are global stakes. The stakes are global. We're not gonna solve it by radicalizing thousands of college kids who only do radical action on college campuses, or thousands of or even millions. Like this is global. This is a global thing. You need to consider the scale of the problem when you're thinking
And
about
that's
solving
exactly
it.
what they want us to do. Like they're
Yeah.
tapped into this technological infrastructure. Like if you're not affecting the tech structure, you're not affecting the system.
Yep.
And so let's do the next one because it goes more into this.
We take politics that exclusively valorize the local in the guise of subverting currents of global abstraction to be insufficient. To secede from or disavow capitalist machinery will not make it disappear. Likewise, suggestions to pull the lever on the emergency brake of embedded velocities, the call to slow down and scale back, is a possibility available only to the few, of violent particularity of exclusivity, ultimately entailing catastrophe for the many. Refusing to think beyond the micro community, to foster connections between fractured insurgencies, to consider how emancipatory tactics can be scaled up for universal implementation, is to remain satisfied with temporary and defensive gestures. Xenofeminism is an affirmative creature of the offensive, fiercely insisting on the possibility of large scale social change for all of our alien kin.
Again, it's just a rejection of folk politics, localism, small
Mhm.
scale ism. And, I love this point they make, though. This, like, oh, just decelerate the process. Well, okay. The problem with that is how many lives that would destroy.
Yep.
Like if you just impose that immediately, sorry, like there's not going to be any negative impact on working people.
Yep.
If you do that. I mean, look, thinking about it in terms of this, right? What radical deceleration would do is, okay, stop lifting. Okay. Well, the point is, there's a whole incentive structure that keeps people dragging in lift. Okay. Capitalism's geared towards this process of further computational abstraction, lifting away from material reality. But humans have to find ways to continue to live within this process, and they call that drag. If you quickly and punctually put a halt to lift, it would destroy drag. It would completely disrupt drag the way that it's functioning now, which is to say it would completely disrupt how humans are finding ways to exist within lift.
Yep.
And so I'm just saying, like, whether we talk about it in xenofeminist terms or exo-capitalist terms, it still is this process of like, oh, if you just try to put the brakes on the system, it's going to hurt millions upon millions of people. And just radical deceleration can't be the answer.
Yeah. Not to mention the implausibility of that even happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think right now it's kind of timely. Recently within the past year, couple years, people have been talking about the takeoff of AI, and a lot of people have been talking about stopping it or slowing it down or putting a hold on it, suspending it or whatever. And that's just not going to happen. Maybe I don't know, maybe
The only thing that'll
10
make
years
that
ago.
happen is capital itself. Some
Yeah.
dynamic with capitalist accumulation. Like,
Yeah.
oh, for whatever, it's not worth investing in right now. Like, some, given the world we live in, the market will dictate these
Well, and
dynamics.
it has done with AI, because AI is not a brand new thing. Like AI going all the way back to Babbage and Lovelace, the entire 20th century was a quest for AI. And that was punctuated by waves of investment and development. And then excitement subsided and investment might have even subsided. But what was happening all along, the machine was still churning along, and the developments, the necessary technological breakthroughs were still happening in the background. So, like, people think, oh, AI is brand new. And yeah, there have been recent changes, but for the entirety of the last 120 plus years, they like the search for AI has been on. Like before the First World War, people were trying to crack artificial intelligence.
There's waves to it, and market dynamics and the way that investors interpret those dynamics has everything to do with it. And this deceleration thing, it's kind of just a fantasy. I mean, has it ever
Yep.
actually worked? Or has it? I mean, would you call like this post-war social democracies deceleration? I don't know
I don't
if
think
I'd
so.
even
I think it
count
was
them as that.
I would consider that just a diversifying of investment
Mm-hmm.
and investing in the human labor.
But
Because
it
the
didn't
human labor
stop
was,
capital from developing.
yeah, not at all. And in fact, I mean, it was a boom.
Yeah.
It was a boom for consumers. It was also a boom for technology. Like a lot of things were picking up at
Yeah.
that time.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the
it was
50s
just
kind
a,
of laid the tech infrastructure up until the 90s in a lot of
yeah,
ways. I mean,
absolutely.
sure, there were
Absolutely.
improvements along the way, but um, yeah, I mean, look, so this is just another way of saying, you know, like the micro community model ain't gonna cut it.
Yep.
And we have to, seize maybe not the means of I mean kinda. I mean the there has to be some sort of way to get a hold or have influence on tech development and its deployment.
Yeah.
And this would have to occur at a global scale, which the micro community will never achieve.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, I know there's people like Daniel Tuck comes to mind, somebody who wants to defend folk politics on some level, because I think it's the idea that, yeah, but the universal movement, the seeds of it are in these. But I'm like, really? I mean, now I don't know. I just feel like it's
Yeah.
looking backwards to like, oh well, the workers' movement and all. Okay, but I don't think that the answer, the trick to our situation, is back there.
Yeah. I think of I do think that there is a level of like I don't know, that type of organizing, that type of activism that does good locally. And I think that's a good thing. But I feel like making that your ultimate thing is the same thing as the guys who are doing the return to the land type shit. Like the
Mhm.
people who want to set up their little
It
exclusive
guarantees the reproduction of the system. The system, the
Yeah.
existing system's just going to go on. Now, look,
Yep.
to be fair, someone like Tut or somebody who wants to defend folk politics could go, okay, Mikey, but what is this universal thing going to just poof out of nowhere? Fair point.
Right.
Fair point. It's so I don't know. I just don't think, given the time crunch we're in, I just don't know. Oh, well, we need and look, Chris Catrone, I've heard him say this, like, a real, it might take 150 years. I'm like, do we have 150 years?
Mm-mm.
I like, this is where James Ellis zero accelerationism. I'm like, this shit will collapse by then. And maybe Chris could try to argue against that, but I mean, it's hard
I
for me to
think
envision anything like the capitalist mode of production we're in still trucking along 150 years from now in anything like its current form.
when I think about actually existing politics and actually existing organizing, I think if you're doing that, you should be aware that you're not organizing for the revolution. You are organizing for Mad Max. And maybe we need people to organize into communities that can survive Mad Max. But if that's all you do is that type of folk politics, you will not be doing socialist revolution. You will be facing Mad Max. And so maybe we do need to organize to survive what comes next.
You
And
just wonder, is the collapse inevitable?
if all we have is folk politics, absolutely. I think anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe that's it. Like maybe we're gonna have to collapse. Maybe we're locked in, and we need people to build Bartertown. We need Tina Turner.
But we don't need another hero.
I wish I had a saxophone on my soundboard so I could play some badass saxophone music right now.
Look, but the idea, large scale social change for all of our alien kin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so anything on this one you want to mention before we move on?
I think that's it.
Okay.
A sense of the world's volatility and artificiality seems to have faded from contemporary queer and feminist politics in favor of a plural but static constellation of gender identities, in whose bleak light equations of the good and the natural are stubbornly restored, while having, perhaps, admirably expanded thresholds of tolerance. Too often we are told to seek solace in unfreedom, staking claims on being born this way, as if offering an excuse with nature's blessing. All the while, the heteronormative center chugs on. Xenofeminism challenges this centrifugal referent, knowing full well that sex and gender are exemplary of the fulcrum between norm and fact, between freedom and compulsion. To tilt the fulcrum in the direction of nature is a defensive concession at best, and a retreat from what makes trans and queer politics more than just a lobby. That it is an arduous assertion of freedom against an order that seemed immutable. Like every myth of the given, a stable foundation is fabulated for a real world of chaos, violence, and doubt. The given is sequestered into the private realm as a certainty, whilst retreating on fronts of public consequences. When the possibility of transition became real and known, the tomb under nature's shrine cracked, and new histories, bristling with futures, escaped the old order of sex. The disciplinary grid of gender is in no small part an attempt to mend that shattered foundation and tame the lives that escaped it. The time has now come to tear down the shrine entirely and not bow down before it in a piteous apology for what little autonomy has been won. That shit
So
goes hard.
do not retreat into essentialism and naturalism. And I mean, look, part of me, so yeah, I just think that there is I'm born this way,
Mm-hmm.
uh, naturalizing different genders, transgender, etc. And really, the power is to just affirm the opposite. Like,
Mm-hmm.
because look, to affirm the opposite is to affirm the human as such. This is why Slavoj and Alenka, they put all the emphasis LGBTQ plus. They love
Yep.
the plus because the point is that plus represents this surplus within the human. I think this is what Reza Negarestani and Peter Wolfendale call the inhuman within the human. There's this way of constantly revising ourselves, reconfiguring ourselves. And that is what it is to be human. But that means that our nature is denatured. Like,
Yep.
and so it's this whole thing that I do. So with Todd, Todd emphasizes non-belonging, but I want to say that we belong in non-belonging. I want to say our nature is unnatural. Like it's
We
this
have an essential non-essence.
exact. Our essence is inessentiality,
Yep.
right? And the point is LGBTQ is this great instance of being able to show this inessentiality, this denaturalism in a positive light. But instead, because of identity politics, it retreats back into this is my essence, my positive essence, my
Yeah.
true identity, my substantial identity. And yeah, in that sense, it does a disservice to itself. And so, like, look, I mean, this is why Judith Butler walked back some of her positions in gender trouble, because gender trouble, like, it's too inessentialist. So, as I understand it, certain trans people were like, no, I'm born this way. This is my true essence. There is a true. And it just comes back to this thing where I think Lacan has a better answer for this, where there's this third option, which is
Yeah.
sexuated being in the Lacanian sense, where, yeah, you might have a subjective structure that's sexuated, but it's not your biology. It's not, and
Yeah.
it becomes a fate only after the fact. Like once you've chosen a sexuated position as a child, then it is this stubborn structure that shapes your life. That's true, but it wasn't biologically generated. it was actually generated from a free choice. You don't remember the free choice. And this is true of whether you're hetero, cis, gay, straight, doesn't matter. This is a universal dimension of our sexuated being, but it doesn't entail a biological destiny. So
I think
I don't think the xenofeminist crew, Laboria, Cuboniks, I imagine they wouldn't like, the Lacanian graph of sexuation, but I would want to argue you should.
yeah. Well, I mean, I think I think it is a different way to say what they're saying with saying I was born this way. No, you weren't. Like
Neither
you
was
don't need
I.
to return to nature. Yeah, like I don't know. I think that transmedicalizing is what they call it. I don't know. I'm not up on all the terms. I don't know, but like to medicalize the condition of being out of sync with your biology and your subjective structure being out of sync, like to medicalize that actually does a disservice and leads to a lot of harm. And there is a lot of suicide with people who feel this asynchronicity between their subjective structure and their biological form. And it should be treated kindly and compassionately and empathetically. And there are people who react violently against someone who doesn't socially perform their biology. But there are also people who react violently against people who are unwilling to I don't know, to live with uncertainty. Like there are people who say, no, this is a medical necessity and this is an essential thing and you must medicalize it and you must, and I don't know. I think in the future, I want to be an octopus. And that
Say it
like
again. Think face tentacles.
yeah, like I want to be a robot with, pogo sticks for legs and fucking slinkies for arms. I don't know, and like the huge like me.
You
Like
want to be able to wear
I want
bodies
to
like you wear clothes now.
yes. And I think there are people who maybe like for I don't know, for an explanation of some transphobia, definitely not all of it, but sometimes I think some people like they know that they are also out of sync symbolically. Maybe they don't know it academically, but they feel
Do
the
you
fact that
think
they're out of
most
sync.
humans, if given the possibility, like it's a concrete freedom, would they do body migration?
I think eventually, yeah, once we cast off a lot of like old social forms, because
Because I
I
mean,
think
Ultron, Age of Ultron,
yeah,
Avengers, right? He just has all these different bodies that he can instantiate in, and okay, they're robotic bodies, but with bioengineering, they could be
well, look at
cyborgic bodies, robot bodies, bio bodies. It like
I think the push for life extension is ultimately trying to chip away at that fantasy. Like there are so many people who want to transcend biology because they again, I think people feel the dissonance between the symbolic and their biology or like the subject that is them and their biology that they've been born into. I think a lot of people feel it. I think that's that kind of explains transphobia sometimes because people are actually jealous of the people who transition because they think, oh, you have substantialized your identity and you do
Mhm.
fit in, and they become jealous of that. But I also think in general, we all want to transcend biology. We all want to extend our life.
Well, that's
We
why
take medicine when we feel bad. We go to the dentist. We wear clothes. Like all these things are transcending biology. If we were just natural apes, we would
so
be naked in
language
trees
transcends
eating
biology.
bugs. Right. And I think it gets really messy. People get jealous, people scapegoat, people do violent, horrible things because of oppressive and repressive social structures. But at the end of the day, I think we are all out of sync. And I, in order to fix that, like we would have to fix something anti-fixed. Like we would have to fix the unnatural nature that is at the core of us all. And I think technology can offer solutions or maybe
Well, that's why
move us
Chris
further in that
Wilde
direction.
can catch on with
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
also can scare the shit out of them.
It can. But I think I was born this way. First of all, Lady Gaga is a brilliant musician, I think. I think Lady Gaga is very talented. I
But
don't
pure
like her music.
ideology.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like her music, but I think she's an icon. And I'm sure she's made some songs that I actually would like. But Born This Way. No, you weren't born this way. And like that's the thing. Like living in the uncertainty. Jesus Christ, what were we just talking about? That what you were writing, like Kant, certainty, reason, know the noumenon, like this desire, demand for certainty. It's pure superego. It's pure, it becomes pure ideology. But it's also scary because it's like, oh, you mean it is uncertain? You mean I have to determine myself?
Mm-hmm.
And people who they have a dearth of time and resources to be able to even understand the world they live in. They don't want to have to also determine their self and their role.
Okay,
They
because-
want certainty. They want a sure thing.
Sorry, an existential crisis, if it doesn't just hit you with the impact of the real, like it falls upon you, like Heidegger talks about how moods assail us, they overcome us, right? Okay. If you're not just you find yourself having an existential crisis, which a lot of people don't use that term, I find it's more popular now. The problem is they so have a lack of time and energy. They're exhausted. They have no hope for the future. The future's been canceled. And yet, if they're the type of person that the only thing that holds them together is just whatever symbolic identity, social identity that they've kind of just taken for granted,
Yep.
if that gets called into question, that's a giant burden. Like, there's like stepping into like an existential crisis in a sense, hitting at the right time, opposed to
Yeah.
it feeling like somebody's forcing it on you and you're not ready for it. And the whole point is like you're never ready for it. But that's maybe some of it where it's like, wait, you mean I'm not just a man, I'm not just a woman, I'm not just blah blah, like, and the groundlessness of one's identity and this other dimension of subjectivity. Yeah, people aren't just don't have the luxury to contemplate this shit and to dwell in it and tarry with the negative and reckon with it. So it's a giant fucking burden on top of a life that's already a burden itself. So that has to be taken into account.
Yep. It's like we're all prisoners and we're fighting over scraps. Like when like that puts you into that mindset when you're told you have the responsibility of figuring this out and determining yourself, and this is all on your shoulders. It puts you in this state of prisoners fighting over scraps because we don't have the resources to do that. I just need to wake up and go to work and take care of my fucking responsibilities and not kill myself at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And you also want me to create the universe on top of that? Like, I'm sorry, dude. I don't have time.
You're right.
I can't. So,
and now you want
yeah.
me to think like, wait, gender's not as much of a
Yeah.
given as I take it. It just seems like a giant burden. I keep going
Yeah.
back to this word, and that's how it feels like. And if what you've done is lived in gender theory, and you see how so many of our default presuppositions hurt certain people, right? I get the impulse. No, just stop doing the bad thing. But the bad thing, the problem is, it's such a goddamn master signifier. It's such one of the last things that people can just rely on. Birds and the bees. Men
Yep.
are from Mars, women are from Venus. This is this kind of shit that,
Yep.
and so that's part of the issue is that some people existentially do better with accelerating the process with the deterritorialization and decoding, right?
Yep.
Than a lot of other people do. And the people who it's harder on aren't necessarily evil or bad.
No.
They just have a harder time reckoning with this. And so I think this is where some of us who are more inclined towards the process have to realize, yeah, we also have a lot more conceptual tools. We have a lot more, resources than a lot of your average normies do. And so, but I mean, I don't know. There has to be a way to walk the line between both.
Yeah. I think that's it. Like walking the line between both. And like that is, I guess, the challenge or the mandate. When you take up really trying to do theory or whatever, I don't know, trying to think about these things and trying to communicate about these things. Like that is the challenge you have to rise to, is find a way to walk the narrow fucking line, and it's exceedingly difficult. That's why it's a structural problem. If this were easy, we would be living in a utopia. I mean, not a fucking utopia, but like things would be far easier if it were easy to do.
Look, and here's the problem, right? Part of it is how the right ideologically utilizes gender theory, right? Because what the message that gets beamed at so many normies is that these gender theorist types don't want you to exist. And that's just, if you read what they're saying here, at least, it's this example that I'm kind of getting ahead of myself because it's in one of the coming paragraphs, I believe. But it's not, look, it's this difference. Hey, there's cis people, there's straight people, there's gay people, there's trans people, and all we want is a society where everybody gets to just have their different identity and just not face it, like it is a level of equality in the sense of nobody's going to face any structural uh inefficiencies because of one of these different identities. Okay? And the example is, with all the prejudices in the world, most people are not hated or oppressed because they have green eyes or brown eyes or blue eyes. Like eye color isn't really a factor. Now leave it to humans. Like if we all literally had the same skin tone, maybe eye color becomes a factor. But right now it's not. So the point is to have races and different genders just have this, but they're not saying green eyes can't exist, blue eyes can't exist. And that's the message that gets beamed at hetero cis normies, is that not only do they want
to kill the blue-eyed people,
you guys have to go. And what they don't understand is when they're talking about destroying hetero cis normativity, they're not talking about destroying hetero cis people. It's this privilege as a default setting that they don't want. It's like what heteronormativity is doing is saying blue eyes are better than green and brown eyes. And to destroy that doesn't mean get rid of the blue. It means
get rid of the structure.
Exactly.
Get rid of the logic.
But that requires nuance, and normies don't have time for nuance.
They don't have time.
They have time for algorithms that just feed them TikTok videos and.
Thinkers battle with nuance. Normies don't. So again, like it's up to the thinkers and the communicators. Yeah. And left-handedness, I think, is an interesting example because there were
that was a thing.
A lot of prejudices against left-handedness. I recently saw, and I don't know, I didn't read it. I think it was Jacob. Shout out Jacob. I think it was you. I saw you posted something or replied to something about left-handedness and queerness and how it turns out it's a similar ratio. Like you have mainline being right-handed to left-handed being like 20% or whatever. mainline, cishet, normal, whatever, being mainline, you have a similar ratio to queerness or whatever. And yeah, I think it's oppressing people based on queerness is just as absurd as oppressing people based on left-handedness.
Well, and if you told everybody, oh, do away with right-handed normativity, most people would be like,
Right.
yeah, who gives a shit if
For sure.
20%, 30% use their left? Who gives a shit? That's what they want. Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit?
I just saw today. I just fucking saw today. People are still talking about kitten litter boxes in classrooms. Like that's still a thing that people are talking about. Years ago with the trans agenda, people were
Oh, is this furries?
they were talking about the trans and the furries and how, oh no, now all of our public schools are going to have litter boxes in classrooms because the radical trans agenda wants to turn all your children into kittens. And like, get the fuck out of here. But people are still talking about it to this day. And there has not been one example of a school putting a litter box in a fucking classroom. That's bullshit. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you think that's true, it's wrong. It's
Isn't
just
this
not
where-
true. It
look,
hasn't happened.
Okay.
But people are still talking about it
Is
today.
this not where we live in Baudrillard's wasteland, where it's like, okay, as hard as it can be, like you and I were talking about this last night with the Epstein file shit. Okay. The problem with all the videos that everybody's watching is so much of it is unsubstantialized claims. It's complete simulation. Look,
Yep.
if you want to look at the documented emails and then read them for yourself and then read between the lines, fine. You're at least in the realm of having some sort of functional representationalism. And there I just mean words corresponding or referring to something. Whatever
Yeah,
it
there's
was.
a referent.
But
There's
like
a
this
referent
shit,
there.
like, okay, when I read, okay, now somebody could say, you're already trapped because what if these aren't even real emails Jeffrey Epstein sent? Then I don't know what I mean,
Sure.
then we're so lost in simulation that I don't even know what to do. I kind of presuppose that these were real emails.
Yeah.
But
I think it's safe to presuppose that they're real.
yeah, but somebody could say, okay, because where I'm going to go is I want to defend evidence, but somebody could say, give me evidence that Jeffrey Epstein actually sent these. And it's an appeal to authority. I don't know.
It is an appeal to authority.
And it's an appeal to authority that I really don't trust.
Right. But you can also, so I think the thing with that is you can see all the metadata. You can actually go, and you don't have to go to the US DHS, whatever. You don't have to go to their website. There are multiple crowdsourced operations that are hosting this information, and the metadata in a lot of these emails is there. So you can actually go and look at the digital electronic signature that's created. Every time you do anything on a computer, it creates metadata. And that metadata basically says where it is in the world, what time it is on the world, what type of machine it's on, where is it going. So like there are things that point to, there is evidence that you can go verify instead of relying on your YouTube video where it's like the fucking flashy thumbnail and the sensational bomb drops, 1,500
Ellen
million new
DeGeneres,
Epstein
pure
files.
Satanism.
Ellen DeGeneres eats babies and where's their like, instead of relying on all that shit, you can go verify it for yourself and you can have reasoned, measured conversation about it. This is such a huge thing. And ultimately, dude, this is the belly button of madness. No. This is the mountain of madness. H.P. Lovecraft, like this event, we have to be careful.
Are we
I
in
think
Carcosa?
we need to climb the mountain. I mean, in that, I just, it's like, I've been telling people, anyone that'll listen, like, don't pay attention to any of the videos about it. If you want to know about it, read the emails, look for people who are actually having reasonable, measured conversation about it. And if you're not going to do that, ignore it because it'll drive you fucking mad.
Yeah.
It will.
I know, and I've been watching the
So-
videos, and I had to take a step back and go, okay,
Dude.
lock in. If I want to know something, it has to be based on actual emails I can read. Other than that, oh, there's these videos. What videos? Where? Who's like? Prove it. How do you? Like, no, man. Like, and the problem is, this is Baudrillard was so fucking right. People don't get how right he was. Where when he talks about the perfect crime, the murder of the real, all he's saying is we do not have social, epistemological, semiotic mechanisms that actually hold stable the line between real and fake.
Yep.
That line has
and it's-
imploded, and there's just no way. Look, and again, I try to use like, this is a pack of Black and Milds. And somebody, I could go, see, ta-da, Baudrillard, the real is preserved. Oh, right. Okay, and you know what he would say? I think he'd go, if you have to go to this little example of a physical object and say, I said a thing and it corresponded, I emitted a sign and it's got a referent. If this is all you got to work with, he's like, I'm talking about on the level of society. Can you verify? Yes. Can you prove? Can you hold this line in the age of electronic media? It is, I want to defend evidence. But it's so fucking hard in the Baudrillardian wasteland to defend evidence.
Yep. Also Nicholas Luhmann's The Reality of Mass Media. And he's written multiple books that I think are excellent. And I think Luhmann goes so well with Baudrillard. Mm-hmm. But in The Reality of the Mass Media, Luhmann talks about this thing in a way that resembles Baudrillard because he's talking about doubling. And he's talking about how the reality that the mass media creates takes the place of the reality of the world that you live in. So like when we're at this global scale, the information world that we live in, there's already a discontinuity. Like back in the day, back before we were globally connected and always online and everything had like global implications and global connections, you could point to something and utter a truth about it and it remains true. But when the world you live in is all online, like you blur the lines between real and irreal. We inhabit a space of irreality. And yeah, and that's the thing. Unplug people, like it's cliche, it's overdone or whatever, but also unplug. Buy DVDs and watch DVDs instead of going online and fucking scrolling or whatever. Sit down in your couch and plop a DVD into your DVD player and look at that screen for a while, motherfucker. If nothing else.
Yeah. And you know what you'll say? You feel like your screen is in slow-mo because it just doesn't TikTok accelerate. And look, there's this conspiracy theory video. You go first.
On that, dude, on the pacing and the I don't even know. The speed. Curling is this fascinating Olympic sport. And I looked into it and apparently it was at the first Winter Olympics in 1924 when they started doing the modern Olympics. Apparently the game of curling goes back hundreds of years. Back in the time of Leonardo da Vinci, curling was a thing that was going on. I didn't know about curling until probably 8 years ago, probably 2 Winter Olympics ago, when I was like, that's like shuffleboard, but in a hockey rink. What the fuck are they doing? They look stupid. What's going on? But this year I've been watching me some curling and the pacing of it all, the temporality of curling. It has a strange allure to it because you're watching a TV, or even I'll watch it on my phone or whatever. You're looking at the screen, you're looking at this interface that we're so conditioned to expect rapid movement. But then you look at the TV or you look at your phone and the pace of curling is so slow. It's like baseball, but even more radical, I think. And it puts you in a weird state. And I think curling is fucking fascinating to do with this temporality of it all.
The speed at which our minds are constantly having to process information is fucking exhausting. And because it's a default setting, especially now, people don't even know how slow the mind could ponder or focus on
Mm-hmm.
things. And I'm sorry, this is not retroactive uh bullshitting of fantasy. Sorry. I remember as a kid the way that I could lock in on a TV show or a video game and just sit there mesmerized by it for hours. And that's all there was. This is not a bullshit fantasy. Oh, you're just misremembering. No, I'm not misremembering. You motherfuckers are gaslighting when you do that kind of shit. I used to be able to do something that I struggle. Like even something I love, like season 1 True Detective. There's this gravity, this pull of the phone to check it to every and it just and like I say, when we do this shit, when we're sitting watching our TVs and then we put the phone up and start watching videos, I call it, the great eclipse, right? Uh it is. It's the great eclipse. And exactly. And I nothing. Do you know how hard it would be for something to actually, when I was a kid in the 80s or 90s, just watching if something got between me and the TV, get the fuck out of the way. Now I just constantly put this fucking thing and eclipse the TV, and and I hate it. But like the other night, okay, I was chilling out, had a couple drinks, left my phone upstairs, and I tapped back into it for a
Straight
minute.
up. Straight
And
up.
this thing, I'm sorry. I love being able to check movie times. There's so many things I do love about this thing, but it's the social media aspect. Like that shit, if I could use this thing the way that I use a glass or a pen,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm sorry, the pen only registers in my circumspection, to use Heidegger's term, in my skilled and you know skilled going aboutness in a meaningful environment when it's time to write something, and that's it.
When you're in need
Otherwise
of a
it's
pin.
completely
Yeah.
invisible to me. We've created this thing that it can never just withdraw on its own
Yep.
because it's just not being used. Why? Because it's used for everything. And
Yep.
then the dopamine hit or the jouissance spike, whatever you want to call it. And it's just like, man, this fucking thing has completely fractured and our ability to focus, and it puts us on a fucking mental treadmill. And this is why we're all fucking zapped and exhausted, is because
Yep.
we're processing shit at a constant rate that I'm sorry, we're not meant to. And somebody goes, is that an appeal to nature? No, because if you augment my fucking brain, I could probably
Right.
deal with this shit and it fine. Wouldn't be a problem. I'm just saying at this specific level of what I've got to work with up here, and it's a constant friction that it's like this is even as fast as the brain works. I get it. Still, like at the phenomenological level and how the brain works and the rate of the information flow, it's a drain on us.
Yep. Yep.
So
No, I leave my phone in my office. Usually after dinner. I'll come and I'll get up from wherever I am in the house. I'll put my phone in the office, and that's where it is for the night. And I'll sit, watch TV or play a board game or do Legos or like whatever it is. But even that's like an intentional thing that I have to do. I don't always do it.
we
Sometimes
didn't
I
have to try
transgress.
before.
Like
That's the difference.
right, right. It's yeah, it's fucked up, and there is no way to get away from it.
Although to be fair, this old school medium that you and I love so much, the TV, you can say it started this because it was this screen that instead of focusing on your family members and the conversations with them, it's this image of the 1950s. This invader from the outside came into the house and
I
monopolized
mean,
everyone's attention.
I'm all for talking about the TV in that way. And there's a weird, I don't know, there's a weird contradiction there, because there were times when I was a little tyrant if I couldn't watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or whatever. Oh, motherfucker. But then there were other times when, yeah, the family is kind of gathered around the TV. The TV replaced the hearth. It's contradictory, but I don't think the TV started it, because we had radio before that. And even before that, I think the fucking printing press is an excellent example
I know.
of the illusion of communication, the illusion of global connectedness. Like, even at the level of the printing press, when you start to have newspapers and you start to care more about what's happening on a different continent than you do about what's happening right in front of your very fucking eyes. And I'm
'Cause
sure
you can
before
be-
the printing press, there
Or the
were other things as
telephone.
well.
Oh, now apps and others can invade your space, and now you're focused on them. So that's what that. I mean, Marshall McLuhan. Technologies are
Yep.
the extensions of humans. Like,
Yep.
now my voice can go farther. Now I can see further. Now I can blah blah blah. Right? Like, so it just comes with the territory. And when you add the speed of electronic media, yeah. So it's a whirlwind. Paul Virilio is relevant here with speed.
Yep.
Right? But okay, let's bring it back. Should we say anything about this paragraph that, in a sense, we've drifted away from? But
We did drift, but I think Born This Way, and the time has now come to tear down the shrine and not bow down before in a piteous apology for what little autonomy has been won. Like, I just think, while we need to push for emancipation, we need to push for the freedom to experiment and explore and even play. We have to be on guard for people who want to renaturalize that and turn that into a new nature, and say, I was born this way. None of us were born this way. And it's precisely because none of us were born this way, we have any of the freedoms that we do have.
look, you were not born a speaking subject. This language that you use every day, that you can't think of yourself without it, and is completely enmeshed and entwined. You live in this virtual linguistic semiotic system called language. You have your being in it, yet it's not you. It wasn't you.
Mhm.
English existed before you. Arabic existed before you. French existed before you. I'm sorry, you're not it. Yet, once you assimilate it, your whole being in the world is structured by this other matrix, right? That is not natural. Animals don't do this, okay? And because of that, you weren't born this way. Like, if you were a feral child, you would not have happened. If you
Yep.
don't get language, which is other than you. So the point is, learning language denaturalizes you.
Yep.
It encodes your very being and existence with something that is not natural, that is not biological, and yet without it, your brain can't even mature to healthy adulthood. So just
I
like,
think it's
yeah,
I think it's clear to see how Tarzan is a masculine fantasy. But I almost wonder if we can
it's
achieve
because
a
he's a
parallax
subject
view and
without
see.
language, and that's where the fantasy is.
Yeah. But I almost wonder if we can, rotate it around a little bit and see it as a trans fantasy. How this, feral child who's raised with apes gets language, gets integrated into society, and then, marries a princess or whatever. I don't know how Tarzan ends. I'm sure there's multiple endings. There's been tons of different versions of it, but yeah, you don't assimilate and then lock into synchronicity or whatever. You stay asynchronous.
Mhm.
So nobody was born this way. You can't substantialize your race, your gender, your spiritual beliefs in any of these things. And if you do so, then you turn yourself into the monstrous object. And nobody wants that. That's an oppressive politics. That's not a universal politics.
Children that are children that have been left to be feral children. It's disastrous. I'm sorry. I've studied this shit, not as much as some other people, but I've studied it. It's a tragic condition to be in. And you
Yep.
do not envy these languageless little people. You don't envy them. They don't have any. No, it's just
They're not.
in complete missed encounter. It's probably the example of a missed encounter between the young child's brain and language.
Yep.
And you do not get a human subject without being denaturalized, without being debiologized. And of
Yep.
course, you're still biological in a sense, yes, but you are not just what other animals are. And the
Yeah.
point is, what a feral child shows is that even a Homo sapien evolved in such a way as to depend on language for its actual biological maturation. So the only way to have proper biological maturation is to be completely denaturalized and alienated in language. Your being is alienated. And because of that, anything like attempts to some kind of biological naturalism, it is so ontologically clueless when it comes
Yeah.
to us. And that's why I'm pretty harsh on philosophers who still want to emphasize the biological.
Yeah.
This is where I have my biggest issue with Nick, right? Because it's
Yeah.
just, I don't know. It's a fantasy of some kind of full human substantiality that just never was and never will be. But, okay.
All right. If cyberspace once offered the promise of escaping the strictures of essentialist identity categories, the climate of contemporary social media has swung forcefully in the other direction and has become a theater where these prostrations to identify are performed. With these curatorial practices come puritanical rituals of moral maintenance, and these stages are too often overrun with the disavowed pleasures of accusation, shaming, and denunciation. Valuable platforms for connection, organization, and skill sharing become clogged with obstacles to productive debate. Excuse me. That become clogged with obstacles to productive debate, positioned as if they are debate. These puritanical politics of shame, which fetishize oppression as if it were a blessing and cloud the waters in moralistic frenzies, leave us cold. We want neither clean hands nor beautiful souls, neither virtue nor terror. We want superior forms of corruption.
Further alienation.
Exactly.
And so I love this.
Mm-hmm.
This now, okay, kicking back to where Nick was, big on cyberspace because it deterritorializes, decodes, destroys human identity. Right, that's what it was in the '90s. A new virtual Wild Wild West type thing. Okay, Facebook era comes along. It's a whole new regime of avataristic identity, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a new regime of identity. And they're right. It's social media simulates debate. There's no meaningful debate there for the most part. And it's just a bunch of identities and virtual egos butting heads. I would throw jouissance in there, of course. You have your
Yep.
corresponding forms of jouissance. But uh, it's a bullshit machine rooted
Yep.
in identity consumption. And it's not this regime of the internet, of social media, is not going to do what anything like what maybe the internet had the potential to do.
Yeah.
But what Nick doesn't want to own up to, and capitalism did that.
Yeah.
Like capitalism came and sold us identities like it always did before, but it put them on screens. So don't act like capital is off the hook when it comes to why the internet
Mm.
became identity oriented.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he would just say, that's because we're stupid and we're trying to assert control over something we have no ability to control, and so this is just kind of uh, collateral damage. I think
Well,
would be his position.
these social media sites were capitalist enterprises, and they all made a shitload of money off of us jerking off to our special little social media identities.
The theater. What did I say? I actually started writing another little short story.
Sweet.
When I this is another one that probably won't get done forever. Um, but okay, so it was in our conversation, sh- replying to something you sent. Sean says, "Is this standard practice already? Use Grok to argue with people about shit we haven't even read." And then I was like, "Yes, dude, it sure is. Just a bunch of smelly loners masturbating in an empty movie theater. But instead of just being a regular movie theater, it also captures what's happening in the auditorium and live streams it to other theaters with a single occupant. An Ouroboros of fetishistic, exhibitionist, voyeuristic masturbation." And that's what the internet currently is. We're all the stars of our own movie. But that movie is just choking the chicken.
People wonder why we think it's better for us all to go extinct.
Yeah, dude.
So okay,
It's just the
I love it.
stroke, uh I don't know, the stroke to end all strokes or something. I don't know. It's all just pure fucking masturbation. It's masturbation all the way down.
Self-improvement is masturbation. Now self-destruction.
Yes. Well, unironically, yeah. We need to embrace the inhuman. We want superior forms of corruption. I love that line. Um, yeah, absolutely.
Well,
We
and
need
honestly,
to,
I mean, what that line affirms is drive over ego.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Anything you want to comment on the cyberspace paragraph before we move on?
I don't know. I think that's it, man. I think that paragraph nails it on the head, and it just kind of describes the world we live in. Yeah. What this shows is that the task of engineering platforms for social emancipation and organization cannot ignore the cultural and semiotic mutations these platforms afford. What requires re engineering are the mimetic parasites arousing and coordinating behaviors in ways occluded by their host's self image. Failing this, memes like anonymity, ethics, social justice, and privilege checking host social dynamisms at odds with the often commendable intentions with which they're taken up. The task of collective self mastery requires a hyperstitional manipulation of desire's puppet strings and deployment of semiotic operators over a terrain of highly networked cultural systems. The will always be corrupted by the memes in which it traffics, but nothing prevents us from instrumentalizing this fact and calibrating it in view of the ends it desires. Fuck. That shit goes hard too.
It's very much. I mean, look, it's saying so there's a plasticity to social media. It doesn't have to be this way. We could reorganize it for more emancipatory dynamics. This means that our sci-fi economist also needs to be a media theorist, uh,
Mm-hmm.
of sorts. And yeah, I mean, it's saying this kind of technology could be used very progressively, productively, but it's going to take those who understand desire on some gut level and how to reconfigure it to pull that off. Question
Yeah.
is, how does this type of person get the position of power to be able to take control of social media platforms and reconfigure them? That's That's the big giant question.
Yeah, I think I don't know.
I mean, how do
That
we get
question,
how do we get Amy Ireland control of X?
I think the only answer to that question is
Get the fuck out of here, Elon.
it has to, well, yeah, let's shoot him off to Mars. I'd be okay with that. I think that would have to come from bottom up. So that would resemble something like a folk politics. But like it will take people making this shit look sexy. We have to be Will Smith. What's the difference between you and me? I make this shit look good.
Good.
We have to do that. And it has to be people who are doing it for the sake of doing it in order to like propagate it like a virus or like a meme. We have to infect others with this desire to have measured, reasonable conversation and to embrace the inhuman and to seek superior forms of corruption. And it has to be something done that like it can't come from influencers. Like it has to come from anti-fluencers.
We need
or
an incentive
outfluencers.
structures that allow certain things to not be incentive structure based. That like economic like
Exactly.
wise. Like, no, okay,
Yeah.
we've got the thing that spurs it on, but now this shit doesn't have to be profit oriented. Now we can
Yep.
ask, like, how can we use this as a end in itself? How can this just create better human, transhuman flourishing?
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean, I think like it will have to be a thing that people do, and I think it'll probably not be successful. Once again, zero acceleration. Um, but I don't know, like skateboarding. There are a lot of people who skateboard and they post it on Instagram or all the other websites or whatever to get points. And then there are other people who skateboard just to fucking go out and have fun. Um, and you might do a cool trick or you might not. You might fuck your shit up. You might hurt yourself. You might be injured for the next 6 months. But like you're out there to go skate. You're not out there to record it and post a clip on Instagram. You're out there to skate. And the people who are out watching you skate, if they watch you just skate to have fun and like try new things or whatever, like kind of look cool, maybe they'll be like, "Oh, that's cool," and they'll come over and skate with you. Um and I don't know, like it has to be that type of mentality. Like people just do it to do it, not to gain anything from it. So it has to be this kind of wasteful activity. It had like we have to give up. I was just watching Clavicular is this live streamer on Kick, and apparently he's the biggest live streamer on Kick. And he's all about the looks maxing world. So he's a young boy. I think he's like 20 years old. And he's in the world, and it's very much like incel culture shit. He's on steroids, he's on meth, he's on 16 different drugs, he's infertile.
but does he have
broke
face
his-
tentacles?
He doesn't have face tentacles. He looks like the paragon of modern masculinity or
Okay.
whatever. But like what the fuck was I talking about? Now I can't even remember why I brought up clavicular. Why did I bring up clavicular? I don't know, it'll come back to me. But we have to, I don't know, do this shit for fun. It has to be wasteful. It has to be doing it for the sake of doing it. And that's not the way the internet works right now. Like the internet works,
Well, look,
get your cool guy points, mog everybody else, become the paragon, become the model of excellence or whatever.
look, what I like about this paragraph too, they don't use the term, but they're basically talking about the problem of online activism. Like,
Yes.
you're not going to meme your way into an emancipatory future. Now, I think it has a role to play in a movement, but I think that movement, it's going to have some sort of street politics dynamic. It's going to have an institutional dynamic, of course. And so I think to to change the system, sure, our social media tech will play a part in it. Attacking, changing the culture. The institute, it'll have to come through the institutions. It'll also have a street dimension. I think all of that would have to be part of it. Not any of those on their own is sufficient to do it. But what you're not going to do is online activist by itself your way to the future. And these kind of memes, like Capital's still going strong
Well,
after the last 10 years of online politics and trying to meme politics and all this.
I mean, there are people who believe they memed Donald Trump into the White House. And
John Michael Greer, right?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with them. Now, I think they're wrong about why it happened. Because what they're sharing with their memes is not any political project or any platform or anything. They're just spreading nihilism, and they're just flooding the zone with nihilism. And I think that's what Trump is ultimately. Trump is not a fascist. Trump is weaponized nihilism, and so is all this other shit that's happening. But yeah, there are. I mean, I don't like memes. Like I don't know. 10 years ago, memes got really big in the left internet spaces. You know, you had people making memes out of Mark Fisher, and you had
then Mike Watson,
memes of
the left meme, and
yeah, and I mean, I think also interestingly enough, people stole Mike Watson's memes, and I think treated Mike like shit. Like I think he got fucked over on that whole end, and I think
agree. Yeah.
what he was trying to do got turned into a type of nihilism, a type of willful nihilism, and I don't think that's like not even. I don't think I know that's not what Mike was trying to do. Mike was not, but even that got turned into something, which is why I don't like memes. I think the only thing that can spread like wildfire with memes is nihilism. And I do think they play a point because they can get people interested. If you see a meme or two about Lacan or Deleuze or Žižek, you might be like, that looked interesting. I want to go check it out. But if you just keep flooding people with nothing but memes, like you got to give them something more than just a meme, guy.
Yeah, but the quotes are hard to read, Nance. So we'll just stick with the funny little meme.
Well, hey, I mean, have a meme channel, but point people somewhere else. Don't just like make memes for the sake of making memes. Make memes to get people interested and excited and say, hey, we're going to read this book, or hey, we're going to have this discussion about this, or like
read a quote from Heidegger, do a video. So stop hiding behind like do a video on your Instagram or whatever, your TikTok, read one paragraph of Heidegger and then break it down.
Yeah, absolutely. And lead with the meme, but give them a destination.
Yeah.
Don't just keep them with that surface level bullshit. Yeah. But I like here anonymity, ethics, social justice, privilege checking, la-di-da-di. These host social dynamisms at odds with the often commendable intentions with which they're taken up. Like that's absolutely what happens with activism of all shapes and forms. Like you start out meaning well, and then the system reifies itself. It reproduces.
And then it becomes toxic antagonism.
Yeah. So we're
just
out memeing
each other for the sake of, enjoying at each other's expense.
Yeah, racking up internet points at the sake of the other guy. We got to stay out of it. We got to search for the superior form of corruption, or embrace the inhuman, or get out ahead of your own projection, whatever. But it's like, yeah, don't let these things ossify and concretize, because then all we're doing is just reproducing more of the same.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Next chapter / section.
Next section, parody. I love this fucking sentence. These 4 little words. I love these 4 little words. Xenofeminism is gender abolitionist.
Now hold on.
I love that,
before you
'cause-
read the rest, because that's where you start talking like that, you lose the normies.
Yeah, dude.
You scare the
That's why-
normies. And this is where, with nuance, it shouldn't scare them. But on the surface of it, especially from some right-wing influencer,
Yeah.
it just
They want to abolish gender. Does that
They
mean they
hate
want
your
to cut off
children.
my? Yeah, they want to cut off my thing, and like it always becomes this weird anti-human thing, and it's like, dude, it's exactly the opposite of that. Like we we want you to be free. We don't want to kill you.
but they said abolish me. I'm a gender and they
yeah.
want to abolish me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's why I mean I love it. Again, I do want to live in a world where we can change our form as easily as we change our clothes.
Yeah.
And I think anybody who likes wearing clothes and likes brushing their teeth and likes going to the doctor when they're ill and all these other things, I think you have to accept that. You just don't want to, and
You know
you've been
what?
conditioned not to.
Can I just kick into? I want to leave Lacan and Žižek and all that aside for a second. I'm going to kick into Sartrean mode for a minute.
I thought you were going to go with Merleau-Ponty, but Sartre's even better.
Really? Sartre's concept of consciousness, the for itself, it's just annihilating nothingness. Consciousness is not a thing. If somebody says, "Oh, it's positive, you're conscious," okay, put consciousness in my fucking hand. You can't hold it in your hand like an object. And when Sartre's thinking about it, he's like, "Yeah, it really is." Like, if you pushed him, I think he would say, "Look, I get why people want to give it a positive dimension, because you want to say that, well, it has to exist in order for it to be aware of things." He gets that. He's trying to emphasize, though, that consciousness does not have qualitative positive characteristics the way that physical objects do, right? Okay. So if we take consciousness as a negativity, as a positively charged negativity, to talk like I can't stay away from Slavoj very long. But okay. So it's a nothingness with a little bit of positive. That's the way he views the universe. Fine. Thing is, consciousness is always having to identify with positive characteristics. This is the Lacanian imaginary, but I said I wasn't going to bring this shit in. So I keep failing here. But consciousness itself is nothing, right? And so the point of it is that ultimately your consciousness is not actually pure consciousness, is neither feminine or masculine. It's not sexuated. Even though sexuation comes to structure our subjectivity, I get that, okay? But consciousness, human consciousness, does not have these positive essential characteristics baked into it, right? And because of that, it's free to go from different body to body. Now, the question is, can you deterritorialize consciousness from the brain? I don't fucking know. I know I have no problem understanding like a robot body, and you take our brain, okay, that's the only part we're sticking in this robot body, and then somehow the thing could work. Can you extract consciousness itself from the brain? That one's beyond me.
I think science will eventually.
Can you digitally
allow us
copy
to
it
do that.
and do the Kurzweilian thing?
I mean, I think so, because I mean, ultimately, we're all made out of matter, energy, matter, like
And
it's patterns.
Sartre would have to, if he was around, he'd be like, okay, if you're copying it, it has to have some sort of positive structure to it that's being copied and pasted.
The substrate is consciousness emerges from the substrate. And I think now, do I think if you copied me, would I be an exact like would that other copy be me?
There's other factors. Do we have your memories? Your memories
That's the thing.
with that
Like,
consciousness.
I
Now the
don't
question
think
is,
that
can you abstract these, separate them? I don't know.
I don't think you can that. But I do think consciousness emerges from a substrate, and I don't think
Although-
that substrate is necessarily the human brain.
The actual instances we have with people who had suffered terrible amnesia, they are conscious, but they've lost the memories, and yet the consciousness is there.
That's a good point.
But they lose their personhood.
Or Phineas Gage, he had the traumatic brain injury, and he totally developed a new personality.
This is why, in truth, the question of human subjectivity is so complicated, because
Yeah.
I don't think you can't think it without consciousness and the unconscious, which for me is another form of consciousness. But let's just keep it consciousness, memory, intelligence, jouissance, all of these factors play into this thing. And I think they're all transcendental constituents. Like if you start subtracting what you're like, okay, you're missing whatever the human is as we know it. Okay,
Yeah.
it's got to have memory. It's got to have language. It's got to have jouissance. It's got so. Point is, however, to bring it back for a minute, the gender abolitionist thing is not an abolition of you as a conscious subject.
Yeah.
It's not that. So let's get into what it is, according to them.
Gender abolitionism is not code for the eradication of what are currently considered gendered traits from the human population.
Hold on.
Under
Let's be clear.
Yeah.
Feminine traits, masculine traits. They're not saying we're
Yes.
getting rid of these.
Yes. Under patriarchy, such a project could only spell disaster. The notion of what is gendered sticks disproportionately to the feminine.
Well-
But even if this balance, yep.
I'm sorry. For some reason, I want to go line by line as we're reading this one. I know that's
Let's do it.
just because, okay, what does that mean? Under patriarchy, such a project, gender abolitionism, could only spell disaster. The notion of what is gendered sticks disproportionately to the feminine. So if under patriarchy we try to abolish gender, it's going to have worse consequences on women because they'll be scapegoated somehow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that what that's saying?
Because they're the object. They're the other from the perspective of patriarchy. So any project endeavoring to do away with such things would disproportionately negatively impact them, or disproportionately abolish them, or the traits that are common to them.
Okay.
But even if this balance were redressed, we have no interest in seeing the sexuate diversity of the world reduced. And that's just them doubling up and saying, look, we're not trying to take anything away from you. We are not here to steal your enjoyment.
Well, by the
nothing to
masculine,
do
they
with
mean
that.
toxic masculinity, which they mean by masculine in general. No, they don't.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Let 100 sexes bloom. Let 1,000 flowers bloom.
What's the reference there? Mao?
Yeah. Gender abolitionism is shorthand for the ambition to construct a society where traits currently assembled under the rubric of gender no longer furnish a grid for the asymmetric operation of power. That's all it is.
Trying to make one doesn't deserve privilege over the others.
Right.
Let everybody live their fucking lives.
Yep. Race abolitionism expands into a similar formula that the struggle must continue until currently racialized characteristics are no more a basis of discrimination than the color of one's eyes.
There it is.
I mean, I have brown eyes, you have blue eyes. I guess we can't be friends anymore, dude.
Fuck you. You stole all
mean-
my enjoyment with your fucking brown
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah, you're the scapegoat.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, dude.
It's so dumb. And I love
So
the
dumb.
eye color example because it does highlight how dumb this shit is.
Yeah. It really does. Yeah.
And so,
Ultimately,
yeah.
every emancipatory abolitionism must incline toward the horizon of class abolitionism, since it is in capitalism where we encounter oppression in its transparent, denaturalized form. You are not exploited or oppressed because you are a wage laborer or poor. You are a laborer or poor because you are exploited.
Okay. So they bring it back to class. So Marxists out there, you can be happy. You've got allies in the xenofeminists because they understand, like, yeah, the big thing is still class. Okay. How do you understand the last thing about what comes from what? Oppression from wage labor or wage labor from oppression?
I mean, capitalism is a system of poverty and labor. So saying you are a laborer or poor because you are exploited is saying like you are dealing with these things because you're not free. And under capitalism, we are all unfree under capitalism. And so like
The point is,
you are a laborer or you are poor, it's not to try to, I don't know, become fascinated with stratification. It's to say the problem is capitalism itself.
Right. Because the point is if it's the reverse and it's like, oh well, if I'm exploited and oppressed because I'm a wage laborer or I'm poor in capitalism, then if I cannot be a wage laborer or poor in capitalism, I'll have it great.
Then I'll be free.
Yeah.
And they're saying no, it doesn't work like that. You cannot pull yourself up by your bootstraps. None of us are even wearing socks.
Yeah.
So
okay, anything else on that one, or that one's
I
pretty
mean,
straightforward?
just kind of drawing the line from something that sounds as radical and scary as gender abolitionism, which I think the first time I heard it, I was like, what does that mean? And then I thought about it and I was like, no, actually, that sounds good. But starting there at this place and then demonstrating, no, this is a universalist project, but we're just saying that like gender dynamics are a problem of capitalism, as well as race dynamics, as well as all these other power dynamics. Like these are all problems nested under capitalism proper.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that. I think capitalism and economic exploitation is easier to explain to the average everyday person.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a great starting point, is starting out with economic exploitation and then moving through all these other power imbalances. Xenofeminism understands that the viability of emancipatory abolitionist projects, the abolition of class, gender, and race, hinges on a profound reworking of the universal. The universal must be grasped as generic, which is to say intersectional. Intersectionality is not the morcellation of collectives into a static fuzz of cross-referenced identities, but a political orientation that slices through every particular, refusing the crass pigeonholing of bodies. This is not a universal that can be imposed from above, but built from the bottom up, or better, laterally, opening new lines of transit across an uneven landscape. This non-absolute, generic universality must guard against the facile tendency of conflation with bloated, unmarked particulars, namely Eurocentric universalism, whereby the male is mistaken for the sexless, the white for raceless, the cis for the real, and so on. Absent such a universal, the abolition of class will remain a bourgeois fantasy, the abolition of race will remain a tacit white supremacism, and the abolition of gender will remain a thinly veiled misogyny, even, especially, when prosecuted by avowed feminists themselves. the absurd and reckless spectacle of so many self-proclaimed gender abolitionists campaign against trans women is proof enough of this.
Okay. All right, I got to do the thing. Hold on.
Oh, you got AI mode on.
Still on.
I am
Go
a
away.
robot. I am
There we
a
go.
robot.
Yeah, guys, that's I turned the AI mode off. Okay. So love the emphasis on the universal once again. Again, I think it's interesting to try to think through, because for us, we're gonna take especially the McGowian thing with lack. Lack is universal. That's what cut across all identities. Is
Yep.
that despite our various identities, dispositions, identifications, etc., there's a common lack we all share. Right? Like, so our common lack, doesn't matter if you're cis, trans, gay, straight, black, white, Christian, atheist. What you don't have is a future in the
Yeah.
robust sense of the word. This is the
Yeah.
Fisherian lack.
Yep.
That's universal. And with AI developing as it is, if it goes the Landian path, we would tell the capitalists themselves that they don't have a future.
Yep.
So it's interesting to try to think, okay, the lack-based universal in relation to the intersectionality-based universal. But I don't think it's that. I don't know if there's a contradiction here or if it's just a difference.
Yeah, I don't think it's a contradiction. I think intersectionality, first of all, it's a scary word because
I know it's one of those words that.
What was the woman's name? Who went on and did all the seminars for like Microsoft and like all the corporations.
Robin DiAngelo?
Was it Robin DiAngelo?
I think
Which
so.
I thought,
Did she write
I
White
think it was Robin
Fragility?
DiAngelo. Yeah, it was Robin DiAngelo. So intersectionality became a fucking buzzword on the right wing and the reactionary. And even in the post left for a while, people were just like poo pooing all over the word. And, also similar to like critical race theory, like, yeah, poo poo those words, because what they turned into was a mockery of what they were initially trying to present. And I think intersectionality, the project of intersectionality was looking at positive qualities, and trying to see how they interact with class difference, and how oppression or repression or exploitation can be compounded, because these intersectionalities do cut across they do cut across class, and they do cut across social standing and stuff like that. So I think intersectionality is based on positivities or positive qualities, but the real project of that is still developing a universal view. So I don't think there's a contradiction between universal lack and intersectionality. I think it's methodologically arriving at the same destination through a different route. And I do think lack is more robust, but I also don't think intersectionality is necessarily wrong, because it is true. Like, people who do have positive traits in common with each other share similar material conditions to people with whom they don't share those positive qualities or traits. But it's again, it got turned into the right wing boogeyman, intersectional. Oh, the trans furry intersectional feminists. They want to kill men and eat your children and put kitty litter boxes in your classrooms. Fuck out of here, dude. Like, we're legitimately like trying to cope with the world and trying to understand this system that fucking squishes us all like little jelly beans.
So I just can't. Every time you do the voice,
I don't know. I'm gonna squish you like a jelly bean. That's LL Cool J, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, we get squished like little jelly beans.
Forget Oreos. Eat Cool J cookies.
But yeah, I think lack, universal lack, and universalist intersectionality, I don't think there's a contradiction at all. It is a difference. It's methodologically different, but it's still arriving at a universalism.
And I mean, look, they say the non-absolute universal. I maybe that's a dig at Hegel. Maybe not.
Maybe.
But again, the Žižekian Magawian Hegelian absolute, I don't think would necessitate such a criticism. But again, that's our niche understanding of Hegel coming through.
Yeah. Well, and that's why, we're doing fault line. We're like trying to be on either side of this disconnect. There just is a disconnect.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's so much in this that is basically talking about lack and alienation as a positive thing.
Yeah.
Not positive, but as a good thing, as a thing that we can use to our advantage. And it's like, you guys are super duper Žižekian.
I know.
Super duper McGowan.
And see, if they heard that, they'd probably cringe. And it's like, it's because you don't like some of his takes or his Substack posts or what he says in interviews.
I don't like his,
but the
like
real
Substack
theory
posts
there.
Either. Yeah. My Žižek writes books, not Substack posts.
Yeah, I'm looking at like Metastases of Enjoyment, Sublime Object of Ideology, Less Than Nothing, Plague of Fantasies, Tearing with the Negative. That's Žižek to me.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah,
I mean, like I feel like we got to the heart of this. I mean, is there anything, this basically a false universalism is always going to be a particularism. If you don't want a particularism to thrive under the simulation of universalism, then it requires a robust, authentic universal.
Yeah. Yeah, and pointing to, I think, Eurocentric universalism, that might be scary to some people. They might hear that and think we want to eradicate white European men. And look, man, no, just read the words on the page. Like, they're very clearly saying we don't want to confuse the particular for the universal. That's what happens very often.
Slavoj shit for this because you're Eurocentric, and his whole point is that but Europe is this place that the universal first came into like theoretical sharp relief, and it's not saying the particular customs of Europe. No, to be Eurocentric for him is to take a stand for the universal. Obviously, I get why some people would not like that way, and maybe that's him being provocative. They don't go for that, but the point is him affirming Europe is his way of affirming the universal, like it or not.
Well, and I mean, that's I've come out and said, like, modernity is nihilism, is capital, is acceleration. Like, modernity is this disease that's killing us all. I also think modernity gives us the possibility of a universalism.
It is,
and I think modernity needs to be affirmed in this way. We don't need
modernity, enlightenment.
Yeah, we can't go back to pre-modernity. We can't do the fantasy return to the land. Just kill an elk, dude. Just put on a fucking loincloth and kill a fucking elk. No, you can't do any of that shit, man. Like, we need modernity. Modernity gave us
But I get to
the
keep my air conditioning unit, right?
Yeah. No, that's the thing, dude.
Wait,
you don't have pants. You don't have shoes. You don't have Black and Milds or fucking chewing tobacco.
All right, I'm out. No, I'm 100% out now.
But that's I think in the way that we affirm modernity, this is the way in which Žižek is affirming Europe.
Right. And again, I get it. But also, there's a textual basis in what he's saying with guys like Kant and them, this type of a universalism, right? It is something new. Now, okay, can you see aspects of it, glimmers of it in old religions? Yeah, I think you can. But I mean, the certain things in the Gospels, in Paul's epistles, I mean, that's why Badu sees this with St. Paul, even though
Yeah.
St. Paul has, people say what, do the Nietzschean attack on him if you want, but there's glimmers of it. Point is, there isn't like explicit theorizing on the basis of universal, and what I want to say is universal ontology.
Yeah.
That there is a common form of being to all human beings. Yeah, that comes out of the Western Enlightenment tradition.
I would say to that, I do think Buddhism
All is
has
suffering.
done a lot of work. Yeah.
Because it's all is suffering for all of us.
Yeah. However, I also understand that Buddhism has been misappropriated by the West largely and turned into self-help masturbatory
Slavoj
bullshit.
has always railed against, and rightfully so.
Yeah. Well, and that, yeah, like that, he's attacking the misappropriation of Buddhism. But I do think, yeah, I think it's true. There are billions of people in the world who aren't subject to Western history. There just aren't. Like, there are people living in Asia and other parts of the world, but they're just not subject to what we know as modernity. They're subject to a different version of modernity. But no, it's, for all intents and purposes, America is the global hegemon. Probably won't be for much longer, but for right now it is. America is the heart of empire, and so being here in the empire, we must concern ourselves with ideas of the empire. And like this idea of universalism became a political reality thanks to modernity, thanks to the Enlightenment, thanks to Europe. So it's true. Like, there's also an Eastern tradition that I think can do a lot of really cool stuff, but we don't really have access to that.
All right. So I'm not going to read it, of course, but it just popped up. My phone's sitting here. I just got an email from Nick, and it's. I'll read it to you later. But
good news or bad news?
No, it's good news. But
Okay.
But I'm like, Nick, it's like 8 in the
It's like
morning in
4?
Shanghai. What are you doing up so goddamn early? Are you all right? Also, Nance and I are deeply offended that we didn't get invited to this tech billionaire's house that you went to in San Francisco to talk to Yarvin. What?
Dude,
Your honorary leftist buds can't come to the tech billionaire party?
I would have driven my happy ass to Missouri, picked you up, and we would have taken a road trip to San Francisco. We would have met up with some homies along the way.
And given him a goddamn webcam. At some point, we're just going to do a video about the webcam situation. I can hear Nick as fuck you.
Yeah. By the way, if anyone out there listening, if you have a spare webcam, let us know.
Send it to Nick in Shanghai, please.
Yeah, we're trying to set Nick up. And we've run into frustrations along the way.
I don't give a fuck. He's boomering out on us. Like, how is Nick Land the biggest boomer?
I didn't want to say it, dude.
Oh, fuck it. No, I don't care at this point.
He's in full boomer mode, dude. I don't know how
I don't care. Guys, do you know why why he's on camera and off camera half the time? Because there's times he has to use his old laptop to do interviews, and the camera doesn't work on it. So we've tried. Nick, you can buy a webcam, so you can be on video. And now it's like a running joke with us. And he was in San Francisco with these fucking tech billionaires.
Billionaires.
Get a fucking webcam.
Billionaires. You guys could have built him. You could have.
Just give him a new computer. Fuck it.
Yeah, give him for fuck's sake, dude. Come on, guys. Oh my goodness.
I'm sitting
But
there.
yeah, he's
Like, we've got cool stuff planned, Nick. You got to be on video. I'm not video accessible.
yeah.
Come on. We'll
Yeah.
buy you a
So if
fucking
you got a spare
webcam.
webcam, let us know. Or if you have a spare laptop that's newer than fucking 10 years old, I don't know. If you have an old 2015 MacBook sitting around, I don't know. Did 2015 MacBooks have webcams? I don't know. But
I
yeah,
don't know. I think
that's
this is his. If I'm not, when he was telling us about it, is this not his fucking laptop from the CCRU days?
right.
I mean, maybe a
Yeah.
webcam really won't work with this.
It's an old Toshiba. What were those called? Were those called Tough Books? Old ass laptops, dude. Some of the earliest, I think like a Toshiba.
I wonder how
Tough
many
Book, I think they
lemurs
were
are
called.
currently possessing that thing.
Dude, that motherfucking thing's like Madagascar. But that's where Nick Headroom came from. If
Right.
any of you were wondering, that's where Nick Headroom came from. Came from Nick's inability to get
To be video accessible.
his camera working. But I think he enjoys it. I think he gets jouissance from not getting a working camera.
All right. Well, we'll slip one in his pocket and go. There you go, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to fuck it. All right, we're going to have to do it. We're going to have to fly to China. We're going to have to sneak into his place.
We're knocking on the
set up a
Shanghai
webcam.
apartment. He opens it. It's us. He would lose his
What the
fucking
fuck are you
shit.
guys doing here, dude? I would just be like, Elon Musk sent us. We are your tech support. Beep boop, beep boop.
Okay. So with that,
With all
we
that,
have one more paragraph in this.
Yep. From the postmoderns, we have learnt to burn the facades of the false universal and dispel such confusions. From the moderns, we have learnt to sift new universals from the ashes of the false. That right there. Xenofeminism seeks to construct a coalitional politics, a politics without the infection of purity. Wielding the universal requires thoughtful qualification and precise self-reflection so as to become a ready-to-hand tool for multiple political bodies and something that can be appropriated against the numerous oppressions that transect with gender and sexuality. The universal is no blueprint, and rather than dictate its uses in advance, we propose xenofeminism as a platform. The very process of construction is therefore understood to be negentropic, iterative, and iterative, and continual refashioning. Xenofeminism seeks to be a mutable architecture that, like open source software, remains available for perpetual modification and enhancement following the navigational impulse of militant ethical reasoning. Open, however, does not mean undirected. The most durable systems in the world owe their stability to the way they train order to emerge as an invisible hand from apparent spontaneity, or exploit the inertia of investment and sedimentation. We should not hesitate to learn from our adversaries or the successes and failures of history. With this in mind, xenofeminism seeks ways to seed an order that is equitable and just, injecting it into the geometry of freedoms these platforms afford.
Okay, a lot there. So, if you were to condense it to one or two main points, what would you say?
We can't fall prey to the temptation to confuse particular with universal. We
Yep.
have to hold on to the universal. And I even like the universal is not a blueprint. I mean, that right there, that's lack. Like that's universal lack.
Mhm.
Like this is not a blueprint. Like I don't know, that's awesome. So don't get the particular confused with the universal. The universal is precisely a lack. We need direct, I don't know, engineering. Like, so to be a negentropic, iterative, and continual refashioning, just like Wolfendale and Negarestani and Brazier, the Inhuman, it's the thing that can constantly get out ahead of itself and correct its path. Xenofeminism aims to build a platform that can do that as well. So it's a platform committed to the universal, that is aware of the trap of the particular, and must always stay out ahead of it, refashioning and course correcting to stay back on track with the
Refashioning is
universal.
revising.
Yeah. Yeah. Pilot the inertia of investment and sedimentation. We have to harness technologies, and we have to harness the world that we live in if we want to try to produce a new world instead of just reproducing the current world that we live in. Basically, we have nothing but the master's tools in order to dismantle the master's house. We must use the master's tools to try to fashion a new house.
I mean, in this navigational impulse of militant ethical reasoning, like that's, it smacks of Cernicek and Williams, because they want a navigational, and Negarestani, a navigational accelerationism, like more acceleration of tech development, yes, but directed in a certain way.
Yep.
With certain ends.
Open
opposed to just
does
capital
not
accumulation.
Open does not mean undirected. Like this must be a deliberate undertaking.
Yes. And I love that xenofeminism seeks to be a mutable architecture. Now that's interesting. It's not just a theory. It's supposed to be a kind of apparatus one can use to help further this navigational, though ethical, accelerationism.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, I know for you, accelerationism, nihilism, but they're trying to minus the nihilism from the acceleration.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I think to use different terms, it's like we must inframe technology, because currently it has us inframed, and we need to invert that.
Right. That's a nice.
So, yeah.
The most durable systems in the world owe their stability to the way they train order to emerge as an invisible hand from apparent spontaneity, or exploit the inertia of investment and sedimentation. We should not hesitate to learn from our adversaries or the successes and failures of history. With this in mind, xenofeminism seeks ways to seed an order that is equitable and just, what Badiou would call a new symbolization.
Yep.
Injecting it into the geometry of freedoms these platforms afford. So, it's going to take organization, it's going to take direction, it's going to take technological infrastructure, and and capital can't have the final say.
Yep. And we can't just retreat. We can't, retreat into particularities. We can't retreat into pre-modernity. We have to harness modernity. We have to harness the invisible hand. We have to create new invisible hands, but invisible human hands instead of Cthulhuid
Which Peter
hands.
Wolfendale means by new incentive structures.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's based. We'll say that.
It's been great.
Based as fuck.
All right. So next time, hopefully, we can knock out the last two chapters.
I mean, the next one is, I think, 2 paragraphs, and the final one is
5 or 6, I think.
Yeah.
So
boom.
We'll get it done.
Yep.
Sweet. All right, Nance. We gonna finish this thing?
I think so, man. I think we're coming up on the home stretch.
All right.
Now we're entering the section titled Adjust. And it is 2 paragraphs long. And they're both rather short, so I figure we might as well read them both and then riff a bit.
Like it. Okay.
So, our lot is cast with technoscience, where nothing is so sacred that it cannot be re-engineered and transformed so as to widen our aperture of freedom, extending to gender and the human. To say that nothing is sacred, that nothing is transcendent or protected from the will to know, to tinker and to hack, is to say that nothing is supernatural. Nature, understood here as the unbounded arena of science, is all there is. And so, in tearing down melancholy and illusion, the unambitious and the non-scalable, the libidinized puritanism of certain online cultures, and nature as an unremarkable given, we find that our normative anti-naturalism has pushed us toward an unflinching ontological naturalism. There is nothing, we claim, that cannot be studied scientifically and manipulated technologically. This does not mean that the distinction between the ontological and the normative, between fact and value, is simply cut and dried. The vectors of normative anti-naturalism and ontological naturalism span many ambivalent battlefields. The project of untangling what ought to be from what is, of dissociating freedom from fact, will from knowledge is, indeed, an infinite task. There are many lacunae where desire confronts us with the brutality of fact, where beauty is indissociable from truth. Poetry, sex, technology, and pain are incandescent with this tension we have traced. But give up on the task of revision, release the reins and slacken that tension, and these filaments instantly dim.
So I just feel like this is probably a better, like a fuller articulation of what they've been saying in more of a sprawl form so far.
Yeah.
This is more condensed, which is just, look, nothing is about the human is somehow off limits from technological revision and innovation. There's no like sacred natural dynamic wherein we belong. And again, if we belong anywhere, it's in this process of technological non-belonging.
Yeah.
And because of that, we're free to explore it and tinker with it as much as we want in the name of freedom. And so, yeah, I mean, there are obviously certain people who would push back against this, but for the most part, yeah, everything here I kind of don't have much pushback for.
I really like how they're talking about their anti-naturalism being an ontological naturalism. I like that because it is, I don't know, it's doing something where it's demystifying nature and turning nature into the the object for us, the subject. And again, there's so many moments where it's just like, you guys would love Žižek.
And McGowan. And Zupancic.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, just earlier today, someone responded to me, the Jeffrey Epstein and Yellow piece, with a quote from Mark Fisher from Capitalist Realism. Mark Fisher talking about disavowal, and I was like, you're right. Like this is excellent. And Mark Fisher kind of saw the import of what Žižek is doing and what McGowan and Alenka and so many others have gone on to develop.
I've told
you.
And
I wish all these other people that
on that
from his
side.
school of thought, really would have actually read Žižek and saw what Mark saw in Žižek.
Well, and I've said at the heart of this, contradiction between Land and Zizek that my whole book is based on. Mark Fisher's the interesting philosopher. Why? Because Fisher says that what turned him away from Land and CCRU, in a sense, I'm not saying he didn't have love for that time period in his life and all of that, but what got him to go more in the leftist direction and leave behind whatever influence Landian metaphysics had on him was reading Zizek.
Yep.
And this Fisher Zizek connection is not spoken of enough, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And this idea, most people don't understand. Like, if you love the Mark Fisher of capitalist realism, the K-punk blog, Lost Futures, Zizek played a big role. It had a big influence on that, because if you read, Mark's his dissertation, right? It's very CCRU, very, locked into that frame of mind. Later, Fisher's very different. And he himself credits Zizek with this big turn in him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this section, it is kind of like doubling down on this position of, and they also use revision. I like revision, again, going to Negrestani and Wolfendale and Brassier. Revision. This inhuman, embrace the inhuman.
So, this ontological naturalism is saying our nature is unfixed, not fixed.
Yeah.
However you want to word it.
I mean, going back to the essential non-essence. Yeah, unfixity.
Non-belonging,
the essential
alienation.
non-essence. Yeah.
Ontological naturalism is ontological alienation for them. That's what's interesting about it. The point is, alienation is our nature. And so what I like about using this term ontological naturalism is it's a way to combat terminologically biological naturalism.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anything else you want to point out here? I just feel like we've covered most of this already.
Yeah, I mean, I do see how this could be frightening for the average everyday person, for the person who's not, engaged in or familiar with thinking. It might sound like, nothing is set in stone, and that could be frightening, especially when you have people like Jordan Peterson doing a weird Joseph Campbell / Young thing. But look, they're not talking about let's destroy the natural world and let's upend everything. Like they're not doing the thing that they're accused of doing. They're just saying like, hey, look, we have freedom. And in fact, it's that freedom that defines us.
They're the opposite of the nihilist. They
are.
They're trying to build a world of freedom, meaning,
and they're saying it's our responsibility, that the responsibility for meaning lies with us.
Mm-hmm.
So from my perspective, the people who resist this on those grounds of like, oh, you just want to destroy everything, I think they're the nihilists.
Mm-hmm.
I think for me, it's like, no.
If you want to reduce us to Little House on the Prairie, I don't think you're the one defending the human.
Yeah. Like, meaning is our project, and it's our responsibility, and it's our burden to bear. And if you shy away from that, and if you want to shirk that, then you're the fucking nihilist.
I agree.
Or maybe, maybe the fantasist. But what is someone rejecting the world to dive into fantasy other than a nihilism and saying, well, the fantasy is more meaningful to me than...
Look, I think one of the most anti-human things you can do is try to impose some phantasmatic form of substantial meaning on us that tries to fix us ontologically once and for all. That ain't us, bro. This emphasis on our revisionism, how our basic structures can change and be modified, all that to me is the human.
Yep.
So, okay.
All right. Moving into this next section, carry. The potential of early text-based internet culture for countering repressive gender regimes, generating solidarity among marginalized groups, and creating new spaces for experimentation that ignited cyberfeminism in the 90s has clearly waned in the 21st century. The dominance of the visual in today's online interfaces has reinstated familiar modes of identity policing, power relations, and gender norms and self-representation. But this does not mean that cyberfeminist sensibilities belong to the past. Sorting the subversive possibilities from the oppressive ones latent in today's web requires a feminism sensitive to the insidious return of old power structures, yet savvy enough to know how to exploit the potential. Digital technologies are not separable from the material realities that underwrite them. They are connected so that each can be used to alter the other toward different ends. Rather than arguing for the primacy of the virtual over the material or the material over the virtual, xenofeminism grasps points of power and powerlessness in both to unfold this knowledge as effective interventions in our jointly composed reality.
So, would the takeaway be that if there is anything like a future for us, it's finding and establishing not a perfect, but a better dynamic between the virtual and the material.
Yeah. So I think we have freedom. And even if you're not a Lacanian, and even if you don't onboard the like how we reject our symbolic identity, you don't have to, like, you don't have to come at it from that angle.
Yeah.
But I think just the fact that we have a material identity and we have a symbolic identity, that right there is a discontinuity. Like, even if you think your symbolic identity lines up with your biological or your material identity, even if you're born a man and you align with manness, like, it's still undeniable that there is biological manness and symbolic or social manness. So like that is already a discontinuity. That is already a point of freedom. Now, I think the point is with the subject, we also undermine our symbolic identity. And so that, then you can start to get into analysis and schemata and stuff like that. But the difference between the material and the symbolic, I think that's undeniable fact. And I think it's interesting because we're now talking about the material, the symbolic, and the digital or the online. Like that's another register. The online, it is another register. And it is. So I think like, yeah, carrying these ideas of discontinuity and carrying over ontological naturalism, like carrying over a type of constructivism into the difference between the material and the symbolic and the online or the digital or whatever. I think that's maintain our freedom. Like we have to navigate. We have to be the ones to walk the tightrope and hold the tension. And if we don't,
I mean, look, I think this is when we were at Philosophy Portal for Todd's thing, and we were talking to Edie Hitchcock, right?
Mm-hmm.
She said something that we fully agreed with, which was basically Lacanians need to have a encounter with Marshall McLuhan.
Yeah.
And some of them have, like Dwayne Roussel has. I've seen this over the years, but they haven't had enough of one. Okay. And so what I mean by this is that, look, there is a sense, if you're looking at your computer screen, there's images, there's signifiers, and there's also the gaps that you don't perceive. So you can just easily say, well, the online world is imaginary, symbolic, real, just like you turn away from the screen and this world is imaginary, symbolic, real. So it's easy to conflate them, to ignore the difference. And so the Lacanian McLuhanite collision of theory would be, okay, both are imaginary, symbolic, real. What's the difference? And that's where McLuhan would bring in insight here.
Yeah.
Andrew McLuhan, Marshall's grandson, who I've been social media friends with for a long time, and you've hung out with in person. Andrew just posted a thing. The medium is still the message. And I think that McLuhan just seems to be this guy who doesn't get enough of the spotlight when it comes to our area of theory.
Mm-hmm.
And I still think the best is yet to come for what kind of insights McLuhan could add to Lacan, Žižek, Deleuze, Baudrillard. Like, I know, because some of you go, well, Baudrillard is, yeah, but I don't think there's enough explicit engagement between McLuhan and Baudrillard. Like, Baudrillard's influenced and doing his thing, but if you read him at the letter of the text, you're like, of course he mentions it in passing, but there's not enough explicit reckoning here. So I think that what they're getting at here, all of this could be filtered into that, and it's a much bigger conversation.
Gary Gnosko's McLuhan and Baudrillard, Masters of Implosion.
Great book.
Great book, excellent book, and yeah, like just kind of taking Baudrillard and McLuhan together, and I think Nicholas Luhmann at least deserves to be, maybe if not mentioned in that conversation, at least thought of while you're having that conversation. But yeah, no, I think McLuhan and Baudrillard have for both of them really have so much more to say. And also Andrew, what is it? Maelstrom escape strategies? He talks about the maelstrom. And I like that a lot. I talk about the churn. I sometimes use the whirlwind. And I think like the whirlwind is I don't know, at least inspired by Andrew's McLuhan's maelstrom. Like, and the churn is taking that and also taking, deterritorialization, reterritorialization, and it's also taking Bataillean kind of metabolism, Thomas Nail, like metabolic Marxism. Like it's taking a lot of it and trying to put it together. But yeah, McLuhan, and it's funny because I feel like a lot of normies have heard the name Marshall McLuhan, and maybe that's why not a whole lot of people want to do like
maybe
serious theory with McLuhan, because it's like, oh, he's too accessible to normies. And
if
it's like,
that's the case, then nobody should, Nietzsche. I'm going to talk about Nietzsche.
Well, Nietzsche's the most overhyped fucking.
Yes, but normies, if normies, there's a good chance that if a normie knows of a philosopher, it's probably Nietzsche.
Yeah, they if they've heard of a philosopher, it's Nietzsche. If they've heard of a psychoanalyst, it's Carl Jung.
Maybe
if they've heard of maybe Freud, but I think Jung's probably more popular than Freud. If they've heard of a I don't know, media theorist, it's probably McLuhan.
Yeah.
But I think no, like McLuhan is just as relevant as Baudrillard, and I think McLuhan and Baudrillard are more relevant than a lot of other people that people spend time talking and thinking and working. And it's like, we got these guys. We have the Masters of Implosion. I mean, Jesus Christ, dude, reading Gutenberg Galaxy, like if you go listen, or if you go read Gutenberg Galaxy today, like it still is fucking mind-blowing. It's still like, holy shit, like this dude is really doing something.
Yeah.
So
totally agree. I mean, look, I love the line. I mean, digital technologies are not separable from the material realities that underwrite them. It's another way of kind of doing a materialism, even though we do have these digital technologies. Sorry, they don't exist in some ideal ontological realm outside of material reality. I get how it can seem like they do, but that's because people have trouble thinking the virtual in the Deleuzian sense of that which is abstract but real, which is thus still part of what we consider imminent material reality. Um, but yeah, I mean, I look. The last thing I'll say is just they're reiterating this point they made about cyberspace, but here historically, which is just whatever potentials there were in 90s cyberspace are gone because the visual now, or the imaginary in the Lacanian sense, came to take over. Like social media is about the way you look or the photos you post. I mean, especially Instagram, TikTok, so much of it is visual based, vision based. Um, and it's about, the way that you appear on a screen. And once that took hold, they're saying like, no, it again is an identity machine, which
Yep.
Neutralized the potential of what it could have been. So, trying to move forward is trying to deploy cyberspace in a different way um, than it's currently being utilized.
I think the internet becoming a machine that just reproduces reproduction in the imaginary, and like the imaginary becomes the new world that we inhabit, minus the real and minus the symbolic. That's why I don't like memes. That's why I don't fucking like memes, because people who do memes, it's like that's an excellent way to get someone started, but you got to give them a location. You got to take them somewhere. You got to, like, if you're just doing the image, it's just going to start reproducing, and it's all eventually going to become jouissance, and it's going to be like in group, out group. I understand this meme. I don't understand this meme. Shit like that. But um, the like children today are fucked. Like their heads are fucking empty, and like all they know are images. Like there's no there, and I hate to say it, because look, it is sensational, it's hyperbolic, it's maybe even a little bit alarmist, but it's also fucking true. Like our children are not being educated; their heads are not being filled up with meaning and with discourse and with conversation. Their heads are being filled up with images, and like they're interacting, their interface with the world is by way of the image, not by way of the symbolic, not by way of meaning, of this rich tapestry of significance.
Well, and I'm
They
sorry, there's a difference between the image on the screen and the bodily image in person. I'm sorry, this is another difference. Like, that's the problem of this conflation. Well, okay, sitting at a coffee shop looking at another person, well, it's technically an image. Okay, if you really want to stretch the word, like the perceivable features of another person's bodily presence is an image, okay, but don't deny the difference between the
yeah,
in-person image and the screened image. They're not the same, and that's where McLuhan can bring in so much nuance and subtlety to the Lacanian register.
yeah.
So, okay, want to do the next one here?
Intervention in more obviously material hegemonies is just as crucial as intervention in digital and cultural ones. Changes to the built environment harbor some of the most significant possibilities in the reconfiguration of the horizons of women and queers as the embodiment of ideological constellations. The production of space and the decisions we make for its organization are ultimately articulations about us, and reciprocally, how a we can be articulated, with the potential to foreclose, restrict, or open up future social conditions. Xenofeminists must become attuned to the language of architecture as a vocabulary for collective choreography, the coordinated writing of space.
One of the things that I always liked about D&G, especially in A Thousand Plateaus, is how they talk about spaces, and there could be smooth spaces where you're free to move
Yeah.
about in any direction. These kind of, you know, exploratory spaces of spontaneous movement, opposed to striated spaces where everything is directional. Like there's a built-in grid. It's you can go here, you can't go here. You can move here, you can't move here. Look, like striated space. This is a men's bathroom. This is a woman's bathroom. You can't go in here. You can go in there. Well, so much of social space is structured like that. Now, it's not like they're saying there should be no structure to our spatiality, but they're trying to say, they're not just going, oh, everything should just be smooth, and there's not that. But it is getting at the core of changing our material spatiality is to change our world. And so I think it's an important insight. And I mean, it's also, there's a Heideggerian way to back it up.
Oh yeah.
In an existential I don't think they have existential spatiality in mind the way that he does, like the spatiality of concern. But there's ways in which material strictures can impose, like, you're not allowed to care about that, you're supposed to care about this, and it blocks or can obstruct spontaneous existential spatiality. Like, I want to go in this direction, I want to, so
walking by a cemetery with a brick wall, that brick wall is up there for a reason. It's so you don't start to ponder mortality, and you don't start to yearn for your own toward death, right? Like it's so you can have a cemetery on one side of the street, and then you can have commercial businesses on the other side of the street, and you can still go about your day purchasing commodities from the businesses or whatever.
Yeah.
Walter Benjamin, the Arcades Project, like wandering. I've been fortunate to be able to travel a lot in my life, both as a young man and as an adult. And my favorite thing to do when I'm in a new or unfamiliar city is to just wander. And when I travel with people, it sometimes causes conflict because they have plans and they're like, we have to see X, Y, and Z, and we have to do A, B, and C. And I'm like, that's cool. But also I need time alone. I need time to get lost. I need time. Well, where are you going to go? I don't know. I'm going to take the bus downtown. I'm just going to walk all day. And I have no idea where I'm going to go. And I'm just going to wander. Because like that attunement to the world.
Yeah.
Like, and I do that here too. It's just
the
almost
birds nowadays do not
here.
lend themselves to this.
Yeah. Like when I'm out, wandering through my suburban hell, it's the same thing over and over again. The same thing over and over again.
Look, for its faults in the past, okay, it did lend itself to walking around when we were kids in a way that it doesn't now.
Sure. The neighborhood I grew up in was a suburb before it became, I don't know, the ghetto. Like, because there were cycles of white flight and all that stuff. And so the neighborhood I grew up in, Maryvale, shout out Maryvale, anybody from Phoenix. It was at one time a suburb, but it had public parks, and it even had public swimming pools, and it had like public shit. So there was differentiation, and there was verticality, and there was all this different shit.
And there's less and less public shit, so it makes people suspicious. What are you walking around for? Because if all there is just a series of private shit, if you go out of your private allotment, it's like, what are you, a pervert? Like, you're trying to, like...
When I see someone walking through my neighborhood and they don't have a dog and they don't have a kid on a bike, and like if they're just walking. Now, people ride their bikes a lot, cool. People take their kids to ride their bikes, cool. People walk their dogs, cool.
And you
but
can
if
tell
I see a motherfucker...
jogging.
Yeah, like if they're wearing jogging outfit.
But if they're just
walking, I get suspicious.
Everybody
I'll slow
does.
my car down. I'll be like, what's this? Who's this dude? Like,
right. And that's fucking weird. You want to talk about it was not weird for people to be walking around my neighborhood when I was a kid.
Dude, everybody walked. We were always outside all the time. Everybody was going somewhere. And now, yeah, you don't see. You know what,
No.
dude? The fucking the store, the little market that I go to for tobacco and fucking Gatorade and shit. It's like a quarter mile from me. I drive my car there.
Mhm.
I don't walk.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
But it's just a testament to where we're at. Like,
Yep.
I wouldn't walk either. And I loved walking. Some of the best philosophical thinking I ever did was while
Oh
walking.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And I've got a book back there, The Philosophy of Walking or something, that different philosophers have known. Kierkegaard would walk around Copenhagen, and
Yep.
you know, Benjamin and
Walter Benjamin.
Nietzsche would go walking around the mountains and shit. Like Heidegger walking around the Black Forest. There is a thing to be said for walking
I think
to
think
fuel
Plato was-
philosophical thought.
Plato was even a big fan of walking.
And so is Aristotle.
Uh,
Walking around the.
Yeah, I think either Plato or Aristotle, one of them said, "Never trust a sedentary thought." And yeah, it's get up and get some differentiation. But another point.
Hold on. Could you imagine
with-
this? Imagine a group of 5, 6, 7 adults just walking around the suburbs engaged in conversation. How weird that would seem.
Even when I'm like, if I'm out walking around and like we're having a phone call or I'm leaving you a long ass voice message in Messenger, like when I'm out on my phone and we're having conversation and I'm walking my dogs or whatever, I can feel the people look at me like,
Mhm.
what? That guy's walking and just rambling. So to see a group of people doing that would be even more strange. Like,
It's weird. Like, I don't even know if I want to say super ego or big other or something like, but it's like, go home, go inside.
yeah.
Like,
Well, and the expropriation of public space. It's not just the loss of third spaces. And this is the same logic behind people who like ICE and people who want to fucking deport all the illegals. It's the same logic of privatization and expropriation where there's no such thing as public space anymore. There's no such thing as collective use, and there is no more commons. So no one has a communal attunement to space. So everybody is looking at space like, if you don't have a valid reason to be here, then you're doing something wrong, and you need to go back to your house. And it's the very same logic behind the idea of illegal immigration. It has to be validated. It has to be, you have to be here for a good reason. And
no, and that's the thing, right? Like I was telling you, one of the videos or something we did recently, the whole weird thing about if I'm clocked in, I have no problem just walking into a dock area. But if I was clocked out and I'm just a customer or consumer, I would never dream.
Yeah.
It's off limits. Walking around your neighborhood is starting to more and more feel like trying to walk into the dock door when you're
Dude.
not you're not a delivery guy. Like it
It's true.
feels like there's it's not as strong, of course, but it feels prohibited
weird.
more and more.
Well, and like I love to go walk around downtown. But walking around the neighborhood, yeah, if I'm not walking my dogs or I'm not checking the mail, like if I'm not doing something, like if I don't have a valid reason to be doing it, it's like, yuck, this feels weird. But like downtown, I'll go walk around and wander downtown, but there's shops there and there's a valid reason for me to be there. I'm here to consume. Like the only time you're allowed to just be is when you're at home. And what do we do when we're at home? Rather than just be, we plug into the fucking Matrix and fucking let the robots vampirically harvest our souls. But
From
it's
when
definitely
old guys
weird.
would just get their lawn chairs and sit on the corner,
Post up out front, dude. Yeah.
out front or on the corner. You don't
Yeah.
see anybody just chilling on the corner anymore. And
Dude.
you would immediately be
street light?
suspicious.
Under the street light, like on the corner,
Yes.
under the street light. That was the spot.
We would gather there every night before we all went home.
Yeah, it just post up, just be publicly. Yeah, it's fucked up. But
So no, more and more,
but
the public is prohibited.
yes, yeah.
And I think to bring it
uh,
back to them, I think they would say, yeah, and that's a fucking problem.
I think another point I wanted to bring up with the utilization of space and the design of space, data centers and like tech infrastructure and all this stuff is getting preference when it comes to people who design space and people who are in charge, you know, the authority figures. And like, so because I just started watching True Detective, um, they're along this part of the Mississippi River in the True Detective that's just been fucking devastated by industry, by I don't know, mining and production and like all this shit. Like a big part of the show is that
Can
they're
I
in
just
this
say,
poverty.
I
Yeah.
just have to say, there is just nowhere in America like New Orleans. And that show gets at the singular atmosphere and vibe of that part of the. That show wouldn't work anywhere else than there.
Mm, yeah. But a huge part of that is the damage that's been
Yes.
done
Mhm.
to people. Like, and it's not just poverty; it's illness, and it's like a certain type of madness or infirmity or whatever that comes along from having your environment just totally destroyed by industry. The air is toxic. And so that's been on my mind. Just started watching this show. And that's what data centers, like we're having a whole new round of industrial pollution that's happening right now as we speak. Like if you think back to you know the age when it was oil and it was steel and it was manufacturing and industry and you think about all the pollution and damage that was done during that time, that's happening again, and it's connected to the data centers and stuff like that, and that makes me think of space, like the authority and the people who are designing spaces and stuff like that. Like you're just not aware. Like that's this invisible oppressive thing that happens to communities and people who are trying to live their lives, and it's all for the sake of industry and
And we
utility.
all feel there is no investment in public space. Sorry.
No.
Like, it's public space is a blighted wasteland at this point in this country. And that's a
Yep.
huge part of the depression and anxiety that we're all feeling. And so something has to be renewed. I'm sorry. It's the whole thing. Everybody I knew as a kid trusted the drinking fountain. Nobody
Yep.
wants to drink out of the drinking fountain. That is a testament to a
Yep.
complete loss and distrust and collapse of public space. So,
Yep.
for real, unironically, make drinking fountains great again.
Dude, I sometimes get weird looks for drinking out of public drinking fountains.
I did it the other day because I don't give a fuck. Because you know what? It was the best water. I'm sorry. As a
Yeah,
kid,
dude.
that ice cold drinking fountain water.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And so I was so thirsty out on a route the other day and I saw one. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And I went over and it was so good. And
Yeah,
it
dude.
still is. Like, I don't know what everybody thinks happened, but look, the switch to drinking out of our garden hoses. I mean, young
Mhm.
people think this is disgusting. They can't fathom that anybody would do that. But drinking out of
Dude.
public drinking fountains and garden hoses, right? Uh, what is the switch to bottled water mark? I'll tell you what it marks. It's that we have more faith in capital than we do the state.
Yep. Yep.
That's what it meant. That we distrust the state so much.
This is ice and tap water, dude.
But we're
Like,
old school.
I know, but like that is like a funny holdover. Cuz yeah, people will just buy bottled water and fill their fridge up with it. And I'm like,
See, and
that's
here's
weird,
where my
dude.
trust is still like, even with all the problems with the state, I almost trust the public water more than bottled water.
Dude, if Well, and a lot of the bottled water just comes
Remember what
from
Lewis Black
municipal
said?
waters.
Lewis Black, he was like, these bottles of waters, you know where they're coming from? A couple in Detroit is sitting there in a tub filling these fuckers up.
Dude, a lot of the bottled water comes from municipal water supplies.
It comes
And
straight
you can
from
just
Flint.
look.
Like I'm convinced it comes from Flint.
You can look at the bottle and see like source. It'll be like ravishing mountain spring water, sparkle, and then you look at it and it's like from, I don't know, Clinton, Mississippi municipal water supply or some like weird shit like that, dude.
Right. So,
but
no, I
yeah,
just
people fill their fridges up with bottled water. I think if we can't trust public utilities like water, then who can we trust? Like, they're the last line of defense for modern civilization, in my opinion, man.
so and somebody's gonna say, oh, what, you really trust the government? I want to be like, you really trust Pepsi? Like,
yeah, dude. Yeah.
You really trust Coke?
Yeah,
is it
a bunch
Dasani?
of,
Coke is Dasani is Coke's bottle of water. Like,
yep.
get the
And I
fuck
think
out.
Arrowhead is Pepsi. No, you know, a bunch of children in Ghana would like a word. Fuck no, I don't trust Pepsi or Coke or Hershey's or Unilever or any of these motherfuckers, dude. And no, I also don't trust the government, but I put my faith in the government more than corporations.
I mean, that's this fundamental different. I think this just is like this core thing that marks like a person's like political inclinations. But
Yeah,
you know, okay. Should we do the next one?
let's do it. From the street to the home, domestic space too must not escape our tentacles. So profoundly ingrained, domestic space has been deemed impossible to disembed, where the home as norm has been conflated with home as fact, as an unremarkable given, remakeable given. Stultifying domestic realism has no home on our horizon. Let us set sights on augmented homes of shared laboratories, of communal media and technical facilities. The home is ripe for spatial transformation as an integral component in any process of feminist futurity. But this cannot stop at the garden gates. We see too well that reinventions of family structure and domestic life are currently only possible at the cost of either withdrawing from the economic sphere, the way of the commune, or bearing its burdens manyfold, the way of the single parent. If we want to break the inertia that has kept the moribund figure of the nuclear family unit in place, which has stubbornly worked to isolate women from the public sphere and men from the lives of their children, while penalizing those who stray from it, we must overhaul the material infrastructure and break the economic cycles that lock it in place. The task before us is twofold, and our vision necessarily stereoscopic. We must engineer an economy that liberates reproductive labor and family life while building models of familiality free from the deadening grind of wage labor.
So they're telling me that the nuclear family, nobody can have a triadic nuclear family. Mommy, daddy, child is prohibited in this. No, they didn't just say that. They said there should be a lot of different options.
Mm-hmm. We should be free to experiment and explore.
Have different types of housing, different types of living.
Yeah. Convivial spaces, like convivial living spaces, communal living spaces. Here in the Phoenix area, there was a planned community. I can't remember the name of it now. But it was planned to be a car-free community. So it's a pedestrian and bicycle only community. So there's housing units, there's commercial units, you know, shopping and repair shops and all kinds of shit. And I think it's in the like second stage of development, and they planned like 4 or 5 different phases of development. But it's really interesting. Like there are people experimenting with how to design communities in a way. And I think with this one I'm thinking of in particular, their main departure from the standard suburb was the vehicle. They were like, if we can design a neighborhood that has everything you could need within reason without cars, then that would be one step in a direction that, might rethink
Right.
public space and communal space.
And then people hear that as, oh, you want to take my car away. And the car is such a source
Yep.
of personal sense of freedom, of enjoyment. And I want to go, they're not taking your car away either. They're just saying, like, it's like in America, it's have a car or be fucked. That
Yep.
is a problem. And you can love cars and still go, yeah, that shouldn't be the situation. Okay.
Yeah.
You shouldn't, your housing should not be, your situation should not be reduced to either own a home, which nobody can basically afford anymore, or be in an apartment, which most people don't like.
Yep.
So there are better ways to dwell, and we ought to experiment with them. And I mean, look, like, people love to romanticize the Shire. Yeah, I do. I see the little cozy
hobbits.
hobbit holes, and I sit there and I'm like, okay. And it's a weird thing. It's like a spread out apartment. It's a different vibe there where, yeah, you're very close to people, but, and I'm not sure why it doesn't seem to have the atomization effect that the burbs have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I just admitted to driving a quarter mile every time I need to go to the bodega.
Yeah.
A large part of that is because it's this sprawling grid. Like, if there were walking paths, if there were convenient walking paths, like living in the suburbs, there's no sidewalks anymore. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to walk on the fucking street. And then when you come up to the big street that you have to cross, like our cities, our sprawls are designed for automobiles, and they're designed in a way that is hostile to pedestrians.
Mhm.
So while it's true, yes, I could be a big boy and I could walk to the fucking store, and I should, and I won't, motherfucker. I won't.
It's a pain
but I
in
should.
the ass.
It's a pain in the ass. It's also true that, like, we should be aware of this, and we should say, hey, let's design spaces around a different logic, a more human logic. And I mean, I think it's great. I think there's a lot of great things are being done in a lot of cities where they're trying to decarify it. They're taking roads and they're making them pedestrian walkways and bike paths, and they're investing in public transit and stuff, and that's all good. But that's just one side of it too. It also is like, well, what does the housing unit look like, and what even are the requirements of a home?
Well,
Like, I remember back in the day being outside all the time, and like raising children was this neighborhood endeavor. Like, the neighborhood really was involved in it. And now,
it's
my
not
kids don't
at
fuck.
all.
My kids, yeah, no, fuck you. My kids aren't running around. I don't know my neighbors. What do you mean? Like, but back in the
If you
day,
see any adult even talk to your kids, you're like, what the fuck?
yeah, I'll be like, yo, what's good? Like, what are you? No, who are you, homie? But back in the day, the neighborhood, like, we knew everybody. And
The word is trust. There was just a default
Yeah.
level of trust among fellow suburbanites and among parents and teachers, for example. Like,
yeah,
there was just a trust established that we can't even basically fathom. We were the last to have any kind of experience of it on any level. But look, I mean, I think, okay, so in Kansas City, I'm sure you guys have them in Phoenix. If you go downtown, there's these little scooters you can rent to get around,
mm-hmm.
right? And they're these public scooters. Now, you have to rent them. You have to pay to use them.
Mm-hmm.
First off, I like the idea. They should be free. You just use them. Now here's the thing. There would have to be a big enough abundance of them, because the people are like, how are you going to stop people from stealing them? There could be a way, like, you have to show your ID to use it, but it's still free. So if it disappears, if you steal it, there's a way for it to know it without you being charged for it. I'm sorry, like, but shouldn't this be the direction we move in with public cars? They're not taxis. They're not you just use them but you don't have to own a car because you can always access a public car.
There are, I think Tesla and a couple other companies are trying this model, and they're marketing it as it's this disruptive thing. But it's like you pay, it's like a timeshare, but instead of being a house where you can go vacation, it's a car that you can use if you need it. And so you go in on a car with like a group of other people, and it's a self-driving car, and it kind of drives around, and look, I think if it were public, I think that's a great experiment to run publicly. I think the fact that it's being done by these private companies, I think that like that's already not a good thing. But like that model should, yeah, like we should have all kinds of different versions of public transit, because sometimes the bus will take me where I want to go. Sometimes the train will take me where I want to go. Sometimes I need a car because sometimes I need to go an hour and a half to the entire other side of town and do something specific. Like, so like all these different experiments should be getting done, but there's no public investment because there's again the idea of the public. Like, people are so distrustful of public enterprise, and so they want to champion Elon Musk's dumbass when he does something like this and he calls it disruption. Um, and it's really just going to turn into this dystopian thing where it's like you have to rent your car. Like, basically, that's going to be it. You can't even own a car anymore. It's going to be an indefinite rental. Whereas the public version of that would be cool if there were just a car that you could call up and use it when you needed it on demand. That would be the shit, and that would alleviate a lot of people's needs or whatever in situations. And that huge tension, the public versus private tension, is fucking huge.
Yeah.
Everything's been privatized.
So what do you think about this? You know, they're saying domestic realism has no future on our horizon. Is that where they lose a lot of normies?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This is another moment where a lot of people get scared, and again, they're not prescribing we are going to launch a pogrom against all the people who
Want to have
match
a
traditional.
normie nuclear family.
Yeah. They're trying to draw attention to the fact that there's no support. If you don't fit into, if you can't color inside the lines, then you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem. That's a
And
problem
that goes
for a
for
universalist
everybody
platform.
out there who's trying to like age without having a partner. Trying to have a house and live a life while you're single is, people want to get married just so they have somebody to go in on the bills with. That
Yep.
is a bullshit fucking dynamic, and nobody should be thinking marriage because they want to split the bills. Like that,
Yep.
nah, that ain't fucking freedom. So,
Well, that's the thing. Confusing particulars for universals. Confusing contingency for necessity. And at the same time, like, denying the contingency of everything. and like, yeah, it's they're not saying we want to eradicate all the normies. They're saying, hey normies, do you, boo boo, live your best life, but also look at all the people who don't fit into these prescribed categories. We're all fucked, and that's a problem for universalism.
I don't know, like whether how much it is in Phoenix, and then you start talking L.A. and New York. It's a whole. I can tell you this: in Kansas City, if you want a shot, let's try to do the 1950s nuclear family. The wife doesn't have to work. You have a nice new house.
Oh yeah.
Nobody's previously lived in it. You buy a new house. You furnish it. You're talking. You need like $300,000 to $400,000 to pull this off a year.
Yeah.
Maybe 200,000, but I'm sorry, like here in Kansas City, if you just want what I would take is just a nice new normal size suburban house, your mortgage is going to be about $3,500 a month.
Yeah, dude.
So
I mean,
this doesn't work for anybody anymore.
You can't buy a house in Phoenix for less than 500 grand. Like a realistic livable house, you can't for less than 500 grand. Um, and it's like no one can fucking afford that. Like, not even dual income families can fucking afford that now because the fucking mortgage is so high and the insurance and the fucking all the utility bills and the fucking
You know how much
groceries and
my
like
grandma's house, her and her husband, their first house was?
probably something absurd.
10 grand.
Yeah, that's so insane, dude. That's insane.
Hmm.
And yes, inflation, but also the ratio of what housing used to cost to what housing costs now compared to income and cost of living. Like
Well,
that
yeah, if they want
ratio
to
is
start paying,
totally
fuck all this. I'm talking about just how it, what, $100 minimum wage. Let's
yeah,
start there.
yeah,
You want us to do this old school lifestyle? Okay. Well, let's talk about what needs to happen for us to continue in
yeah.
Normieville. Okay. That fuck all this $15. Fuck all that shit. No, 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 no. Like it's so far. I don't even want to
Yep,
hear it.
yep.
Like we're talking a huge jump in minimum wage, something that the
Dude,
average person would just go, "Well, that's impossible." But
like
if you want people to be able to buy and to consume and do the fucking old school lifestyle, this is what it would take.
people used to spend, I think it was like on average like 1/3 of their income on housing, and that's rent or mortgage and like all the costs associated with housing. Like I think it was around a third. And now it's over 2/3. Like that's the average cost of housing. So it went from less than a third of your total income to more than 2/3 of your total income, just devoted to the cost of housing yourself.
So
Like
have a
that
place,
right
but
there
don't have
is,
anything in it and don't eat.
yeah. And save. You want to
Oh,
save money?
oh,
Oh yeah, fuck
save.
you. Yeah,
Fuck out of
yeah.
here.
It's so topsy turvy, and
Yep.
that is what they're talking about. They're not talking about, oh, we're gonna go in and turn all the frogs gay and trans furry panic and blah blah blah. No, these are the things that they're talking about because like if we didn't have to live under the crushing weight of all these things, then we would be free to explore and experiment and just and discover new modes of being that don't fit into the standard mold.
All right, two more in this section. Should we just do them both together?
Yeah.
Okay.
From the home to the body, the articulation of a proactive politics for biotechnical intervention and hormones presses. uh, Hormones hack into gender systems, possessing political scope extending beyond the aesthetic calibration of individual bodies. Thought structurally, the distribution of hormones, who or what this distribution prioritizes or pathologizes, is of paramount import. The rise of the internet and the hydra of black market pharmacies it let loose, together with a publicly accessible archive of endocrinological know how, was instrumental in wresting control of the hormonal economy away from gatekeeping institutions seeking to mitigate threats to established distributions of the sexual. To trade in the rule of bureaucrats for the market is, however, not a victory in itself. These tides need to rise higher. We ask whether the idiom of gender hacking is extensible into a long range strategy, a strategy for wetware akin to what hacker culture has already done for software, constructing an entire universe of free and open source platforms that is the closest thing to a practicable communism many of us have ever seen. Without the foolhardy endangerment of our lives, can we stitch together the embryonic promises held before us by pharmaceutical 3D printing, reactionware, grassroots telemedical abortion clinics, gender hacktivist and DIY HRT forums, and so on, to assemble a platform for free and open source medicine?
Okay, hold on. Actually, let's pump the brakes. So this is where a lot of normies get scared. This is another
Mm-hmm.
one that scares them because they're talking. I mean, I think the trans hormone thing is the first thing that would come to mind for most people, but this is, they have much more extensive forms of body modification in mind here.
Yeah.
And
Well, and I
they're
think
getting at the plasticity of the body, and that the body can. There's Spinoza. We still do not know what a body can do. Well, they want to experiment with that and find out all the different things a body can do. And for them, that is just freedom.
Yeah.
But it's a freedom that seems to scare people, because I think the mindset is, how could this go wrong? And I think the normie knee-jerk response would be like, you're just presupposing this will just always go right, this type of body modification. What if it goes wrong? And I think it's maybe right here, the seeming lack of saying this could go bad, that scares a lot of people.
I think, I mean, for me, even, I think I'm less, I don't know, I think this is less important. I really do. Because I think, with hackers, you know, they're talking about hackers, and with the free and open source platforms and this and that. And while I think open source is very, very important, it's also true that open source, um, is the backbone of many, many, many extremely horrible, exploitative corporations. Like, there's so many corporations out there that use open source technology, open source software, open source platforms, and then they, you know, they do something unique to it. They attach it to something else in a unique way, and then they patent it and privatize it, and it becomes another vehicle for exploitation. So I think the optimism of the hacker world and the open source world, I think it is a bit short-sighted. I really do. Now, I also think it's true that we need a stable of people who are just constantly plugging away at rapid progress and tech development and experimentation, regardless of what happens with it. Because that if we want to get out ahead of it, like, we need people who are just exploring because they're curious, and they're trying to discover new things. So I think it's less a political, I don't know, tenet, or I don't know, like, it's less radical in a way, but it's also of prime importance in this other way. I also think, like, there are tons of people who already do gender hacking with, like, the body lifting bros. Like, I think that's an example of what if this goes wrong.
Is steroids gender hacking?
I think, yeah, absolutely. All the men who use steroids, they're transitioning from male to male. Absolutely. Like, working out at the gym is gender ideology.
From average
it's
male
all
to
about
ideal male.
Yeah, like, that is absolutely gender hacking, and that is absolutely, like, you are dealing with your gender in a way, in the same way, in some respects, as someone transitioning from male to female or female to male. The people who are on the steroids, lifting all the weights and being super alpha, they're also trans. I just
Would the average
I
guy
think,
would the average guy worry about hormones or tampering with our genetics if it grew his hair back?
maybe the average guy, probably, yeah.
You think it would? I think they'd go, "Oh, please sign me up."
No, I'm saying he would say, yeah, let me do it.
Right. Okay.
Like, he would be concerned with it. Yeah, he would say, sign me up, grow my hair back.
Well, that's not natural.
I think, yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like,
I'm playing with
think-
natural here against
yeah, no, I think in a very real way, like, this is already happening, at a certain scale. Now, it's also not as open and free as it should be. But I think, like, when we talk about this, when we talk about exploration and experimentation and discovery, I think we should also be like, I want to go to the doctor. Like, there's very real shit that isn't even about, like, hey, I need to transition, or I need to hack, I need to explore, I need to find out what my body can do. Like, there's very real stuff where it's like, I'm coming up against, like, a real limit of just health. Like, it's not even like experimentation and push it further and further and further. It's about, like, I need access to bare bones healthcare, not radical experimentation. And so I think, for me, having this conversation, while it is important and it is important to a universal position and platform. I also think that maybe focusing on this hides the fact that there are billions of people in the world without access to bare minimum health care.
So the
Health
question
care, not
is
health
this a
exploration.
particularistic concern or a universal one?
I think this is,
They want it to be a universalist.
they want it
The
to be
average person will
universalist,
take it as a
but
particularist.
yeah, for the average person, this is a slippery slope. This very quickly becomes a particular platform, project, whatever. And again, from the perspective of Laboria, Cuboniks, I know they're not doing a particularism, but talking about like, well, discourse and communicating these ideas and stuff like that. Like I think this is probably the one we should be most careful with, is when we're talking about hacking the human body. We also have to make sure to talk about maintaining the human body, because while hacking is important and necessary, maintenance has to come first.
Here's what scares me. Okay, so I agree. We're ontologically alienated. But when it comes to tapping into this alienation, like D&G emphasize deterritorialization and decoding. They also talk about recoding, reterritorialization, but with the full body without organs, with the new earth, the emphasis is more on deterritorialization, decoding. Nick takes this and just young Nick at least radically affirms both decoding, deterritorialization, and he thinks capital is what does it. Point is, you could define in one way, like the conservative impulse is, hey, people want some territory. They want some stability.
Yes.
They want some, and there's a certain political inclination, I think, especially on the left. That's why Nick is liked by a lot of leftists, even though they don't like his current politics at all. There's a reason why. Okay, do more leftists like Nick Land over Curtis Yarvin?
Yes.
Like, yes, I'm saying you do this list. There's a reason there's this appeal Nick especially had in the 90s to certain leftists, and I think it's this Deleuzo-Guattarian dimension. And the thing is, alienation, yes, but what rate of alienation? What rate of decoding and deterritorializing? Because there is a point where it happens so fast that it becomes this blur, and it freaks people the fuck out. Like, there needs to be some points of stability, fixity, in order for us to further ourselves in alienation. And I'm just saying, like, this some sort of like consideration of absolute deterritorialization, though normies would never call it that. That's what scares them.
Yeah.
And whenever they hear this in accelerationist talk, it freaks them out. And so that just has to be addressed on some level. And you can affirm all this, and still, like, as you get older, you lose these points of stability in your life, and it's disheartening. It doesn't feel liberatory.
Right. Absolutely not. I mean, when you're adrift in a sea of just meaningless fucking bullshit, it's very discomforting and discomfiting. But no, I mean, I think the average person could affirm all of this if you took the time to unpack it and go slow and kind of take them through what it means.
Finesse it.
Yeah, and explain it. Like, I think, look, man, like, I'm a boring dude. At the end of the day, I want to, I don't know, read good books, have good conversations with good people or people that I deem to be good. And that's about it. I don't really want
not a kind of territory.
Well, and it is. But like, I'm all for all this stuff that sounds so radical and like this, and but also it's like, but I'm boring. And if I can withstand this, this seemingly radical kaleidoscope kaleidoscopic fucking future, I think everybody else can too. Because like, I'm not asking for much. And I think a lot of people at the end of the day, like they just want, yeah, I just want whatever, family. I just want my family to be okay. I just want
Some people want
to,
routine, and
yeah,
that's okay.
yeah.
And and look, I know a couple people I'd say not only do they need it,
Oh yeah, dude.
because I've seen what they're like when they're not locked into some symbolic structure that forces them into a routine way of life, and they're
Yep.
wild. They'll kill themselves if left. I'm sorry, but no, they
I mean, dude,
too free for their own good sometimes. And people could go, well, that's totalitarian. That I don't know what to tell you, except yeah, I know people whose drives are so wildly explosive that and once in a while they'll have the opportunity and it comes out and it's like the guys in The Hangover where you're like, fuck, that's like locked
yeah,
away in
dude.
there. Like, what if that was to get out every day?
I mean, I'm lucky to be 40 years old. Like the way I grew up and the people with whom I grew up, um, you know, not everybody is currently living and currently enjoying, a nice, comfortable suburban life. Like, I was a fucking wild man when I was a younger guy. And I think, many people were, maybe even most people were far more wild in their youth than they are as an adult.
You know, some of the
Um,
stories of my teenage years
yeah,
with
I need structure, but that structure gives me the freedom to do what I love doing, which is engage
that.
in this
Here's
radical
what maybe
cosmic
they don't
thought.
get. I need certain structures so my drive can repeat in its
Right, right.
like do its thing.
Yeah,
And I don't think they have this. I think maybe this is what's lacking for me with the accelerationist side. I don't think they get drive the way that the
yeah.
Lacanian Žižekians do. They don't.
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
it's more of this Deleuzo Guattarian, just deterritory, try this, try that, move on, try. And it's like, no. A passionate life is one that's going to involve stubborn repetition. That is
Yep.
my life with philosophy. And certain things need to be stable and fixed so I can keep exploring this repetition. And this repetition has totally changed me and it continues to change me.
Yep.
There's repetition and difference along with repetition of the same. And I just can't think those separately.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
that's all I would say to that. But anything else before we go on to the last one in this part?
I think yeah, just I think there is like this radical emancipatory potential um in these things, and we should harness them and we should take them up, but we should also be careful not to renaturalize any of this stuff. And I think that this is probably that moment, because like with the example of hackers and open source software, like if it weren't for all the hackers and all the open source software of the late 80s and the early 90s, we wouldn't have Amazon and Google and Facebook. Like those companies are built on open source software, and there was this radical moment, there was a radical impetus at the time, but it got privatized. um and so when it comes to this stuff, like we just can't be prescriptive with any of this stuff. And I think when having conversations about gender hacking and body hacking and all this stuff, I'm all for it. But we just, I guess, need to be on guard for naturalizing and trying to be normative about this stuff. Once again, the essential non-essence. It's not a new essence, it's a perpetual non-essence.
Yeah. Yeah.
The last paragraph of this section: from the global to the local, from the cloud to our bodies, Xenofeminism avows the responsibility in constructing new institutions of techno-materialist hegemonic proportions. Like engineers who must conceive of a total structure as well as the molecular parts from which it is constructed. Xenofeminism emphasizes the importance of the mesopolitical sphere against the limited effectiveness of local gestures, creation of autonomous zones, and sheer horizontalism, just as it stands against transcendent or top down impositions of values and norms. The mesopolitical arena of xenofeminism's universalist ambitions comprehends itself as a mobile and intricate network of transits between these polarities. As pragmatists, we invite contamination as a mutational driver between such frontiers.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think that's where they clarify the position. Um,
Yeah.
and I get like this kind of thing of like we're against top-down authoritarianism, we're against localist horizontalism, but in the sense of like we're trying to move between both so we can avoid get the it's like the best of both while avoiding the worst of both.
The worst of either. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what you know, and I think that's right. I mean, I think it has to be something like that. So yeah, I mean, I guess on this I could just say I pretty much agree here.
Yeah. I like the word mesopolitical and mesopolitical. Like Mesozoic or Mesoamerica. It kind of invokes middle, but it also invokes like transitory or transitive or transitional or something like that. Like it's kind of getting at this idea of freedom of movement from one end to the other. I like that a lot.
Okay.
And
last chapter.
on to overflow. Xenofeminism asserts that adapting our behavior for an era of Promethean complexity is a labor requiring patience, but a ferocious patience at odds with waiting. Calibrating a political hegemony or insurgent memeplex not only implies the creation of material infrastructures to make the values it articulates explicit, but places demands on us as subjects. How are we to become hosts of this new world? How do we build a better semiotic parasite, one that arouses the desires we want to desire, that orchestrates not an autophagic orgy of indignity or rage, but an emancipatory and egalitarian community buttressed by new forms of unselfish solidarity and collective self-mastery?
Promethean complexity. Sign me up.
Yeah.
Problem. Okay, but this is a labor that requires patience, and the question is, does the time crunch of capital itself allow us to have patience? Nick has said the problem with capitalism is that it does not give us time to theorize developments in techonomics, which is to say, we cannot theoretically keep pace with the developments in the economy and in technology. Second, we write the book or think the theory through properly, we're on to the next thing.
It's already outmoded.
It's outmoded. So can we have patience in this situation?
When I was in the Army, there's a lot of funny shit that happens in the Army. And I look back on that time of my life. It's complicated, but I look back on parts of it fondly. And one of the first things you learn in basic training is a little, mantra, I guess. And they applied it to everything. But the first time it came up was when we were learning how to shoot. Before I joined the Army, I had shot a rifle a few times. I'd shot a handgun a bunch of times. I'd shot a shotgun a bunch of times. I'd only shot a rifle a few times. People don't really have a whole lot of rifles in the hood, or at least we didn't back then. So you had all these different people from all over the country learning how to shoot a rifle. And you have to learn how to line up the little window in the back with the little post up front so you can aim, so you can shoot where you're going. And the mantra that they drilled into us was slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And I love it. And I still apply that to everything in my life.
I think the Xenofeminists would love that too.
Yeah, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. And it means, I don't know, like now I take it to mean like you should attempt to have a stoic response to stimulus
Getting
that
it
are
right
coming in
requires
at you.
a certain amount of time, and it's not even worth trying if you're not going to take the right amount of time. Like even if you're up against the clock,
Yeah.
like
If you're
because
just
trying to rush is going to fuck it up.
panicked,
So
if you're a panicked little freak and you're
you
just
gotta
stuck,
get it done.
yeah, if you're stuck reacting, your initial reaction, your impulse, you're going to fuck everything up. But if you slow down and you take the time to properly respond, if you take the time to cognize, internalize, understand, and respond, then you'll have a better chance. And so that is attention.
That's why
We're
they call
running out
this,
of time. But we
they
have
call
to
it a
take our time.
ferocious patience at odds with waiting. So they know, like we don't
Yeah.
have time to be patient, but we have to be patient.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, again, when and I do kind of think of shooting a target, because in that attunement, when you're hyper focused and you're trying to get your sight picture and you're trying to line it up, time does seem to slow down. You control your breathing. You direct your focus. You direct your attention, and everything is intentional. And time does seem to slow down, or at least temporality shifts in this interesting way, so that when you're up there shooting targets and they're popping up, popping down, it does seem to take a long ass time. But if you're watching somebody do it, it happens very quick. They're just like boom, 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 boom. And I think like ferocious patience for me, that is at odds with waiting. You're not just kind of posted up, drinking a 40, saying, well, let's wait for the world to end. It's a very intense, focused, cognizing, internalizing, understand. Like this is an intense process, and it's a fucking responsibility.
It's funny. I mean, of course, they're not going to do. They're probably not going to go for Heidegger, but this whole thing about like calibrating a political hegemony or insurgent memeplex not only implies the creation of material infrastructures to make the values it articulates explicit, but places demands on us as subjects. How are we to become hosts of this new world? We are trying to be, Heidegger's talked about shepherds of being. We are trying to be shepherds of the future. Let's put it like that. And which is to say, our whole desire, our fantasy structure is geared towards something new. And, how do we build a better semiotic parasite? One that arouses the desires we want to desire, which is to say, how do we create a vision that can truly attract desire in an unprecedented way and get us? It's funny, like this is Slavoj has a book, The Courage of Hopelessness, and I always go back to this. And Benjamin Studebaker, the way is shut, right? The only way to deal with our situation is to realize it's hopeless. But then you have to have the courage to keep fighting for the future on the basis of that hopelessness. And there's this scene in X-Men Days of Future Past where old Professor X is talking to young Professor S, and young Professor X has gone through like an existential crisis, and he's in like a nihilistic phase, and he's lost all hope. And old Professor X says, we need you to hope again. Like, we need people to hope again. There's a material force in hope. And everybody has every reason to not hope right now. But there is this stubborn human response in going, I understand why it's hopeless. I'm completely sympathetic and I feel the hopelessness. Nevertheless, I'm going to hope. And it's like almost an anti-disavowal.
Yeah. It's a vowel.
It's a vowel. Maybe we should start talking about revolutionary avowal.
I like it a lot. I mean, radical hope. This moment of realizing, man, this is all bullshit and we're fucked, and saying, nevertheless, I choose to carry on. Like that's what we have to do. And this has been done. Like the world has been engineered. Now, the world we live in today is not the direct desired result of the engineers who created it, but it was created. There was a point in time when the Protestant work ethic was this ideological project to get us all hooked on capitalism.
Yeah.
I think the people who did that, if they could see the world of today, they would absolutely have said, no, we're going to do something else.
Mhm.
But it was engineered. It was a radical moment of totally uprooting and replanting everybody in different ways, totally shifting everything. We need to do the same thing. And again, you know, the conversation we've had about science fiction, I think fiction plays a role in that. But I also think just average everyday going throughout the world plays a role in that as well, which is why, like, you know, when I am out in public, I do make an attempt to talk to people and connect with people on some level, because it's like, hey, we're still here. I think of the Twilight Zone episode where the guy, all he wants to do is read a book, but he can't. He doesn't have time. He has to work, or his wife is bugging him or some shit. That all he wants to do. And then he wakes up in the library and everyone else is gone. And he's all alone in the library and he's so fucking happy. He's like, yes, I finally have time to read my book. And then he fucking steps on his glasses and he broke his glasses. So he finally got what he wanted. Turns out it was horrible. It wasn't what he wanted all along. And then he goes outside and it's horrible. Like, we're here. We are still here. Like, I imagine people flooding out of all the businesses and all the buildings and saying, no, we're still here. We just went inside. Like, that's my happy ending to that Twilight Zone episode.
Is attempting to throw block parties a revolutionary gesture at this point?
I think anything. Honestly, I do. Because, like, we are all just fucking trapped in our little matrix cells.
Everybody I know, all of my core friends that I grew up with, are fighting this same capitalistic, nihilistic fight. And they're having to do it in different ways, but it all stems from economic precarity.
Yep.
And that's why I'm with them. Like, you need patience, but we also don't have time to wait. So look, I have to read it. So Peter Wolfendale, one of my favorite things he ever wrote was this blog post. So, accelerationism, what's all that about? I'm going to read a paragraph. Peter says, I want post-capitalism. Thank you very much. There's plenty of other people like me. The question should not be, when is it going to happen? But what can we do to make it happen? No doubt this sounds remarkably impatient to those who concern themselves with the grand arc of history, but there is no reason why this attitude need be impatient. I don't want my post-capitalism right this minute. I want it as soon as possible. Just how soon that is an open question. Personally, I'm pretty sure I won't see it in my lifetime, but this doesn't mean that I'm any less committed to nurturing the seeds of future post-capitalism I see germinating in the capitalist present. The real leftist accelerationist heresy is nothing to do with technology, but consists in the refusal to see the transition between capitalism and post-capitalism as a neat break, or as the emergence of a new order out of the imminent and often imminent collapse of the old one. This is not a retreat into reformism, but an insistence upon seeing the end of capitalism as a complex and messy historical transformation of the kind that occurred between feudalism and capitalism, a transformation which can and should be accelerated.
Yep.
And so, I don't know, I just see a fellow left accelerationist dynamic between Wolfendale and Laboria Cuboniks here. So, okay. Next paragraph.
Is xenofeminism a program? Not if this means anything so crude as a recipe or a single purpose tool by which a determinate problem is solved. We prefer to think like the schemer or lisper who seeks to construct a new language in which the problem at hand is immersed, so that solutions for it, and for any number of related problems, might unfurl with ease. Xenofeminism is a platform, an incipient ambition to construct a new language for sexual politics, a language that seizes its own methods as materials to be reworked and incrementally bootstraps itself into existence. We understand that the problems we face are systemic and interlocking, and that any chance of global success depends on infecting myriad skills and contexts with the logic of xenofeminism. Ours is a transformation of seeping, directed subsumption, rather than rapid overthrow. It is a transformation of deliberate construction, seeking to submerge the white supremacist capitalist patriarchy in a sea of procedures that soften its shell and dismantle its defenses so as to build a new world from the scraps.
I mean, it is there's different ways to reword it, but the attempt to enact a new symbolization, which is a symbolic order in which deadlocks deadlocks within the old symbolic order could be brought into a new one, understood and reckoned with and solved, right?
Yeah.
And there's another way to view this as meme warfare, hyperstition, uh, you know, and it's another. Yeah, I kind of think it's those two things combined.
Yeah. Give everyone a parallax shift.
Something like that. I mean, yeah, you know, what's on the other side of the parallax gap?
Yeah.
And sometimes you can do that. It remains inarticulable within a certain symbolic order. If you find a new language or a new virtual space of communication, something that was real, that was impossible to articulate, can be symbolized.
Well,
So,
I think the inarticulability is like allowing people to see the inarticulability would be like the parallax, like, because people do appeal to nature, and people are normative, and people are just like, yeah, everything sucks, but they also resist a radical recasting of the world. People are normative. People do have a bias towards their imagined vision of the past, because stability is the one of the main things that we're all lacking. So I think like achieving the parallax here would be to show everybody, hey, this is this cannot be symbolized like you currently think it can be. You currently think it we've had the final word, but you show everybody that, oh, the final word is that there is no final word. Like, I think that is that radical moment that requires new symbolization, that requires a requilting of the world that we live in.
maybe my favorite statement here, and it's easy for us to pass over it because we just take it as such a given at this point. Um, the problems we face are systemic and interlocking. Okay, so look, the point is, first off, I just accept that 100%. That means that anybody who wants to say that our problems can be solved by blaming a specific empirical group have completely lost the thread on our situation. That,
Yep.
scapegoating, blaming this race or this gender or this ethnicity, none of that shit is going to do a goddamn thing except prolong the crisis of our systemic interlocking problems. And I think this is just a reaffirmation of, if you want to think the situation, you have to be a structuralist. And I don't mean it in the very specific, oh, what do you mean, like a Saussurean Levi Straussian? No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about somebody who can think in terms of structures and systems,
Yep.
right? And subjects. This brings to mind Cadell's book,
Mm-hmm.
Systems and Subjects, right? You can't think subjectivity if you're not thinking the structure in which it is always the thing that isn't fully captured by the structure or the system. But and maybe it's better, so because structuralist has this theoretical designation, right, with Levi Strauss and Saussure and all that, right? Maybe it's better to say you have to be thinking as a systemist,
Mm.
uh, but you have to be able to think in terms of virtual connections that comprise a system or a structure.
Yeah.
And
I like that a lot, but I also think the word system has some theoretical connotations that I think it might be wise to avoid as well. But
I always want to say matrixist, but first off,
I think that
that
honestly,
doesn't roll off the tongue, and it's gonna be then we're connected to, oh, you want us to all be Neo? Maybe in a little bit of sense, but like,
but it doesn't have these same theoretical problems. It has some pop culture accoutrement, and we could actually use that to our benefit and be like, hey, actually, the Matrix was always like, okay, I don't want to go off on how much I love the Matrix 4. But
we just got to do a whole conversation about that film.
I know, but I love the Matrix 4 and the part where they're like, well, it's an allegory for trans politics, and I think that's true. And then they're like, no, it was clearly about capitalism, and I also think that's true. But like when they're doing that thing in the boardroom and they're doing like, I can just picture the guys at Warner Brothers having that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, no, I loved the first Matrix, and when I saw it, I immediately understood it as a critique of this very
The
complex
system.
interlinked system. And I also understand, like now going back to it, I can actually see how it is an allegory for gender troubles, right? How gender plays out and transitioning and stuff like that. I can see that too. And I also understand how gender and the system, capital, like all this, like how they're interrelated and like how they one depends on the other and how they're so yeah, I get it. And that's why I think Matrix 4 is wonderful because it's doing so fucking much while also kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall and instead of like hoping a beautiful picture arranged itself in the spaghetti mess, it's saying, look, we just threw spaghetti at the wall.
Look, the long thing was, people on the right would say the left can't meme. But our thing has always been the right can't theory. And I think there's truth to that. Now, what about Heidegger? What about Spengler? What about,
Yeah.
okay. But it can't theory in the sense of truly understanding capitalism the way we do because
Yep.
they don't think, of course, like conservative philosophers or rightist philosophers are going to get at it in some, it's unavoidable because they're in a symbolic order. But no, they don't have the tools to do structural systematic analysis the way the left does.
They just want to emphasize the individual. That's
And that's
all
the
they
thing. Individual,
that's all they
the
want to do.
empirical.
Yeah.
And the closest they get to trying to do something like structural is, oh, we want a traditional way of life or something like that, if that's the type of rightist you are. But they're not thinking the interlocking parts of a virtual structure. And
Yeah.
look, I don't think, I mean, Ferdinand de Saussure, do I think he's like intrinsically a leftist? No. But leftists tapped into that theory
Mm-hmm.
and, has a huge influence on everything that comes after it. And so I'm just saying, like, I don't know of I don't see contemporary rightist thinkers doing any kind of profound structural analysis of capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe here's the thing, Nick
That's what I was
count.
just gonna say. That's what I was just gonna say.
Nick doesn't count.
Nick is the exception. And yeah, I mean, I challenge. Hello, YouTube. Hello, out there in TV land. Show me a rightist or whatever. Show me a right thinker who's thinking structurally, please. I don't think they exist, and Nick Land doesn't count because he's the exception.
Old Nick is more empirical.
Absolutely. Yeah, the NRX turn and the Dark Enlightenment shit. Absolutely.
He might say, "Oh, no," because and he might give a shit about like the Yarvin thing because he would be like, "No," because the cathedral is thinking structurally, and Oh, I mean, okay, fair point, I guess, but I guess that's the one example he could use.
I mean, okay, so maybe you could make an argument that there are right thinkers who are thinking structurally. Sure, but what are they emphasizing? And where do they think the point of emancipation is? Do they think the point of emancipation emanates from the chest of the individual, like in Donnie Darko, the little thing that flies out of his chest? Or do they understand that emancipation is a structural struggle? Like that's the thing. I don't think there are right thinkers who believe emancipation is a structural thing.
Well, okay, I'm trying to play devil's advocate. I'm trying to steel man people, someone we don't typically agree with. Could Yarvin say that his critique of democracy is a structuralist critique?
I mean, yeah, but I also don't fucking care about democracy. Like that's not Yarvin's contribution to theory if he even makes one. I don't think he does. I don't think Yarvin is thinking. But uh yeah, of course, critique democracy for all its failures. I think he goes further and he's like people are stupid and like Jay and Men in Black. Uh and there's a truth to that as well, but I like look, Yarvin isn't he's not doing anything structurally because ultimately he's like I want the individual to be free and I like if your idea of freedom is that you're free to starve, that's fucking idiotic. And that is Yarvin's fucking idea of freedom. Well, you're free to starve.
Leave the patchwork if you don't like it.
Yeah. That's fucking idiotic. And it's because because he believes freedom is an individual proposition and not a structural thing. Like it is necessarily structural. We're not free until we're all free. That's structural thinking.
Yeah. And I mean, look, this whole thing with the soft corpse and the patchwork. Nick likes it because all the patchworks would be different. And they'd have to compete on the basis of their difference. And I want to go, Nick, but every capitalist business in America ultimately has the same economic structure. It's seeking to maximize profits. Like it's the same. It's radical
Yeah.
identity with
Yeah.
the veil of marginal differences to talk like Baudrillard, like Starbucks, scooters, like
Yep.
I mean,
Well, I mean, I have a Google phone. You have an iPhone. What's the fucking difference? Nothing.
marginality.
That's the world of the soft corps. And I hate to break it to you guys, we already live in the fucking patchwork. Like it's hasn't been fully fucking actualized yet, but that's what neoliberalism is. Neoliberalism is the fucking patchwork.
Would you say that techno feudalism that Varoufakis is talking about is something like he has something like the patchwork in mind?
Yeah. And again, I like a lot of Varoufakis's ideas. I really do. And you know, some of the other stuff whatever, but I'm not going to sit here and say I endorse Varoufakis 100%, but I also think like no, he is interested in you know some tendencies of you know neoliberalism or whatever that are having real effects on the world and changing the structure of the world that we live in a real way.
I mean, we don't agree, but like, okay, so he's acting like we're in something beyond capitalism. Mackenzie Ward,
Right.
what's Mackenzie's? She wrote a book. Is it Capital is Dead? Like it's a
We just
bold
talked about this.
claim,
Yeah.
right? Because Mark and Roberto reject this view in exocapitalism. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's right to act like we're beyond capital. Um,
No. Well, and that's the thing. Like capital
it's going to
is
be a matter
still
how
kind
you
of
define it, I guess. But
it is going to be a matter of how you define it. But I mean, I think we already live in the patchwork. The fact that there are private security companies that you can hire for like private police forces,
well,
the
is
fact that
China not an actualized version of this in some way? I don't know. Would
I mean,
Nick agree with that?
I think maybe, and there are like in China, there are like special economic zones, I think is what they call them. Like I believe Shanghai is a special economic zone, Hong Kong and Macau, and like, yeah, look, I think there's features of all these things that are probably sprinkled out all over the modern industrial or tech industrialized world or whatever. But I think it's true that like private public partnerships have more power than the public, than the state.
Well,
Like corporations, like the power company is a private public partnership. That should be an entirely public thing, but it's not. It's a private public partnership. And like public utilities and charter schools and private schools and all this stuff, like neoliberalization is the patchwork.
well, I mean, and then we get into the whole thing that the patchwork, the soft corp, is going to necessarily involve some kind of rentism, and
Yeah.
you're not going to own anything there. You're going
That's
to
I mean,
work to rent access to it. Like,
we're all renting fucking houses, or you're paying HOA fees, or you're paying some type of access fee or association fee or whatever. Like we're already moving into that model. And things are getting worse.
well, yeah, I mean, Peter Fraze wrote a book, Four Futures. Rentism is one of them. Yeah, I don't want to live in that world in any way, shape,
Yeah.
or form. So, um, okay, should we do the last paragraph?
Let's do the last paragraph. Oh, there was something, but it would probably be a long tangent. But they say seeking to submerge the white supremacist capitalist patriarchy in a sea of procedures that soften its shell. I like that they say soften its shell, because carcinization is a phenomenon in evolutionary biology, where the crab shape, the crab form has evolved many times over in life. So
Malt book?
yeah. So talking about Maltbook, talking about Claude, I don't want to go off on a whole huge tangent on this. I do think we should talk about it though in something in a different video or something. But carcinization is a tendency in nature. The crab is just there's a lot of utility in the form of a crab. You know, a hard shell with big clippers or whatever, pincers. What are they called? Snippers?
Pincers, right?
Pincers. There we go. Pincers, claws, whatever. It's just a very serendipitous form. And the form of crab has evolved over and over and over and over again in nature. And so that became kind of a meme in like the maths and computer science world or whatever. And that's why Maltbook is named Maltbook. And that's why the initial bot that made Maltbook was named Claude Bot, because it's a play on Claude Shannon, information theory, and it's a play on having claws like a crab. And then Anthropic sued the guy who made Claude Bot, so he changed the name to Maltbot. That's why Maltbot is named Maltbook is named Maltbook, because crabs molt. I don't want to go off on a tangent. I just wanted to say I like that they use the metaphor soften its shell, because that's evocative of carcinization and the crab. So anyway, final paragraph. Xenofeminism indexes the desire to construct an alien future with a triumphant X on a mobile map. This X does not mark a destination. It is the insertion of a topological keyframe for the formation of a new logic. In affirming a future untethered to the repetition of the present, we militate for ampliative capacities, for spaces of freedom with a richer geometry than the aisle, the assembly line, and the feed. We need new affordances of perception and action, unblinkered by naturalized identities. In the name of feminism, nature shall no longer be a refuge of injustice or a basis for any political justification whatsoever. If nature is unjust, change nature.
Okay. Amen. Uh, there you go. Yeah. I mean, look, I do have to say, I love how this, this triumphant X, it kind of is a stand-in for OJR. And it's
Yeah.
this whole thing of like somehow positioning OJR within this technological infrastructure on the basis of some future vision that gets desire to be a kind of hopeful desire again.
Yeah.
And so xenofeminism indexes the desire to construct an alien future with a triumphant X on a mobile map. But I like the X also, like, because it is like just pure OJR, but it's we're not exactly sure what we're going towards. Like, and I mean, they've tried to give some sort of a vision, but they don't try to paint it in too much detail. And again, neither did Marx. But look, the spirit of this, I mean, it's hard for me to find anything I really disagree with here. The X does not mark a destination. It is the insertion of a topological keyframe for the formation of a new logic in affirming a future untethered to the repetition of the present. We militate. Where was it at? Yeah, I mean, I think it just, you know, it boils down to nature shall no longer be a refuge of injustice. I mean, that's kind of it's 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 a rejection of inessentialism on the basis of a hope in technology that could open up more human or inhuman futures, however, whichever word you prefer.
Yeah.
So, do you think this thing is transhumanist?
I mean, I am comfortable using that word because I am comfortable with, like, I think humanism is necessarily transhumanism. Like, in order to have a robust humanism, you have to include
Well,
transhumanism.
right, the human as such is trans Homo sapiens. Like,
Yeah. We're already like that is in fact what we are, the essential non-essence, unfixity. Um so I th- when I'm thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, transhumanism all the way. But I also understand that scares the shit out of a lot of people too. And it's like, no, I'm not saying I'm transhuman in that I'm gonna come and kidnap you and cut your arms off and give you robot arms. I'm saying,
what if
I
I want
mean,
to be Jax in Mortal Kombat?
if you want to do it, like I also want to, like I want it all, dude. I want to cut my head off and plop it onto a robot body and just be a robot, but also be me. Like, but it's not to highlight that while that's there. And while I think that freedom is important, it's to emphasize the fact that we already transcend our biology. That is, in fact, the only thing we do that, or maybe the primordial thing we do, that is from whence our emancipation emanates. Like, that's it. The fact that we transcend ourselves. That is what the human is. And that's why we search for terms like the inhuman and the human and transhumanism or posthumanism or whatever. And there's all these problems with using these signifiers. And at the end of the day, I think it's easier I think it is easier to just say, yeah, we want a radical humanism or we want a universalist humanism or whatever. Because for most people, they're going to understand, oh, you want good for me because I'm a human. But then, to go and unpack it, absolutely,
Well, I mean, okay,
transhumanist.
I'm just drawing a blanket. What's the? Why am I drawing? 2001, the black
A Space
rectangle.
Odyssey?
Yeah, the black
2001.
rectangular. The what?
The obelisk.
The obelisk. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's language.
This is the obelisk.
Well, it is, especially now.
I mean, it's a black fucking rectangle.
So, it's funny. Like, I wonder. I'm curious. Let's do a Google search. What Now the monolith.
Oh, the monolith. Why was I thinking the obelisk? I must have been
Wait,
thinking about
because an
phalluses.
obelisk. Yeah. Okay. I'm all kinds of.
Yeah, we're all
The
over the place. The monolith.
Okay.
The monolith. I
We're
said
gonna get trolled
obelisk.
for that.
Yeah, we are.
And I
Hey,
didn't
fuck you
correct it
guys.
because I went along with it, so I'm guilty too. So you control both of us. All right. In 2001, the black monolith represents enigmatic extraterrestrial tool designed to catalyze human evolution, intelligence, and consciousness, acting as a sentinel that triggers key advancements. Well, the first one for us is language.
Yeah.
And so Ray Kurzweil could say, look, this whole thing about transcending our biology, yeah, don't freak out, it already happened. And you have somebody like Andy Clark with Natural Born Cyborgs there to make the case. So,
Yep.
This is where, and I think a lot of people, if they understand, this is where, no, I can't, well, let's just have them download this theory that we know into their head, Matrix style. But if they could, I think they'd go, yeah, this makes a lot of fucking sense.
Yeah.
And I understand how people could hear, wait, you're saying language makes us transhumanists? Yes. Wait, what? No. I get how, right, because it's how we understand language and its relation to the biological entity known as Homo sapiens, right? I get that. But all I can say is from everything that I know, from the background context and theoretical frameworks that I have, it's as clear as day to me.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we are already cyborgs because of language.
Yep.
And so we're already denaturalized. It's already happened. And that is what makes us what we are. That is what makes us the type of beings we are. That's why we have death drive. There's a whole, why? That's a complicated story. But this is where we're coming from with it. So that's why we, along with Laboria Cuboniks, can affirm xenofeminism and a politics for alienation.
Absolutely.
If nature is unjust, change nature. And we
that
already
line.
have, because we were natural beings that became unnatural.
That's it, man.
So we're
if you want
to keep doing this is to just do the human thing.
If you want to live in harmony, or if you want to live according to God's commandment or whatever, you can go be a caveman without language. We are already blaspheming. And to do it while disavowing it is only leading us into horrible things, like to continue to be these blasphemous transgressors, but then disavow that and pretend like, oh no, I'm living according to God's law, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you're not, dude. If you were living according to God's law, you would be an ape in a tree. We're already unnatural beings. So let's take that up and let that be a site of freedom.
I mean, look, this is the existentialists are tapped into this. This is why so much of this theory, look, a lot of professional philosophers, professional academics, and theory types, they do like the narcissism of small differences. Now, I'm not saying there aren't important theoretical. Yes, Deleuze's and Guattari's theory of desire is not Lacan and Zizek. It's not a small difference.
Yeah.
Okay, but a lot of these thinkers had similar understandings of core things that you miss because they didn't focus on the same things. It's easy to say that Laboria Cuboniks is not focusing on the same things that John Paul Sartre did, but he understood that, oh, you want to over-identify with your body, or you want to over-identify with your symbolic identity. That's bad faith. You're not living in accordance with your ontology. You're falsifying it. And yeah, anybody who tries to do the overly essentialist type of humanism, well, if that's the case, I'm anti-humanist. That's why Slavoj and them avoid saying they're humanists, because humanism can entail the worst types of biological naturalism, essentialism.
And it has.
Yeah.
It has.
So, well, we
Change
did it,
nature.
Nance.
Do we want to do a short summary for people who are looking for just a short summary of this text? Do we want to go ahead and do that now?
All right, so we're not cutting this. We are thinking on the spot, and we're just going to leave this in so you guys can see. Do we want to do the summary at the beginning, or do we want to leave it here?
I think we need to leave it here at the end so that it's here for the people who only want a short summary. They don't want to sit through all however long this has been. They just want the short summary. We'll tell them in the beginning. We'll say, hey, there's a short summary at the end. You can find it.
Okay.
And then you can, 10-minute video essay. This is the 10-minute video essay starting now.
This is what, like, the average person, oh, I heard about this book, Xenofeminism. This is what they're here for. After, I don't know, 5.5 hours or whatever this is, 6 hours, 7 hours. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you go first, and then I'll chime in, and then we'll just, how do we summarize this the way that a normal YouTube theorist would attempt to summarize?
So I think, God, how would we do that?
This is a book by a collective of feminist thinkers that call themselves Laboria Cuboniks.
Yeah.
This book, Xenofeminism, maybe I don't even remember if we emphasize the Xeno. Xeno means from the outside, and they are influenced by Nick Land here, because Nick and CCRU really kind of help popularize the prefix Xeno. Exocapitalism. Exo is similar to Xeno, the outside, the exterior, etc.
Yeah, I think one is Greek and one is Latin, I think.
Yeah, so exo or Xeno. It's a feminism that's Xeno in the sense that it's a feminism that wants to tap in to the radical outsideness of the future, which is to say radical future technologies that would unmake us in our current form. And that is why the book is called A Politics for Alienation. They want to reject biological essentialism. And this can be, summed up in biology is not destiny. We are not limited to the biological facticity or givens about our current state. Technology can radically modify us. And if we view language as a technology, then we have long been modified away from our default biology as Homo sapiens. And in a sense, we're not even Homo sapiens anymore. It's kind of an illusion to think of ourselves as a species among all the other species, because we've been radically ontologically modified by language and technology in general. So they think we should explore these tendencies in order to create better, more emancipatory societies. And they think that this would have a qualitative improvement, especially on the lives of, women, queers, but also, races that have been marginalized. But this isn't identity politics of this specific identity, or this is done in the name of the universal, of human potential itself. And so while they think this would increase the lives of certain marginal identities, it's not in the name of particular identities that they're doing this. It's in the name of human potential itself.
Yeah, I think the reason that it's xenofeminism, again, xeno, alien, outside, alienation, wonderful. Feminism, again, I think people might wonder, well, why is it a feminism? And it's because they're talking about the fringes and the margins and those who've been marginalized to kind of elucidate the interconnectedness and the systemic nature of the problem. Call it capitalism, call it patriarchy. I mean, it has many names. We shall call it the one who shall not be named, Robo Cthulhu. And it's a feminism because it is all for universal emancipation. Feminism is the one, or the feminine always gets left out by the standard movements and the movement of history. The feminine is always that which gets othered. So that's why it's a feminism, because it's about a universal emancipation. It's not about any particularist emancipation. And they go on to talk about the dangers of allowing seemingly radical impulses to become renaturalized. And so starting a movement that might be focused on emancipating a gender, a particular gender, or a particular race, or a particular class or category of person, you might think you're starting out doing a universalism, but you have to stay out ahead of yourself. You can't renaturalize and fall back into particularism, or else you'll reproduce the world we have today. And it might be an inverted version, or it might be, slightly shaped. The topology itself might be changed a little bit, but it'll functionally be the same, where it's oppressive and particularist in a particularist manner. And so again, they're talking about alienation and the feminine just to highlight the universal scope of their push for emancipation. And they deal with the problems of politics and activism and how they often fall back into the very same thing. They become reifications and ossifications and reproductions of the very same structures they're trying to dismantle.
Right. And yes, they're gender abolitionists, but there's nuance to that. It's saying it's not trying to get rid of certain traits. Some of the guys who watch us might think, oh, it's an attack on masculinity. No, it's trying to not have a certain blueprint dictate as a norm, opposed to just saying, no, you can have a whole assortment of gendered traits and no one gets to have the hegemonic position over everybody else. That's what they mean by abolishing gender. Yeah, Nance.
You get to keep your ding-a-ling, you get to keep your heavy metal music and your lifted pickup truck. But you don't
even with
get to
the
impose
metal
that.
nuts dragging on it.
Even with the metal nuts, you just don't get to impose that on anybody else, and you don't get to be normative about your particularities. Again, there's this huge focus on the tension between the particular and the universal. There's this huge just emphasis on we're always already alienated, and so we have to allow that to be our source of freedom, our site of freedom. And then they go in and they talk about some strategies and some possible prescriptions. A lot of that has to do with new symbolization, or maybe creating
Creating a new system of meaning, which would give us access to solve the ability to solve problems we currently can't solve.
Right, and the reason we can't solve them is because they present themselves as impossible to us. So we need to change what they mean. We need to requilt it all. We need to say, we're not going to change the signifier. We can't change the signifier. We're going to change the signified, in a sense. Creating a new symbolization. They talk about some strategies for harnessing technology. Like we have to harness technology. We can't return to pre-modern times. We live in the future, so we have to figure out new strategies for hacking existing structures, and creating metastable systems that are tied to unfixity, like stable systems that are constantly being deterritorialized over and over and over again.
And they want xenofeminism to be this type of structure or network that can avoid the pitfalls of localist activist types of approaches, as well as the top-down authoritarianism of certain regimes, and take the best from a universalist top-down situation while dropping the authoritarian dimension of it. And yes, we can use localisms, but we got to understand that localisms are never enough to actually bring about a structural modification in the system itself. So you got to do this go between local and general, between particular and universal. And so the point is, the emphasis is on the universal, but it's so as to, increase the standard of living and meaning of life for particulars. So, and then I would say it's a left accelerationism because it's an accelerationism that wants to affirm technological development, but also wants to free it from capital accumulation. It wants to pry capital and technology apart and have progressive technological development, but without it being subservient to capital accumulation.
So it's being a manifesto, for a politics of alienation, they're kind of doing this commandment or this injunction or this call to action to get in where you can fit in, hack what you can hack, pilfer whatever coffers you can pilfer, and act in a what was it? A furious act with furious patience, like do the intense work of cognizing, internalizing, cognizing, understanding, and then acting. I think piracy and hacking and like subverting and all these kinds of things, they will embrace that, because we can't. Again, we only have the master's tools. If we ever hope to build a new house, we have to use the master's tools. So that and then there's this call to action: change nature. Like nature is unjust. Biology is not destiny.
For them, nature is the great ideological weapon, and the point is to diffuse it. Like, no, you're not going to limit what we can become in the name of some essence, some nature, some biological destiny. We are already technologically modified in our biology because of language, and then through a whole host of augmentations that have followed. And there is nothing wrong with this. This is what it is to be human. Let's explore it further. And in that sense, let's be human all too human.
Yeah.
So I think
that about sums it up. Thanks for coming to the last 10 minutes or whatever for the summary of the book.
You guys are such pricks for this.
Okay, we'll do an intro where we tell people they can go to the end for a summary.
All right. So we'll film the intro now.
Yeah, now we'll retroactively we're gonna go back in time and film the beginning of the video real quick.
Editing all this together will be a whole, a showcase of retroactivity.
We're gonna be like Rick and Morty, fucking traveling through time, dude.
So, all right, guys, that's it.
I had a lot of fun reading this, man.
Me too. I really love it.
Yeah, we've done so many we've done so much shit, but this is up there as one of my favorites. This was a blast.
I want to talk to Amy Ireland. I want to talk to Helen Hester. I want to. Yeah. So hopefully in the future that becomes a reality.
Yep.
All right,
folks.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yep. What will our heroes get up to next?
I have an idea.